country, and he speaks exactly like how those fucking retards do it in the Friday prayer. You know, they're like on those big fucking monolith things screaming about infidels. This is giving me PTSD, and I hate you for it, music. Okay, sorry, Kate.
PTSD, why? Because he's talking bad about Islam?
No, because he talks in the he talks in the same manner of the like the Muslim sheikhs on Friday prayers, which reminds me of
that's the point. That's the point of what he's doing. You understand?
I am sorry about your PTSD, but this is my comedy hour. I am live streaming you to my YouTube where 5,000 people are laughing their asses off. And on my TikTok live where I have about 15,000 people watching my live stream all over the Muslim world. And they are saying, you are right! You are right! We are a backward society! And we love to hate, and we hate the peace because we are low IQ.
You made that guy leave, bro. He's probably going crazy.
Okay.
He's probably getting PTSD like fucking crazy.
Let us have a reasonable conversation when there's nothing, no one who bothers.
Oh, now it's boring, bro. That's boring.
Yeah, I know it's boring, but it has a point. Well,
La Habibi, there's no fucking point if you haven't figured it out yet that your book is disgustingly pathetic, created in the desert by barely literate goat herder.
I'm Jewish.
Arabi came back for some more.
He wants to up his dopamine game. Congratulations, Arabi. You are now bringing back the brain rot for more critical examination.
Arabi likes getting fucked by Jews.
Okay, so listen. I believe that Arabi, guys, he will fuck you guys.
Oh yeah, are you gonna watch?
I wanna let you
Are you gonna watch me sit there and say I'm next? Is that what you're gonna do?
the top of your chest.
You sounded pretty proud about it.
I'll make sure I'm gonna fuck you, mother.
Yeah,
I'm
are you?
gonna fuck a doggy style, and when my sperm coming out, I'm gonna like splash in your face. How about that?
So you want to come on a guy's face?
No,
Interesting.
I'm gonna fuck your wife.
You guys just heard that. He wants to come on a guy. Earlier he said he wants to fuck a guy in the ass. I think you're gay, Arabi. Arabi, I think you're gay, bro. I think you're secretly gay, and it's okay. You can come out in the room here and say that you're gay.
You gonna accept that?
We will support any decision you make.
Are you Greek? Accept that?
I'm not so
Am I Greek? No, I'm not Greek.
Yeah, bitch.
But we know that you're gay.
They're not gay, mother. I'm not fucking gay. I'm not fucking Greek.
Dude, you said you wanted to fuck a guy in the ass, and you said you wanted to put your sperm on his face.
Seriously, guys, I think both of you guys.
You wanted to come on a guy's face, and you're not gay.
Fucking different between Israeli and Nazi like you.
I don't know. If I hear a guy saying he wants to come on another guy's face, that sounds pretty gay to me.
No, because when I'm fucking your mother.
Oh my God, hold on. Okay, but you said you wanted to come on my face. That's fucking weird, dude.
Don't involve his mother. I have second option.
He can say whatever he wants, but his gayness came out today, bro.
After when I tell you, mom, I'm gonna take your fucking sister.
I wonder what your Prophet Muhammad would think about you being gay.
I'm gonna fuck your sister.
I don't have a sister, but that's fine. You can fuck imaginary sister. Anyways, what is your Prophet Muhammad? What is he gonna think about you wanting to come on a guy's face?
He will give his kid.
He's one. What do you think your Prophet Muhammad would be proud that you want to fuck a guy in the ass?
His prophet.
So what?
His prophet.
He said it earlier, bro. He said it earlier.
Was gay also.
Is your Prophet Muhammad gonna be proud of you for coming on a guy's face?
Just answer my question. You never see my prophet?
Answer my question, bro. You said you wanted to come on my face. So would your Prophet Muhammad be happy for that?
Do you never see our prophet? You see him? You see him?
I don't know. Your prophet doesn't exist to me.
Did you fucking see him? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't think he exists. He's a made-up person.
Why do you talk about something you never seen it and you talk shit about?
Why do you talk about something that you've never seen?
You see how you fucking ignorant you are?
Have you seen your prophet?
You see how you fucking
Have you seen your prophet?
Fuck you are.
Have you seen your prophet? You see how you fall?
Or
you just put your prophet's face on the goat that you fuck every night? See how you fucking piece of... Sorry, the goat that you're fucking is not your prophet, bro.
You
mention our prophet. My gold. Dude, your prophet can lick my balls. You can't even focus whatever you say. Bro, your prophet can eat my shit. Pay attention whatever you say. Just pay attention.
Muhammad was a pedophile.
Just pay attention wherever you come from.
Muhammad was a pedophile. Muhammad was a piece of
Just,
shit.
I want you to focus whatever you say.
Muhammad was a child molester. And so were all the Muslims. Takbir! Muhammad Khazir! Muhammad Khazir! Alright guys, we need it.
Listen, you're gonna be expensive for this.
Muhammad died. Actually, I have a question.
I dare you.
Actually, I have a question. Arabi, please. I have a question. How Muhammad died? Did he detonate himself?
He got fucked so hard by his boyfriend that he got fucking killed, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arabi, is that what happened?
Probably.
I think Arabi
Most
fucked
probably.
Muhammad so hard that he disappeared. Arabi, don't say the prayer right now to your prophet. We're talking shit
over
to.
the phone. He can't act over the phone.
But you said he doesn't exist to me, so I can talk all the shit I want about it.
In the real life, it's gonna be different talk, my friend.
What in the real life? This is real life.
Real life is gonna be different talk.
Are we in fake life right now? I don't understand.
Whatever you say, no problem.
What's real life and what's fake life?
Whatever you say, I want to say a lot. I want to say a lot. I need you to say a lot.
Don't say
But when you
Allah
This
Akbar.
thing a lot.
fucked,
And don't detonate
A lot. Is that enough?
I want to say a lot.
A lot. Okay.
Whatever you say, keep continue.
Okay, a lot.
A lot. I want to say a lot. But when you got bent over, motherfucker, don't let me please.
Bend over, motherfucker. Why do you want me to bend over? That's weird. Yeah, I think you're gay, bro.
Because he is gay.
No, you're gonna see
Why are you
what
gay?
you're gonna do.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
I'm doing it
Listen, it's okay. He can be gay, but they have to hide it because it's against their religion. That's the only shitty part about their religion. So, you know, they have to hide it. Arabi, it's okay. I told
It
you
is
to
not
be
the
gay.
only
It's
shitty
fine.
part.
Oh,
It is not the only shitty part. Just little piece of shitty parts of the
Arabi,
religion.
it's okay, bro. We'll support you no matter what.
Okay, Arabic.
You know what? You can even participate in the gay pride parade.
listen, I want you to respect me.
That's fine. Come and participate in the gay
Respect
pride.
your fucking face, then you're gonna remember this.
You're gonna what?
Fucking respect. You gotta respect religion. I'm asking you to respect me, then respect my religion.
Oh, but you can come talk shit about Israel and news. It's fine for you to do that.
Me as a person, then I'm gonna let you respect my religion.
Fuck you and fuck your religion, bro. How about
Fuck your
that?
religion, motherfucker. Fuck everything you
Muhammad.
believe, you motherfucker. Whatever you believe, fuck.
Fuck you.
How about that? Are you agree with me?
Fuck you and
Son of a
fuck
bitch,
you,
are you
Muhammad.
fucking agree with me, yes or no?
Agree with you about what?
About fuck you.
Yeah, I agree. Fuck you too. That's what I agree about. Yeah.
Fuck your religion. I'm gonna fucking spit in your fucking religion. How about that?
Oh no, please.
Am I supposed to be crying right now because you said this?
Yeah.
Please don't. Please
Yeah, don't do it, please. We're so scared.
Please reconsider. I mean, we understand now. We're sorry.
Please reconsider detonating your shoe.
Just hold it.
Just that is what I need from you. Just respect me and respect my religion.
Deserve respect. We don't
If we don't respect your religion, what are you gonna
You're
do?
gonna be different talk.
And if we don't respect your religion, what are you gonna do?
Whatever.
What does that mean, whatever?
Just answer my question.
Are you gonna come kill me because I don't respect your religion?
No, fuck you. I'm not gonna. You're not even worth
So
it.
then fuck you and fuck your religion then, bro.
I left it. You know what I'm gonna do?
You're not gonna do shit. That's what you're gonna do.
But how you know?
Because I know you guys are a bunch of pussies. You guys are a bunch of pussies. You have to blow yourself up to kill other people. You're pussies. You have to gun people down on the beach. Civilian people. You shoot them and you gun them down because you guys are pussies. That's why.
I'm a pussy.
You have to hijack airplanes and fly them into buildings and kill innocent people because you guys are pussies. Yes, we know.
He's like pussy. I only know ass. What's pussy?
Bunch of cowards. You guys are cowards.
I need you to continue.
I'm continuing. Come on. What are you doing? You're going to play for your imam?
Listen.
Play it to your imam and have them come find me,
That's
bro.
secrets between me and my son.
Are you guys going to target me next? Come on.
Let me stay secret.
I've been waiting. Come on. Let's go. You said you're in Florida also? Come on. Come to Florida. Come to where I'm out in Florida.
Come without aircraft.
What's up, Emily? How you doing?
Hi everyone. This is fucking bizarre.
It's okay. It's been going on like this for hours. So.
It's literally just I'll fuck you and I'll fuck you.
Oh yeah, I know. It's great.
I'll fuck you. Yeah, you fucking gay.
The only person that said they want to fucking ass is Arabi. That's what he said. He said
I'm not fucking Jew like you to a guy.
No, so what? Like I wrote it in the.
I'm not fucking Jew like you at the end of the day. I'm not fucking Jew.
We know you're a fucking terrorist Muslim. Yeah, we know. Look at the respect you have for women. You talk over her when she's talking. They don't give a shit about women. They're disrespectful to women and everybody else. You spoke over the woman. Don't let her speak, bro.
Then they're gonna understand.
You fucking animal and you're a fucking Muslim. Sorry, we have animals in the room here.
Nice way doesn't work with those people. I know.
Yeah, we know. You make your women cover themselves up. They can't drive. We know. We know how you treat your women. Yeah, we know. They're like slaves to your cult fucking religion.
When he got fucked, then he gonna understand this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've got it fucked. We know that. You've got it fucked in your ass. We know that.
When he broke his teeth, he's
We don't need to know the details. That's fine. Thank you.
You are.
What's up, Windy City
Are you defending your Muslim boyfriend?
No, actually, fuck both of you guys.
I'm a terrorist. How am I a terrorist? I've never broken a law before in my life. I'm a law-abiding citizen. How would I be a terrorist?
No, you just killed 20,000 kids, you know. It's
I killed 20,000 kids. How would I kill 20,000 kids? How would I kill 20,000 kids?
Ask the UN.
And I'm still in my house, and no one's coming to arrest me. How?
Because you live in terrorist country.
I live in America as a terrorist country?
Oh, no, you're not terrorist. Oh, you're not Israeli.
Oh, no, because America gives your country money. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
No, actually, I give you money.
How does the Emirates give us money?
We buy from you, invest in your country. Because you have money, you know. It's normal.
You buy it for me and you invest in our country, okay?
Motherfucker, you are buying something, you don't give anything to them. You are buying something.
Exactly.
We
Oh,
have
Hit us.
what the fuck?
percent of
You
this.
are
I'm telling
buying.
you, these Arabs are just fucking retards, bro. They're all retards.
Oh. Harry, when I buy for something from you, I am doing you a favor, or you are doing me a favor producing some shit.
No, I am doing for you a favor. Because I can't buy it from China.
How are you
Go
doing
buy
us a
from
favor
China.
when we can get somebody else to buy it from us? We don't need you to buy from us.
No, actually, we are cash. We are pay cash without down payment. You know, cash. How much you
Okay.
want, Trump? Cash. You know, cash.
Yeah, cash. Yeah. It's not you who's doing it. That's for sure.
Harry, there is some truth in his words. Actually,
Yeah, but he's acting like he's the one that's doing it. He's not.
Yeah.
It's his government that's doing it.
They are so intimidated. Actually, they are so intimidated from the, government in Iran. They are buying from you weapons to give them some relief. They are at war with each other. Iran's government is an Islamic government, so these Muslims are fighting with each other, and they go purchase some military items from United States or other countries, and they say that we are buying from you. You are some idiots who fight all the time. Don't fight and don't buy military items.
No, actually, we defend ourselves. We defend ourselves, We're not very respectful.
Who are you defending yourselves from?
Yourself from who?
Iran,
From who?
Sudan, Yemen. Iran, Sudan, Yemen, Iraq.
Well, the Iranian government is Muslim. Why you Muslims?
I thought you guys were all Muslims. So wait, you're defending yourself from your own people? I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't have problem with Muslim or Jewish. The problem is with the community and the country,
What does that even supposed to mean? I don't
We have a lot of Jewish and came to Emirat. No problem with them. But some people like you.
It's not a lot. I don't know what you mean by a lot. You act like a lot of Jews moved to fucking Dubai. Nobody, they just come to visit, bro. It's not like they moved to your country, bro.
And they are more than welcome.
Yeah, because they're part of the Abraham Accords. That's why.
Yeah, okay, because we are nice people.
It's not because you're nice people. It's because you're not radicalized Muslims.
You are hypocrites.
Yeah, but you guys are hypocrites because you don't want to be radicalized. You don't want to be radicalized Muslims, yet you fucking take their side when it comes to like this type of shit. So I mean, it's being a hypocrite.
Take their sides. They fund ISIS.
That's
they
true.
Find ISIS. Yeah. They found Al Qaeda. They found this. They mobilize fanatic Muslims, which I think all of them are fanatics. Mobilize some fanatic Muslims to do their biddings.
One of the things I get asked.
Push their agenda.
That's a big difference, bro.
Sorry, ISIS and Al-Qaeda. We do that. Or America.
America doesn't do that. You have sheltered. You have sheltered members of Hamas in your country in luxury hotels.
I am not from Qatar, stupid. I am from Emirat, UAE.
Emirat. Yeah, we know what it is, bro. We know.
Can you read this? UAE, not QATAR.
Really? I didn't know that was the same thing. That wasn't the same thing.
No, actually, they give you money.
Actually, they do something.
They give me money for something because your economy stands. Without us, your economy.
No, actually.
Trust me.
Don't tell us lies. You have funded Hamas. You have funded Al Qaeda.
Okay, I found Hamas.
Haven't you? Tell me something.
He's the most ridiculous shit, bro. This guy's ridiculous. Said American economy would not be what it is if it wasn't for this.
selector, you want to you want to kind of make sure it's a narrow coalition that keeps you in power, and that you can replace that coalition, military leaders, oligarchs, etc. anytime you want to. Doing political favors for certain voices, social media. I mean, I think there's an overwhelming theme in the right, especially this administration, taking active steps to control the information environment, and this is one kind of subset of using law enforcement to go after speech you don't like, and it's very stereotypical behavior that you would want to see if you wanted to consolidate power and you wanted to kind of maintain that power. And I went into this administration saying you never know when your last free and fair election was, and I think it's still worth thinking that we've already had our last free and fair election, and we are on a fundamentally different course for this country.
Thank you for that, I think. Brett, folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Since I betrothed you to one husband, to present you as a pure virgin to Christ. But I'm afraid that as the serpent deceived Eve by his cunning, Eve is the one in the Garden of Eden, he said that the serpent deceived Eve by his cunning. Your thoughts will be led astray from a sincere and pure devotion to Christ. Now,
does Paul call the serpent Satan?
Revelation does. The Revelation does. And so the problem is that clearly the serpent is the one that deceived Eve, and then the serpent is that old serpent, the devil.
Leviathan is also called a serpent in the book of Psalms.
That's
so I'm saying that there's a serpent.
That's fine.
All I'm saying is that dragon that's described in Revelation looks a hell of a lot more like the dragon described in the book of Psalms called Leviathan. Now,
Alvin, I would say that, I don't think that as much of Revelation is allegory as maybe some people would take it to be, but I would definitely say the dragon who chases the woman with the moon under her feet, right? I think that this is an allegory, and for that reason, I don't think that Satan is literally a dragon, although I think he could,
I'm saying that, now here's the thing, I'm saying that creature, Revelation, is the same creature Jesus is describing when he said, hey, I saw Satan fall like, right? But I don't think that creature is the same guy in the book of Job. I think that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's the same.
Why?
What you saying? Yeah, I don't think that Revelation dragon thing is the same thing.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much what the debate really was, but I would say it is, especially when, like I mentioned, he's called the accuser of the brethren, and you see him accusing Job in front of God. So
you think that angel in Numbers 22 was like Satan in the book of Revelation?
No, well, I mean, obviously the word Satan has a semantic range of use, so obviously it just means adversary or opponent. But contextually, we define our words. So when you see Satan mentioned, right, you see him mentioned in a few different places in other scriptures, and it'll be like, in that time there will be no Satan, and obviously it's saying there will be no adversary. But we define our terms based off the context, and when we see the angel of the Lord, I think the angel of the Lord appearing with his title in Revelation.
Now, this is my theory, right? I think there's a lot of missing stuff that is no longer have, like, when it says you're a murderer from the beginning, right? We don't have, like, I mean, people say this is talking about Job, right? But there's not like Job is not like the beginning of the world.
No, I can't.
Satan and Zechariah, what, stands at the left hand of the Father, right? Like, you're standing up there, right? And he's still got a position. He's not fallen from heaven, right? And how he's operating is more like a disgruntled employee. But then when you go to the book of Revelations, this guy is bringing up armies and battling other angels, and it just looks like, even when you look in the book of Jude, it's like Michael and Satan are over there talking about Moses' body.
What about it?
That within itself is like, again, it's kind of this thing where Satan can just be there, and it's like, it's not an issue. You know?
Yeah, I think that God has there's an understanding that Satan has his role to tempt mankind, to test them. To my knowledge, now you guys can treat this as you will, but in the book of Jubilees, you see an encounter with Satan where Noah is praying that God take away the demons, the disembodied spirits, because they're tormenting his descendants. And Satan pleads his case to God, saying, leave some of them so that I can exercise my will on men, because men are wicked, basically saying of the demons, the disembodied spirits. So, you can take that with a grain of salt. Not everyone accepts the book of Jubilees as scripture, but it's an interesting scenario, and I think it helps me understand Satan's role and how he's understood that he's the accuser of the brethren.
I've always looked at Satan like this. This is Satan's role. Okay, I have a particular vice. Satan knows what that vice is. He puts that vice in front of my face. If I start dealing with that thing I'm not supposed to deal with, Satan then goes back to God and say, hey, I thought Alvin was your name. Look, I'll put this in front of him and look what he did. Like, that's kind of the MO right there. I'm going to put this thing in your face, because that's what he's doing. Like, he did it with Job. I mean, he even did it with Jesus, right? Like, hey, I'm going to put this in your face. Let's see if you're going to take it. And if you do take it, he's going to report back and say, see, look what he did. Like, that's kind of like his thing.
Why does he report back to God if God knows all that's happening, right? So, like, it doesn't make sense.
I don't take this.
That's just how the divine counsel works.
Yeah, I also think the Omni junkies, right? I don't think the ancients view things as strict as like the Omni junkies. It's like, is he so powerful he can't make a rock, he can't live? Like all that stuff. I just think the authors of the text just think he's the most powerful and knowledgeable.
Conceptual ideas of physics and philosophy. I have my clashing with those, the understanding of space, time, and all these things, and God can't be confined to space and time or whatever. Anyway, I gotta get out of here, but it was good talking to you guys, and Andrew, you're very articulate, so I'm glad I can be part of this conversation. Maybe I'll have a conversation with you in the future. Anyway, see you guys later.
I appreciate you. Bruce, join the house. The link's above me, and anybody who hasn't, please do. Bruce, I appreciate you being here. I'm glad I bumped into you in that room. Come back anytime, brother. We do rooms often, so we will do more rooms there. So yeah, just join it, man. Add me, and then just come back. We're here pretty much every day. Yeah, and I appreciate you being here, man.
Great stuff, guys. And this
is Bruce, real quick. Just to let you know about Andrew, he thinks God is black. So.
Yeah, no, I don't. But, appreciate you, Bruce, and God bless you, buddy. And yeah, come back. We'll be here.
Yeah, God bless you guys. Wonderful. All right, later.
All right, man. Later. Appreciate it. Amir, are you here, sir? You said something in the chat. I just wanted to ask you about, and I'm glad to have you on the stage.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you. Yes, I'm here.
Appreciate it, man. So you said something. You said, JCC, you're right. The so-called holy books of all religions are nothing more than, the holy books of all religions are nothing more than, what does it say here? JCC, you're right. The holy books of all religions are nothing more. Reason I kind of jumped past it here. Nothing more than fairy tales, I think, is what you put.
Something to that effect.
Yes. So, how do you know that that's true? I'm just curious.
Well, first of all, hi guys. I just apply basic logic to it. You know, the sorts of the stories. Let me just tell you what my background is. I was born in a Muslim family, and I was a Muslim for a long time. And then I started sort of looking at the literature from a logic perspective. And a lot of these stories just don't have.
You know what's interesting about that? You know the scholars that, like, non-believing atheist scholars, right? The people that, like, study these texts from, like, a scholastic standpoint, none of them describe these texts as, like, fairy tales, right? They'll say, hey, these are ancient texts and give us a view into the world back then and their views of morality. Like, a fairy tale is, like, something specifically made for entertainment. Right, like, hey, we're making this story.
Children's stories. I didn't say fairy tale. I said children's
stories.
Well,
even children's stories. These are stories incorporated for adults on, hey, this is how, especially if you look at the Torah, this is like our theocratic constitution, and it's based on the Old Testament. That book is rated R, okay? There's not, I wouldn't describe that as like a children's book.
You're saying?
No, I'm saying that it's not for children. It's not like, it's not the audience.
You're saying that, for example, Jonas was swallowed by a whale and the ark is correct? Is that what you're claiming?
I'm saying, I'm disputing the claim that it's made for children. That's the claim.
Are you assuming that these are correct?
Are
you saying that these two stories are correct? They actually happened?
Not necessarily all of them. I'm just saying the idea that these are children's books like Mother Goose.
Yeah, the
I don't think that's an accurate description.
Stories are scary.
They don't even have to, listen, I'm not even saying, you can say they're fantasy if you want. There's fantasy books that are written not for kids, right? That's the point I'm disputing. Like, The Watchmen is a fantasy comic book, but that's not a comic book made for kids, right?
He's saying it's the wrong genre. He's saying it's the wrong genre.
It's the wrong
genre. Right?
If it is the wrong genre, then why is it in the children's book category in the library in Noah's Ark?
Well, they do a different depiction of it for children to read. They don't do it in a manner the same way it is for us to read, right? So.
A majority of the history, at least certainly in the New Testament, there's going to be a massive amount of historical facts that are correct. So you can do this thing where you don't agree with the metaphysical claims about sin, God existing, Jesus rising from the dead, walking on water, etc. That's fine, right? You can dispute that. Many people do. But as far as Jesus actually being a person who existed as a man, or the Capernaum, or the
Babylonian exile, right?
Yeah, the Babylonian exile, King Cyrus, all these different folks. Like, there's going to be many things that are just going to be taken as historical, and they're used for historical validation as well to come up with certain facts about history. So I don't think it's quite appropriate to say that these are storybooks. Now, I think I get what you're doing there, and I think it's kind of meant to kind of to devalue maybe, or to reduce the authenticity of taking these things seriously. But
I don't honestly need to do much to sort of take away the authenticity of it. I mean, you only have to look at a lot of the stories in there. It just does it for you. Just look at the Genesis, at the beginning of Genesis. I mean, you're talking about the hand of water, the hand of God over the water before even you have light. You can't even have damn condensation, man, without having light. So, I mean, it just doesn't, there's just so many errors in there. Falsifiability to anything that does not sort of stand up to science, and through the falsifiability, then obviously it's not going to be accepted.
Okay, so you're not, so based on that, you're not throwing away the whole Bible as a children's book. You're saying, hey, the portions that are
I don't want to waste time on just Bible being a children's book or not.
No, forget about the children's book.
Our children's book. I think we're way off
let's throw that in the
actual
we
central point here.
we can throw that in the garbage.
I'm sure there are some historic facts in there. I'm sure there are some historic facts in there, but how twisted they are, I do not know, because they're not verified. They're not cross-checked. I mean, history.
Okay, simple. Okay, we have the records from the Babylonians of them deporting the Jews out of Israel and keeping them captive in Babylon. They said they did that, and then when you look in the Bible, they say that's what happened. So you have verification there from both the people that.
I don't have a problem with that. I mean, you can say that there are some historical facts in Bible, as there are some historical facts in other books. But where does that get you? That doesn't get you religion.
Well, okay, so if we're talking religion, you're now talking about the way of life and the codes people abide by. Now that's represented in how a person is living. So there's good and bad points to this. You know what I'm saying? I think religion is dependent on the person who wills it. Sure, there's people that join cults and everything, and they go away from their family. But then you have, and I'm pretty sure you've seen this story, people who live the life of crime and they're in and out of prison, and all of a sudden they pick up a Quran or a Bible, and now they're like law-abiding citizens because these two books inspired them or whatever, right? Like this is a thing that happens, right? So
I mean that's a susceptibility of an individual. That's not going to be a sort of a marker for me by any stretch of imagination. I mean, I look at it as it is. I look at the anthropology of human evolution through, social evolution, that is, from the time that we were hunter-gatherers to today, and I can see how the code of conduct and the ethics have developed. Why do I need to sort of, source it through some supernatural?
So
I know exactly how the ethics, how the code of conduct and social contracts developed throughout the ages.
We don't even have to keep things supernatural. What I can say is that the process of religion did something to where you're now organizing morality. Now, hunter-gatherer days, it was kind of a free-for-all, okay? It's, there's no set codes of anything, but at least with religion, whether this deity exists or not, a group of people said, hey, that's a bad thing, that's a good thing. And if you do this bad thing, there's kind of...
Allow me a couple of minutes, Alvin. Allow me a couple of minutes just to explain my perspective on this. At the time of hunter-gatherers, there was one guy who ruled, and he said everything that he wanted to say. He made all the laws and everything else. When we become city dwellers, not quite city dwellers, when we learn how to grow wheat. I don't actually, sorry, English is not my first language. That's why I struggle a little bit. When we started growing wheat and we kept animal, then what happened was that villages couldn't move. We couldn't just take our land and go with us like we were nomadic prior to that. So what happened? Now we have a village here. It has a land, and you have another village next to us that has another land. They are growing their stuff. They have got their trees, their seeds, their animals. Now this is my fruit tree. That's your fruit tree. This is my wife. That is your wife. This is my son. You don't kill my son. I don't kill your son. I mean, let's face it. When we have the 10 Commandments, these 10 Commandments, nobody is going to tell me that Moses brought these firsthand. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. These were facts. These were rules. These were ethics. We're already running in the society. He just rebranded it. That's all he did. So that part of it is very well easily understood and explained, how the code of conduct and ethics developed until we have the 30 articles of the Charter of the Human Rights. This is nothing to do with religion. Religion has
that's kind of two different things. I didn't say morality and ethics didn't exist before religion. I'm saying religion is the first to organize these things. into a codified kind of.
I just told you how
They
organized.
organized.
I just told you how they organized it. They organized it.
But here's the thing: these farmers and all you're talking about, what did they use? They worship fertility goddesses and farming gods and said, "Hey, okay,
let me explain to you just for 1 minute. Just explain to you how happens. Look, while you and I are talking here on the phone from 2 different continents, the closest species to us is the screaming in the trees. Now, there has been about 20 different homos between that species and us. It just happened that they've all been extinct and we have survived.
But I was listen. This is why I'm saying.
Let me just finish this because it's quite important. And this is going to tell you how that oldest religion came about. That is where I'm trying to get to.
You're arguing a different point from what I'm making.
No,
I'm not saying that religion is the.
You're saying religion organized the ethics. You're saying religion organized
what I'm telling you is the oldest documents we have of do's and don'ts, humans putting down, look, these are the rules, and if you break this, this is going to happen. It's like the Hammurabi codes, a code of Ernama. These are the oldest texts where you have do's and don'ts. And organizes these things. I didn't say religion is at the start of morality, code, and ethics. I'm saying they took something that was already there and put it into books and organized it and made rules and laws and governments about it. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that was the necessity of the society. They had to do that. The fact that they came up with this other angle to it, which brought the religion into it, is because of what happened to us genetically. We got this frontal cortex, which gave us the power of imagination, interpolation, extrapolation, all the good things that we enjoy today, and we conjured up this concept that we have come from somewhere. Therefore, we must be ruled by some super being, supernatural. This is very, very obvious. Genetic mutation. You know, when we became city dwellers, did you know that we actually had another major genetic mutation, which is called a new variant ASPM?
I'm telling you that the shirt isn't blue. Or I'm not telling you those aren't the reasons why the shirt is blue. I'm saying, listen, that's a blue shirt on it, right? And I'm telling you, religion.
Let me ask you a question. If you walk into a shop and you see a piece of chocolate just by itself, and then one next to it with the Mars wrapper on it, you're likely to go for the Mars, aren't you? But that's what the religion has done. It's just put a wrapper on it. That's all it is. The essence inside it is what was developed through human anthropology in terms of our social gathering and coexistence. That's how it was developed.
Yeah, but wrappers are shiny. I like wrapper.
Can I ask you, Amir, are you an atheist?
Well, I'm not quite an atheist because I cannot prove that there is no God.
Okay.
Just as nobody can prove there is a God.
Well, an atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a God. So if you don't believe, you're an atheist.
Well, I would say it's an agnostic because an atheist will say that there is no God.
No. Yeah, not all atheists. No. See, that's a different definition, right? So, like,
well, he can use that definition.
Or not, is where the atheist applies. Like, someone says, "Do you believe in a God?" And the atheist says, "No, I don't." That's simple. Do you know the God exists? They can say, "I don't know." They can be agnostic.
Well, then, what's an atheist?
As a non-theist. And theist, I sort of associate that with religion, not necessarily God. So
a theist is someone who believes in a God that intervenes. Someone who is a deist believes in a God that does not intervene. So you can be a theist and not be religious.
Okay, so you're talking about the Spinoza type of God. Okay, but I mean, I'm not really too fussed about how you look at it, but I don't believe in any religion, and I don't believe in a God that sort of rules anything. If there is a God in this universe, it certainly has nothing to do with this world and this species on this world, which is us.
Right on.
Okay. So is it just that? What is it? Do you have any reason to say that there is no God in the way that we understand God to be as being a monotheist? Like, do you have any? Are there any reasons for it?
I don't see any reason for a God to exist. I mean, if anyone does claim that the God does exist, then the burden of proof is on them, surely.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, and I'm glad Bob's here. What do you think about like arguments, particularly like the fine-tuning argument for the existence of God? What's your
The fine-tuning argument is, let me give you an example for that. In Europe, we have a lottery which is about 50 to 1. So then you sure as hell are going to win the lottery. And that's the way I look at the fine-tuning. So we've got something like 2 trillion galaxies. Each one of them has roughly about 500 billion stars. And each of those stars have around about, let's say, 10 planets. That gives you something like 10 to the power of 22 to 23. Now, as far as we know, we've been listening for the past 100 years. There is complete silence in the universe, at least in our own galaxy. Therefore, we seem to be the only one at this level of intelligence. That means that we have, out of all these 10 to the power of 23, we seem to be roughly, at the moment, the only one who have got the lottery. Well, it's at the expense of such a vast failure everywhere else. That is the bit that you have to take into account when you think about the fine-tuning.
Okay, very good. Bob, are you here? Hold on, just a second, brother. Just a second, brother. Just a second, real quick. Bob, are you here?
What's up?
So there's 2 Amir in the room. I just want to shout out to, I appreciate the one that came on stage, but it's kind of funny. We have 2 of them, both PhDs. But did you hear what Amir just said in response to the fine-tuning?
No.
That's a bummer. Basically, he said,
repeat it.
Yeah, could you just summarize that real quick? Because Bob is pretty familiar with the argument. Amir, do you mind summarizing it for him? And then, Bob meet Amir, Amir meet Bob. That'd be.
Either Bob. Yeah, basically, the idea of fine-tuning basically says it's a very accurate number. And what I'm saying is that the redundancy aspect of it has to be taken into account. So the fact that we as a species are on this planet here amongst 10 to the power of 23 other planets in the current universe as we know it in the observable universe means that we are at this level at the expense of an awful lot of failures. And that's how I explain by giving an example of the lottery ticket, for example. If you buy all the combinations, you're definitely going to win the lottery.
But failure implies attempts, though.
Well, let Bob respond to that, Alvin, if you would.
Well, that sort of fine-tuning is about permitting conditions that actually exist in the universe. The range in which those numbers produce a universe where anything interesting happens seems to be very, very narrow. And the analogy to buying all the lottery tickets doesn't seem to hold up because we're not familiar. That makes sense if you're going for something like a multiverse explanation, but that's the kind of explanation that you then need to independently justify. The idea with if there's one universe and we find that all these constants have very, very narrow ranges in which they produce any sort of useful or interesting interactions, that's the kind of surprise.
Putting your arguments on a surprise? Is that what you're saying? Just because
it's stronger. Then atoms would just collapse into themselves. And if they were just a bit weaker, then we wouldn't have atoms at all. And so we wouldn't have
stars, we wouldn't have planets, and we wouldn't have, this. And that's what kind of idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with fine tuning, and I also know that out of the parameters such as Planck's constant or the speed of light and all these things that are in the mix of making fine tuning, they have tolerances up to about 10% or so. I mean, there are various physicists which will tell you exactly. I mean, I don't know it off the top of my head what percentage each one of these could change, and still it would be a viable universe. And then you also.
I don't think it's I'm not. From what I've read, it's nowhere near 10.
On some. I mean, I can dig out the papers and so on, but on some parameters there are. But
that's fine. If you're saying on some specific parameters, then that might be true. I'm just saying when you take the conjunction of all three.
Like Carroll's, he's a well-known guy. But I mean, don't forget, from the time of Richard Feynman to now, it's only two or three generations. I mean, we're only at the start of this, just because we don't know a lot of things. We don't need to jump on the god of gaps here. We just don't know.
It's not a god of the gaps.
It is.
It's just about, no, it's not. The god of the gaps is like, we don't have an explanation for something, so let's fit God in. So fine-tuning is more something like, here are some various theories, and which of them explain the data better.
Yeah, but we don't have the explanation why there is such a fine-tuning. We don't have an explanation for that.
That's what the fine-tuning argument is providing.
I know, but I mean, just
an explanation.
You mentioned it yourself. I mean, if you go down the string theory, for example, and parallel universes, you may have an explanation for that. Different sets of laws of physics. Okay, but we're just one of many. I mean, that's one explanation. If you're looking for an explanation,
that's fine. I think
if you're looking for a surprise, then that's.
But it's not about surprise. I'm fine with someone saying, hey, the multiverse kind of accounts for this, and that's fine. And then you'd have to evaluate, whether the multiverse hypothesis makes.
It seems like that you're saying you could never reason to the best explanation about anything if there's any bit of, that's correct. I think what Bob's saying is correct. It's just saying if you put down the different hypotheses, saying which one best explains the current data that we see, what makes more sense? And is it the case that this is intentional or unintentional, or some kind of theistic explanation? I don't believe it. I just think it's helpful to have a common understanding of what the fine-tuning argument even is.
But there are so many different, as you know, Bob, there's so many different theories under hypotheses, shall we say. I mean, Roger Penrose, for example, his conformative.
Is that hypothesis explaining?
No, but I'm just about to tell you. So we end up with photons, nothing other than photons in the universe, in the entire wrong with that model. So you can have a cyclic conformative universe.
I don't know what do you mean there's nothing wrong with the model? I'm just saying and what you just gave sounds like one-ish. I don't know what it means to say that there's no problem with it. Maybe you just mean that there's no inconsistency we should use to distinguish between different hypotheses that are trying to explain the data.
What I'm saying to you is that on the next conformative cycle, we may end up with a different fine-tuning.
No, I understand.
Okay, so then you won't be able to call this one fine-tuning because that.
Of course, if that theory, but there's no saying if that universe produces any life. But I'm fine if that theory has like experimental and theoretical support. Then I'm fine saying, that might be.
I've looked at. I mean, take a look at.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that any part of this theory is wrong. Like that's not my point. My point isn't to say here are the holes I poked in this particular model. I don't know.
Your point is that you propose this fine tuning. That was your main point, and then you propose that perhaps there is a theistic approach to it as a solution to fine tuning. And what I'm saying to you is, on the next conformative cycle, this fine tuning will be different, or could be different.
If the model stopped there,
Well, I think you do. I think this is the difference between you and I.
No, we obviously don't.
You stop at these.
I'm saying that the theory, like explanatory power, is one way of examining the virtues of a theory. But there are other ways of trying to examine it. Maybe. No, he does. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So you and I are on the same side. Andrew, do you have a problem with what we're saying?
But I think the reason Andrew asked me was that this doesn't sound like a correct understanding of the fine-tuning argument, or this probably doesn't sound the correct way to engage with the fine-tuning argument. And I think that's why I was...
that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Because look, so Amir, Bob is not a theist, okay? There's some misunderstanding, and I'm trying to clear that up with Marcus in the chat, and I have to do this continually. Look.
Whether I have to run, so I'll be back later.
Oh, that's too bad, Bob. Thank you, brother. Come back when you can, man.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, Amir, you sound Iranian, are you?
Yeah, how did you guess?
Your accent is quite thick.
It's Iranian, it's not Iranian.
No, the pronunciation. What?
Iranian is Kansas.
ناس اسم عربية ناس مثلا مردم هست که عربی ناس روشون هم میره ولی لهجه
از کجا میتونی اینجوری فارسی صحبت کنی؟ Good to meet you.
Well,
nice to meet you too.
Since
you just complimented my Farsi, Andrew, so I had to...
nice. Well, I was going to say, since
myself. Anyway, I grew up early. I'll be back.
Okay, Bob.
That's fine, everybody.
I'll get my languages right one time. But at some point. But no, Amir, so here's the issue, okay? So I just think that there are a lot of atheists who have these positions that there's no evidence, there's zero evidence for God, okay? And those people, I think, are off. Now, I get it when they say things like, I just don't think it's compelling enough for me to believe. That's fine. I think that's more understandable.
Andrew,
but it was probably some cuss words or something. You probably shouldn't have said Piper.
No, there are no cuss words.
All right. I don't want to hear like peachy or any of these other words that people say. Okay. But Amir, the thing is I just think it's good for people to kind of be on generally the same level, at least insofar as they may not feel like certain arguments are compelling. That's fine. But there's some that seem to have, at least of the sharper atheists that that a particular premise holds or whatever, okay? So I get that. But I don't think that the typical argumentation brought against the fine-tuning argument, like the refutation or the undercutters or whatever, I don't think that they've been super compelling, at least not to me. Now, I don't understand the fine-tuning inside and out by any means, but at least what I hear most people say, I hear a lot of things that don't make a lot of sense. And so if it were the case that you do have a good reputation of the fine-tuning, I think a person that is most adequately, or one of the more adequately equipped people to defend the argument is Bob, and he's not a theist. So it's just that he recognizes it's a decent argument for a theistic conclusion. And so that's why I wanted you to meet him. I do think it's a good argument, but I probably could not defend it near as good as Bob can. So that's just kind of the unusual situation that you're seeing there, is that Bob, being a non-theist, he's just good at defending the argument. It's also the same if you meet Sasha, if she shows up. I know Piper's like, I hope not. But if Sasha shows up, Sasha defends the psychophysical harmony argument. And I think she does a good job doing that as well, which in my estimation, I think that's one of the best arguments for theism. Theism is the best explanation for the data. If you haven't heard of that argument, Amir, maybe you will get a chance to engage somebody on it. Bob knows about it as well, but he had to leave. But it's kind of like the fine-tuning of the human instead of the universe. So if you haven't heard that argument, that's a good one. What's that?
I wish I had your command of English, Andrew. I'm very impressed.
I appreciate
as a kind of, I feel like a scientist, I look for justifiable evidence to accept just about anything and everything. So that's where I'm coming from, I guess.
Yeah, I understand that, and I get it. Very scientifically minded, probably very analytically minded, logical, reasonable. You want that, and I understand that. So, I'm trying. Insofar as I can move you towards theism, that's my agenda. I'm pretty straightforward about that. I am a Christian, and I want people to believe in Christ ultimately. So, if I can do anything to authentically, genuinely get you to move towards theism, then I would want to do that. So
you can if you can somehow make Jesus or Christ or God appear on the horizon tomorrow morning, that everyone could see us in the world, and they could just basically say, "Hey guys, I'm here." Don't waste your time on anything else. I get up about 6:30, and I was about to close it. So I'm gonna hit the bed, guys. So it's really good talking to you.
Amir, would you come back? Would you come back again sometime soon?
Well, I'm sort of connected with you and Bob, and yeah, why not? Yeah, I enjoy this kind of discussion.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we have them pretty much daily. So if you watch for me to open to a room, or you might see our friend Converse Contender. If you just watch for us open a room, and I'm gonna try to add you as a friend as well. But yeah, feel free to come back anytime you'd like. We're here pretty much daily. So
sounds good. Okay.
Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate it.
You too. Take care.
Very cool.
Andrew, you're such a sweetheart.
Well, thank you, Anna. What about Andrew? It's good.
Only on
What's up, my brother?
So,
Only on TV. Yeah, just get me on the BHI's floor, and I'll turn into an animal. But no, I'm joking. What's up, Free? It's good to see you, bro. There's been some interesting discussions going on. You had a picture. I think you took it down. Didn't you have like an STD picture earlier? I said something in the chat in Chillism. I don't know if you saw it, but I was loving that picture. I was like, that is awesome, Free.
I'm about to bring it back up.
Yeah, you guys got to see. You guys got to see this. This is like. Piper's probably not gonna like it very much. But I thought, yep, that's about what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Come up here.
I didn't know we was gonna go here, so I was trying to be. It's weird because you're a little more decent. We know what strange time, man. Yeah, because it's like you can't really talk. Like you're talking to a bunch of people who just see the world extremely different. It's like talking to fish. And I'm not trying to say to be insulting. I swear not. Yeah. So yeah, and they feel the same way, vice versa. So I understand.
I know. It's a tough one.
Yeah. So I'm not. Yeah. I was in a space prior to this. Go ahead, read myself. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, brother.
Okay, yeah. I was speaking to some guys that they were saying about, basically, free speech is not a threat, yada. And long story short, I was just trying to basically talk about things that I thought they would be familiar with. I wasn't sure, and they had no fucking idea what I was talking about. It was a big space, too, huge space. They have no idea. It's like, again, it's two entirely different worlds. And I don't know, and I don't think we can bridge the gap. And so I don't know, bro. It's scary. But anyhow, racism leads to AIDS, apparently. But yeah. So,
but Piper's probably people that we have around pretty routinely.
She's a badass.
Yeah, she with pink hair, mind you. But Piper, are you able to look at that picture, and does that make is that something you would be like, yeah, I support that? Like, do you think that that's a reasonable thing? Because I mean, if anybody can make sense with me,
I'm on Club Deck. It's really tiny.
Okay, well, I'll read. I can read it to you. It says must reads. It says STDs. This is in the Los Angeles Times. Must reads. STDs in women are skyrocketing, and then it says officials misogyny may be to blame. Now I thought if anybody can accept that as even I haven't read it. I don't know what the content is or anything, but I thought if anybody can make sense of that and be like, you know what, actually that sounds reasonable. I thought it might be. To me, that sounds just insane. But I think, but I'm trying to be charitable and say, okay, well, maybe that is.
Well, I don't know if it's true. I mean, I don't really see what the a priori basis for thinking it's insane is. But I don't know if it's true.
Well, I mean, it would be just.
Yeah, I mean. And that's what I was going to ask, to be sincere to me and all that stuff. And yeah, I don't know, man. I guess to be brutally honest, because there's no way to go around this. I don't mind engaging Piper. I just feel like it's not going to be fruitful. And I want to, Piper. I'm not, when I ask you questions, I don't mean to try to demean you or no shit like that. I sincerely want to know things. So I'm just curious to anybody for that matter. If you guys could draw a correlation between, STD.
Correlation and causation are different things, as you know, right? So it's actually really easy to draw a correlation. If it just happens that STD is a causal factor. But I mean, I don't know whether it's a causal factor or not in this instance. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I'm not sure why I would think it's insane to suggest that, given that, you know, I mean, clearly discrimination affects like the healthcare that people have access to. So, I mean, I don't know. That seems like a pretty common sense, like, you know, reason to think it's not insane to suggest. Whether it's actually true, I don't know.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So, someone decides to have sex. And to what you're saying, they don't have the appropriate health care, so therefore they can contract STDs due to racism not giving them appropriate health care. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's sure.
Actually, here, look, actually, Free Jose in the chat, just, I think he's quoting the article, looks like, or at least, you know, somewhere he's pulling. So this is the connection, right? So poverty or lack of opportunity among African Americans, making them like, now we have to see why that mistrust is there, but, you know, presumably they might say, well, it's just due to the way African Americans have been treated historically in America and still are to some degree by many people's lights. Anyway, making them reluctant to seek care. Certain neighborhoods may be excluded from access to health care because of geography or finances, she said. So there you go.
So that's well, the reason why this is illogical, because even if you don't trust the healthcare system, you definitely should trust the person you're having sex with, because you don't know their status. So those two things again don't correlate or even causality, because causation. Because if I don't,
that is, to be honest.
Okay, that's right. That's fine. But if I don't trust the system, then clearly I'm going to take more precaution because I don't want to go into the system. That's my logic. That would be logically consistent. Saying that, hey, I don't want to go to the hospital because they might fuck me up because I'm black or whatever, or they may not give me appropriate care. So for the fact I don't go to the hospital, I'm going to take extra precautions.
For instance, you're not going to checkups, right? You're not getting the best health advice. You're not, or professional health advice. You're not being treated when you do develop other conditions that weaken your immune system. Then yeah, I can see why it would lead to an increased rate of certain.
No, I can agree to the rate increasing too if you're doing these things, but then the racism part is still the thing that's kind of be tied in. So it's like a clusterfuck of problems for me to kind of satisfy this claim. It's like, yeah, I get it. You want to make money because you have poverty, so sex sells, so you're doing that, and then you possibly contract an STD because of the work you're into, and that seems to be open and shut to me. But somehow racism gets thrown into the mix, or misogyny gets thrown into the mix.
Well, I think the idea is that women and people of color are put in that position because they don't have many other socioeconomic options as a result of discrimination. I think that's the
that's the inference. Yeah, I got you.
Argument.
I strongly, and then again, I hear what you're saying. I hear it all the time. I strongly disagree because, you know, clearly there's a lot of other options. I think people are taking what could be considered the easy road. Is a low skill job. You don't have to have anything just to be a person that someone want to have sex with, and then you take the risk that comes along with that job, and then of course, it ends up being with STD. So again, so if it happens to be more black women or Hispanic women in that space, I don't think that's due to racism. I think that's due to someone who prefers that option over getting the skill and using that to generate income, or just working.
The study that Jose is quoting, I guess the one that was being summed up in your picture, is saying that these women are actually doing this because they don't have other options.
No, I understand that, right? That's the thing though. Like they're saying they don't have other options, but I don't think that will logically follow, because you have an option to get a skill to become productive. Like you could do hair, you could daycare. I mean, there's a lot of options. I do think it's logically follow.
When they went and like studied the people in question, they found that they didn't have other options. It's not logical.
Yeah, that's a claim that says someone don't have other options. That's hard to believe that someone don't have other options to do to that, to get a skill to generate money other than sex. Understood.
I don't know. I mean, like if a study says, okay, we looked at this pool of people, regardless of whether the sample is representative or not, it tells you, okay, we observed in this pool of people, right? these characteristics, right, or these, socioeconomic opportunities, I don't see what the reason for distrusting it is other than like, well, I just have an intuition that this can't be so. That doesn't really seem reasonable.
Yeah, well, I think the reason because I think there's a linear of options you can do before you go down that road. I mean, keep in mind that these people, like, they can't do anything else. I mean, they have some type of disability, then literally disability would take care of them. Only to some extent, of course, but at least would be some type of income. But you're talking about a situation to where a study would suggest such a thing, which when I would ask the same question you're asking, I'll actually go further to say, what do you mean by they had no other option? Like, what is that? Because that's really hard to say that someone has no other option. I mean, being a cashier, being an inventory worker, I mean, it's a million things that you
realize that jobs aren't just like, falling off the trees, right?
Well, there's a lot of places unheard of. You still have options besides to put yourself in that predicament. Understood? No, agreed. Yes, there's unemployment and there's employment. We both see that. But again, to do something as extreme as use your body as a pleasure tool for people who likely have STDs, yeah, you have whatever word you want to use because that's what you're doing. You're basically giving people pleasure for money to use your body that way. And you take the risk of getting STDs, and instead of saying, hey, this is probably not the best option because I can't live to enjoy my money, or I have to get another, another expense, which is medical care now, because now I have the STD. So I didn't want to go to prevent the STD, but now I have the STD, and now I have to go to the hospital. Now I have to take pills to get it. And if I don't do that, I become a vessel of spreading it to other people who take the same risk as me. So it's like, what does the accountability come into place?
As much of a hard time as you do swallowing the idea that somebody would be financially hard up enough to, feel pressure to sell sex for money. Like I'm not sure why that's like a crazy idea.
It's not a crazy idea. It's just not a wise idea. It's not a logical idea. That's the thing. It's not what. Yeah. So
understand.
Right. So no problem. It's fine. And just, whatever. So clearly we see the outcome of these bad decisions that someone like myself, which I'm not trying to speak like holier than thou, because now they're facing STDs that they could have avoided. That would make some bad decisions. They could have sought them out. Because if they sought them out the way like I did, they would not have the STD. They could avoid it because it's avoidable.
If that's what stands in the way of women having sex, and once you have cures for STDs, then are you okay with women having this amount of sex as babies?
No, that's for anybody and everybody. That's anybody who's participating on both sides. So there's the woman who's selling the sex and the man who's participating. If you're catching and spreading STDs, then I think you're culpable for your bad decision making. I think you're accountable and not blaming some abstract concept.
I don't understand. There are plenty of diseases that people get that their lifestyle has a bearing on. Probably, even a lot of genetic diseases probably have a lifestyle variant to them, right? But the course of people's lifestyles and their decisions are delimited by the trusting or not. I mean, it's not just everybody's omniscient and perfectly rational and
Well, see, again, you said it by heart.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're setting the bar high because, again, a lot of you guys think I'm stupid, and I agree with you. But I'm smart enough to at least know.
I didn't say anything about you being stupid.
I know. I said a lot of guys think that. I know you didn't say it. That's perfectly fine. But at least, I think I'm smart enough to say, hey, listen, I don't need to know everything about anything to say this is probably not a good option to sell my body this way to strangers who I don't know what they have and they don't know what I have.
Well, what if it's the only way you can eat?
So again, if that's the precautions, you wear condoms, you make sure the person is tested beforehand and you get tested beforehand. Like there's ways to do things.
Well, how do I make sure I'm tested beforehand?
You can go with them and get tested.
Oh, okay. So, what we're imagining here is I'm going to go with them to the doctor, watch them get tested, and, only engage in the transaction with them after that.
Or you can get an STD. Or you just take a risk and get an STD.
How realistic do you think that is?
Very, because other people do it. It's very realistic.
I don't think there's a lot of people
porn stars do it all the time. Yeah.
Well, no, porn stars don't do that individually. The company that they work for requires their workers to get tested.
Well, see, so there's plenty of porn stars who do have individual setups, and they do it. So yeah, they do. No. Like OnlyFans is a bunch of independent contractors.
You're talking about people. You're talking about porn stars, right? Mm-hmm. So they're not going out and marketing sex to a clientele, right? They're having sex with people they already know on camera.
No, not necessarily. No, they also have sex with strangers too.
Not necessarily, but that tends to be
again. But you're right. But regardless of that, the bottom line is take precaution.
Especially if conservatives like to talk about the coercive side of it. Right? So what if I end up working for a pimp? It just seems like this is to me it seems like a wonderfully naive view that's only being held up by it's nice to believe this.
It's weird because people literally live what I'm talking about. You're making it seem actually I think the contrary as well as a great deal of my family. So the bottom line is there's a lot of people who make so you can make wise decisions to better your life without subjecting yourself to something.
What I'm telling you is just you are automatically classifying it as a result of an unwise decision when you get it.
It is because you got it, yes.
I'm just telling you that's incredibly naive because your decision making, right, is one, limited by the options you have available, and two, limited by your knowledge. And the reason people who are otherwise not idiots, right, get STDs is because not everybody is sex educated. Not everybody, I gotta be honest with you, most people who are doing survival sex work don't have the time and the resources to go and get a hospital to verify that every client they get is, STD free, right? When you trust other people, sometimes they turn out to be trustworthy, independent of anything that you did. Independent of anything you did. So it just seems like you're choosing to believe that nobody would ever be on the receiving end of adverse circumstances when clearly people are all the time.
No, I think, and we're in disagreement. I want to not get hyped because I know how you get sometimes, and I don't want to get that way too. I get that way too. So, but the bottom line is that I feel like you're making this more complicated than it really should be. The reason being because there's plenty of nonprofit organizations that actually do free testing, free STD testing. Wow. Now you're going to start doing that. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get you there. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Because you know where you're going.
We're sensitive now.
Oh wow! I'm not being honest. I just want to have a good conversation, bro. That's what I was saying.
Well, I said it was okay.
I know, but I feel it building up. You act like I'm not familiar with you, but let's try to just get.
That's why I think it's being oversensitive because I haven't actually said anything condescending or anything. I just told you.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying. I feel it coming.
Hyped up, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, okay. All right, Piper. Let's get back to it. All right, so there's nonprofits that help people get tested who needs to be tested. Homeless people all the time, drug addicts, etc. That happens, right? Okay, so that's a free option that's there. Okay. There's in those same organizations also give out condoms. Also, they do free sex education. They give out condoms. Okay, it's a lot of them, tons of them. Some are conservatives, some are liberals. It don't really matter because it's there. Even through school, through sex education, a lot of people grow up knowing these things, and we have a lot of cultural, societal awareness about STDs. So it just becomes really tough to believe that people are not aware of these things. I think the bulk of these things are based on bad decision making. When I say bad decision making, I mean people are aware of the risk. They still make the choice to do what they do regardless of the risk, and they
Google now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and everybody has cell phones too. Yeah, even poor people have cell phones, and I routinely go out and deal with the poor and homeless people, and they have cell phones.
So because some schools do sex education, like if you go to public school, there's sex education, and it's going to be, of course, of varying quality depending on what state you're in, right? But because that exists, and because there are also charities, and because if you dig on the internet, you can educate yourself. Therefore, nobody would be undereducated about STDs. That's the argument you're making.
Well, no. The argument I'm making is, and I think this is about the more options you have to know about a situation means that you're more responsible for the outcome of that situation. So if you knew that there's a chance of this, which many people do, I don't know anybody who wouldn't know that. I mean, it's hard to believe that somebody of an adult age would not know that. Hell, even the young adult age
would not know what exactly.
Not know the risk of sex and catching STDs.
Oh, you're at risk of sex and catching STDs?
Yeah, I was taught it since I was like 13. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
And I wasn't active till adulthood.
There's nothing that like a medical specialist in that area would, that you don't.
No, I'm pretty sure they would, but but you don't have to be a medical specialist.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. This idea that people should just like know everything about healthcare.
I didn't say everything. See, you're straw manning.
Well, if you're not saying everything, then maybe there's some room for people to be undereducated. And so this assumption.
Of course,
everybody should just be sufficiently educated to never catch STDs.
See, you know that thing, Piper. That's not what I'm saying. You're straw manning me. Did not say that, sir. Because you said everything. Maybe you're being hyperbolic and all that, but I'm saying there's enough
Do you think
information.
that there are people who are undereducated about STDs?
However, I don't think that's no, it's not a right. I don't think that's the general norm. You're talking about certain people who may have a certain situation.
It's not about whether it's the norm or not.
It is because we're talking about just for the rates. For the rates to occur the way they are, that would be particular to the general norm. If you're talking about isolated incidents, then yeah, I can see that person may not know.
Increased rates of STDs and still the general population does not have STDs.
No.
It's not a matter.
No. I'm saying it's very hard to believe as much awareness we have on this subject that the average adult doesn't know this. I mean, when I say average, I'm like probably maybe 80 to 90% doesn't know this. This is almost impossible to not know.
What is this? What is this that they don't know?
We're talking about health, sexual health.
Okay, specific? What's the specific like magic thing that
contracting STDs from? Yes, there's a chance you can contract STDs from having sex with someone who's infected.
Okay, everybody knows that. Why is that going to prevent anyone from contracting STDs as a result of ignorance?
I don't want to say, certain countries you may say everybody know that, so how would they contract it?
You just admitted that there are people who contract STDs because they're undereducated.
No, I said some people. No.
So, but the fact that you admitted that it was at least some means that it's not just enough for everybody to be aware that there's a risk of contracting.
That is a fallacy. No, some and enough are two different claims. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Because you're saying, let me explain. You're saying when I say some, that means it's enough. No, there's like again, if you want to be technical, there's always some who don't know a certain amount of information. Like there's just a given. That's why it's a bad question to ask. Like, hey, do you believe that some people don't know anything about like are there some people that don't know Donald Trump is the president of the United States? Like technically, yeah, there is. That's fine. That's perfect. Other people may understand. I'm still saying though, there's some people who may not know Trump is the president of the United States. I mean, technically speaking, there is some. But generally speaking, people know that. People know that Trump is the president of the United States. The same logic goes with...
Yeah, but you understand that people can be aware that STDs are a thing and still contract them as a result.
Of course, yes. Which goes to yes. Right. Which goes to the next point I was going to make. The next point is people do know, as I said before, and they still take the risk, and it's not due to racism or misogyny. It's because they wanted the money or the pleasure or whatever came with it, and that's why they contracted it likely. Not because there happened to be black old woman or some shit like that, because they wanted to get the risk.
I'm just trying to establish whether you think that there are people who contract STDs because they're not educated in sexual health.
So we already said we already established that. We said technically
more on it. Specialists in that area, medical specialists in that area, they know way more about it than you do, and your ignorance on the matter might even lead to you contracting an STD at some point in your life, despite the fact that you think you're an educated, responsible adult, right? So the point that I'm making to you is it's not like fucking insane to imagine that somebody who isn't a complete negligent idiot would contract an STD because they're not educated in sexual health.
So it is, and here's the thing you keep doing is very I don't know what you just said. So the bottom line is, when you say, are there some people, what you're doing is creating a premise to build off that idea that there's a fringe, what I believe is clearly a fringe, minority of people who technically are not educated enough on the subject and will be victims of STDs due to their lack of understanding. That's a given in pretty much almost any category.
Well, that's an empirical claim, right? So do you want to go look it up together?
No, I just like to make my point.
What is
that? Let me finish my point.
First of all,
okay, after you finish your point,
have you considered
No, it's not necessary.
Why is it not necessary?
It's not necessary to know. No, it has nothing to do with you. If you think this will prove me wrong, then you should go look it up. Because I'm about to tell you if you let me finish. If you think this is going to prove me wrong, we're not having the same conversation. You can do that, but no, because that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Of course it does, because I don't.
It literally doesn't. Because I've already conceded that. I've already. No. Piper,
it wouldn't even matter because I already conceded that we know that there's people who are not educated. All right, well, I understand you believe that, so let me finish my point, Piper. Okay? Well, I understand you believe that, but again,
I'll let you finish your point.
Piper,
Check the emails afterward.
you can do that if you want to, Piper. Feel free. I won't stop you.
Okay, but you're not interested in checking your worldview.
Because it has nothing to do with what we're talking. No, because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It has absolutely nothing. This is one of those times that you want to prove something that I've already agreed to. I've already agreed to it, Piper. So it's pointless.
That's fine.
Piper, I've already agreed to it, buddy. So it's totally pointless. This is not even in dispute. So we don't have to.
Saying doesn't have to do with empirical research.
No, I agreed that there's some people who don't understand it. That's perfectly fine. It's not in dispute. So we don't have to. Yes, I don't know why you keep arguing that. Because you're not listening.
That's not the thing that I was asking.
No, I'm fine on that. So
you don't care about whether what you believe is actually true.
So, Piper, let me finish my point, buddy, if you don't mind, please.
Okay. Keep talking like you don't care whether what you say is true or not.
Thank you. Yes, I think you heard me the first time. So, yes. So, the bottom line is that there's people who, as we said before, who are making decisions well aware of the risk of it. They don't need more education because no one knows everything about everything, including this experts. And we don't need to because we did all get degrees in this field of biology and microorganisms, all this stuff. We don't care. Who cares? Chemistry, whatever. The point is we know enough to know how STDs transfer. So the more you do it, the more risk you take. And the more you do it without protections or precautions and knowledge of what you have versus the person have, increases that risk. I think is that fundamentally sound.
Okay, so the only reason that somebody who is aware of that, I mean, first of all, I'm not really sure why we need to continue since you already admitted you don't care about whether what you said is true or not. But like,
I agree with that last one.
I'll just pretend I'm talking to somebody who actually cares about the truth.
That's fair. That's fine.
So, you don't think that there's anybody who understands like the 5th grade facts you just repeated and yet contracts an STD through no fault of their own anyway? Is that really the thing you're going to die on?
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to answer. I thought you were rhetorical. So you asked that question again.
Well, yeah, I'm pretending that you care about the truth, right? So,
Oh, I know you're going to get it again. Go ahead.
In that game of pretend, right? So is it really the case that you think that, just knowing those 5th grade facts, right, will make it so that you just repeat it, will make it so that you never contract an STD through no fault of your own? Is that really what you believe?
That's a possibility. It works for me.
I mean, that's not an answer to the question.
I just did. I said it's a possibility. It works for me. That's a direct answer to the
question.
question.
Isn't about possibility. I'm just asking you whether you think that's the case.
Yeah, generally speaking, yeah. I think generally speaking, people know where that. Yeah, so generally, yes.
All right. I mean, it just seems really naive. I don't know, dude.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's how you feel, and I think, and no offense, I feel the same
I
think
my feelings are justified by the fact that you're talking about like diseases.
Ditto. I feel the same about my feelings.
The way that diseases work is, sometimes even though you're a healthy person who makes good decisions, you contract them.
Of course. Right, that's true. But when we're talking about STDs,
right,
that's
so
a little
what
different.
you just said is a silly thing to say.
No, you said diseases. You said diseases in general. I'm talking about STDs. So again, like if I contract
all diseases, buddy.
So some diseases are.
You contract an STD even though you had safe sex, right?
I understand that, Piper. So I would like to have a conversation.
So it's not just an issue of being a smart, responsible individual, right?
Oh boy.
When you said it was just that, you were wrong.
And I never said it was just that. No, because I never said that.
I asked you.
I literally did.
And you literally said yes, you were.
No, see, again, the issues are wrong. So
now you're denying what you said 5 seconds ago. Good job.
So, see, this is what I'm talking about. You can't have a conversation with Piper because Piper can't control himself.
I call you on it, you still get all pissy and upset and start talking.
Right. Yes, I'm pissed.
Maybe I can step in
really pissed. Oh, absolutely. Take it. He beat the shit out of me. I'm tired. I can't take it.
Well, I was more so looking to rectify between the two of you.
Oh, let's go. I mean, go ahead. Shoot.
So, Free, what do you believe? Piper, what do you believe? What are we all?
Oh, you just hopping in? Or are you trying to? Are you actually wants to justify argument like opposition?
You want to know what's going on, right? If you want to intervene.
What's up, Piper?
Okay.
We're trying to see what you're asking. Are you asking us our positions in the argument?
Yeah.
Like, you trying to get caught up?
You guys are shouting at each other, so I'm trying to understand why.
I was shouting at Piper? Oh, okay. I didn't think I was doing it. I was. Wow. Oh, shit. I guess you really haven't heard me shout.
You went a couple decibels above normal conversational tone.
Oh, wow. Okay. Fair enough for me. And then I think so. We're fine. So my position was, if you look at my PTR, there's a claim, bullshit article, because logically, those two things have nothing to do with STDs, especially now. Basically, it said, and if you read the article, somebody posted in the chat a second ago, they was insinuating that, because people have low income due to, them being black, historical racism, blah, 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 they don't have an option, so therefore it leads to them not getting appropriate health care. But I was highlighting that it's mainly due to bad choices and, having sex, not taking appropriate precaution, the increase of sex, doing it for money, etc. So it leads to the rate increasing because the more you have sex, the more you increase your rate of having STDs, and it's not due to racism, right? It's people making that decisions. So that's my position.
Piper is Jersey, correct?
Oh wow. Alrighty, well, there's no need to have a conversation with you. So I literally didn't say that, but of course Piper will believe what Piper believes. I did not say that. I did not. I said I was going to say relevant.
Yeah, Free, do you believe
Where's
in God?
relevance?
All right, good shit.
No. See, again, just had nothing to do with the conversation, but okay. You guys are funny.
I mean, Free, it's pretty, well, so you said there's this Los Angeles Times article making an empirical claim, right? Because sexually transmitted diseases is a scientific issue. And then you said logically, I don't
think you really. I think, it's just like, there are some people who think, like, if I make claims about empirical facts, right, I should make sure that, my claims align with the empirical facts. I don't think Free is one of those people,
Free, let me ask you something, Jim.
Right. Well, you might want to ask Piper now.
I'm down.
I mean, it matters for the conversation.
It's wow. So okay, I didn't know.
I mean,
now we did right. No, sir, we're not.
Why not?
We're done.
I'll tell you. I have about 5.6. Very average factor.
May I interrupt? I think what Piper was on about judge people based on their sexual activity, and even sexually inactive individuals can be affected by STDs. Okay, and now you asking for free ranges. Penis size might suggest that maybe Free is not too confident in his sexuality.
Agreed.
But I don't like the term this is taking, because while Piper is fairly correct, I think a sex positive society might have other implications where humans are reduced to beings that have nothing much to do than to freely, and this isn't about implications alone that Free was talking about. I feel like while Piper, I don't know, Piper, what's your real name, Piper? We'll start there.
Social Security, what are they?
It's Piper. It's just Piper.
Okay.
Wait, can we get Andrew on today?
I mean, there's an order of things. I would at least ask them for their name before I ask them for their penis size. But I'm guessing Free World is somewhere around 5.5 to 6 erect. And
Man, Andrew, Jesus Christ. This is insane, Andrew. I'm over here losing my fucking mind.
I hear you, brother. See, Free.
no.
Degeneracy.
Yes, indeed.
Preeti, what's wrong? Do we need to talk about penises a little more? What's going on?
Well, actually, Andrew, I started this conversation.
I know, Ray, I have no doubt. You have more babies at 10 months.
Well, Andrew, look at my body fat percentage, actually.
I don't believe you, brother. That makes sense.
Wait, Andrew, I ran 5 miles yesterday, 3 miles today.
Yeah.
Hey, I love how Ray looks for every opportunity to talk about his body fat percentage.
Yeah.
But the point was compensation, right? Like his penis is like less than 6 inches. I mean,
wait, Deepak, no.
Listen. Just to be clear, Deepak, you're probably not of the particular. You're probably hold on. Deepak.
No, I was not referring. Andrew, can we just? I don't know your interest. Your interest in your own. Your interest in your body parts, and especially the penis, kind of irks me. Can we move past this? Because I did not start the conversation, Andrew.
I just want to
I did not start the conversation, Andrew.
Membership that,
Stop it.
they would say that you're part
Start
of
the
the
fire. It's always been burning since the world's been turning.
The flame. I was Deepak. I was trying to. It's kind of losing its punch, but Deepak, you're probably none of the particular membership that should be commenting on penis sizes. That's all I was gonna say. All right, moving on.
You and me, and we can look. What we can do is we can walk into a 7-Eleven together, right? And we'll be like.
Well, you will. You know why? Because you own it. Oh. Okay, who's fucking looking? Stop.
I can get to my phone, Andrew, but that shit was funny as hell. That was funny as hell.
See, that is correct. That is correct. Thank you. And so that's the thing. And if Deepak was
Andrew, I'm offended.
You to express that, I would definitely back off. And that's the whole point. And I do hope people can realize that.
Oh,
I know, but you're so
That's completely uncalled for.
It was very anti-Semitic.
Wait, I'm just surprised when I click Anna's bio, it says follower of Jesus Christ, the true Son of God, and then she just laughed very loudly at
Oh shit! Be quiet, anti-Semitic. First of all, here's the thing. You know what's weird? This is what I won't do. Is that you look? Is that Christian? Here's what's happened.
All Christians are anti-Semitic.
Have you heard them? Andrew's looking for a date. Well, hold on. Let me just say this. SJWs and people that are very much on the left. It's like the worst possible sin in the world. It's not like, believe it or not, it's not even like pedophilia or anything like that. The worst thing that you can do is be a racist, or if you're a fascist, which they don't even know how to define that, most of them. But that's literally like the two biggest sins
Okay.
you can be involved in. It's just kind of funny. Yeah, it's just, no, that's actually true. And so it's just kind of funny because literally it's like all of the traditional values that people have, and they're like, hey, you think like murdering babies and like, some other stuff like that might be like bigger considerations, like something that really is like, man, we really should figure out what's going on with this life in the womb, or, we should really think about like, I don't know, we should really think about like, people that are starving to death or whatever the case may be. Not to say that SJWs don't care about. Hold on. And so to me, it's like, look, I see a full room, and I want you to see this, Deepak. I want to show you this comedian. He's a little known, lesser known gem. Okay, but basically, he has a room full of his shows. Black people, Mexicans, all kinds of people, right? And he is just continually dropping like just racial jokes left and right. Everybody's laughing, and to me, I thought this is awesome. Because tearing down every wall and barrier, he makes fun of himself. He makes fun of white people all the time. And it's actually funny, like actually funny. And I'm telling you,
you're not talking about Russell Peters, are you?
I have never heard of Russell Peters, but I'm right now.
Oh, check him out. That's also what he does. Yeah, no, I have that.
Wait, Andrew, aren't you ever tired of picking a very
he's a Canadian.
Well,
not Russell Brand. He said Russell Brand.
He's British. Russell Peters.
Oh yeah, my bad.
He ain't Indian, but
so Andrew,
I love Russell Peters.
Andrew, you like to pick a subset of fringe subset of the left, and then say, look at these practices of this fringe subset. I'm tired of
it. You just actually brought it up. You actually just did.
Should we do? You actually conservatives.
Anna was a Christian, so she shouldn't laugh at racial jokes. It's like, come on, bro.
Sure, I mean, come on. Clearly a joke. If we did the same with conservatives, I would be pretty worried about the fringe people on the right. And I quickly want to.
I agree.
I want to address something. I want to address something real quick.
You guys sound like my truck trying to start in the winter.
That's right. Address it, Ray. Don't undress it. Address it. Don't undress it.
So, and for those making fun of me, I'm recovering from influenza A and still going to the gym. You're all on Clubhouse tonight.
Oh no, it sounds more like a stutter and/or.
Gray, you've been sexually attracted to me ever since I joined this app. Please stop.
I've never been sexually attracted to you.
Ray.
So before I joined,
I'll shit on you first.
Whoa, Andrew. Before I joined the room, Free and I were debating. It was tense. No one was having a good time, and they were just fighting one-on-one. I joined the room. Everyone starts laughing. Everyone has a good time. Everyone is participating. There are women on
Everyone.
really?
Oh, really?
Everyone? And yet, Andrew, I do not have a green bean. Where's
Why is it time
exactly
that you all get let loose, drink alcohol,
How about one of the interlocutors is gone?
Where's Piper?
Okay. Where's Piper?
Get to the chopper.
Is that supposed to be?
Everyone exactly the way I said that. Piper got hyper and the shit fell apart and then Ray came in.
What was the debate about? Shut up, everyone. Shut up. Fuck. What was the debate about? Sorry.
Here we go. Round two.
Wait, moderated the Jew. He actually, he said don't ever make him mod, and I think we should take that to heart.
You really should.
Okay. Well, just to be clear, what were you talking about, Free? Go ahead.
Yeah, Miller asked me what the debate was about, something about my PTR, so I was going to give a quick recap. So, as you read my PTR, it alleges that racism and misogyny is the leading cause of the rise of STD rates in women would presume black and white according to the ideal of racism. And my position was that doesn't seem to be rational. It's hard to correlate the two or even show causality between racism and misogyny being an increase in STDs in women. And he was saying that he saw that to be reasonable, and I believe it's a stretch to try to make that work. So my position was that it's likely due to negligence and bad decision making. He says due to those two factors, likely. So
You try to understand the proposed mechanism. I mean,
Well, that's the most boring fucking conversation I could ever have.
Look at you. You don't have to hear it now. It's over.
So I want to address something that Preeti said because I'm offended, and I want to just put it out there. She attacked.
I know they tell you it doesn't.
Okay, but
they don't like the people.
Deep Lock and you attacked me as well, and I thought you were my brown brother. Operating with 5.6 inches. I have 5.6. And I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of 5.6.
Some of us just push up on our population.
Yeah, call my number. You would have it. I'll be the new HR.
In the interest of conversation here, I would just like to point out it is no longer considered impolite to ask for penis size. We just look at it as another body part. I think over-sexualization of penis or the ureter is what is giving.
Why are we back on penis?
I think honestly, if you have a small penis, you have to have a good personality.
That's very kind of you. Honey, come on up here.
I think that's why Ray goes to the gym.
We've got to work on. We're gonna have to start. I'm gonna start putting in the rooms degen
One second, Andrew.
because we've got excess degeneration going on. Go ahead, Will.
I was gonna say, Ray, Andrew's not a physicalist.
That's
Wait,
right.
so, Preeti did bring up a good point. It doesn't get as much.
Come on.
Oh, so it's not another penis thing.
There's definitely.
Andrew does not want to talk about his penis size. Everybody take
Well, I
note.
don't mind talking about penis, but I just think it's not appropriate to be doing it in a room full of a bunch of people. So, I mean,
Why?
you can.
Well, I
just said manager on a
Your prayer guys.
First of all,
Book
it's
of Revelations.
First of all,
What did that have to do with God?
JCC, hold on.
No one is against this,
So,
Andrew.
I don't mind. Well, yes, there are people who are against it, even if they don't voice it. I don't need to tell you the people who have
I think it's
mentioned
just you.
degeneracy.
I think it's just you.
Well, you can say that, but I'm not here to talk about penises with all you guys. Like, if you want to do that, go to a different
See,
room.
it sounds like
That's
a
not-
you problem.
But that's fine. But then you can go to a different room.
But Andrew, aren't you a content generating machine? I'm generating content.
Yeah, but that's why I told you you're wrong, right? So that's not actually my goal. I don't really
Andrew.
want to generate content. If we hold on, okay, no, Greg, just shut up. If we wanted to generate content, there's plenty of other things that we could talk about that I could generate massive content, but we don't want to do that. I'm trying to do a specific thing, and yes, I'm trying to do a specific thing. And so if you guys want to be part of that, cool. If you don't want to, you don't have to be here. I'm not going to twist your arm. I'm glad you're here, but we're not going to just make this about degeneracy. Like, that's not my goal.
Well, Andrew, you have a really good personality, which is thankful. If you had like a small penis and for a bad personality, it would be awful.
I appreciate that.
You would be able to.
Thank you. I think.
Just throw a number out there.
Let's go.
Let me find a proverb here though.
You got to focus on quality rather than quantity.
Like pretending his like purpose for being in this room is besides just like race baiting.
His dad tried
watching people fight each other.
Yeah. So here's what's going on.
Who let Greg up on stage? Really?
Hold on just a second. 2620. I just want to read this to you guys because this would be good for this kind of this situation.
Greg is just an awful person. Why would you?
Yeah. But it is true that that there's several proverbs for this situation. Yes, like there's another one. You guys are like this. Only by pride comes contention. Only by pride comes contention. That's a proverb. Now you guys might disagree with that. That's fine. I actually don't. I think that's correct. But there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. That's pretty much the root of it is pride. So I just don't want to see like so much degeneracy that the people that are going to be in here that are here to talk about theism or the case for God or against God don't want to be in here. Like, and that definitely happens. People come in who are Christians and are like, what kind of room is that? They think that we're running just an atheist jungle gym. And I don't want to be accused of that constantly. And because to some degree I feel convicted about that. It's like, well, we can't do that to, we just can't keep doing that. We can't just have a room full of degenerates.
Andrew, you literally let some of the most degenerate, criminal, disgusting people on stage.
Letting them on stage.
Also, he dwells in nihilism all the time.
Hold on. So let me just go ahead and I'm gonna have to move you down, Greg, if you don't chill out a second. So here's the point. There's a difference having somebody on stage who has a history of doing X, okay, versus allowing them to dictate how the conversation is going to go. And that is a much different thing. So I'm quite fine with, people coming up that has all kinds of backgrounds, and we're very lax. Obviously, people get into all kinds of stuff. I don't care what your religious background is, your sexual orientation, what your political views are. Come on.
And if you are Hitler, he will be the
Yeah, no, I didn't say defend it. But the point is that it allowing them to dictate or control the narrative and then try to guide the direction to serve their evil means, that's not going to happen. People can definitely defend their positions, though, and that's totally cool.
You shouldn't condemn, like, egregious people like Hitler.
I didn't say condemn them. I didn't say condemn them. I said
no, you should condemn them. Is what I'm saying.
Yesterday, Andrew was saying that Hitler was loving. So how's that?
Yeah.
Andrew's so two-faced. He goes to like Discord and then tells people one thing that Hitler was loving and blah blah blah. And then he comes here and says, we need to condemn him.
That's true. I know. I do.
So Andrew, can I get something straight? You said, hey.
I don't know. Ray. When it comes to you, I don't think anything's straight. But go ahead, brother.
Oh shit.
I won't let any degenerates on this.
I don't even want to.
Hitler's all right.
Let him go.
Andrew, the amount of times you threatened to spank me personally and spank other men on stage is quite concerning.
So let me deal with this spanking thing. Hold on, we got to deal with this. Okay, so sorry, let me just address this. So here's the point. So the scripture says in various places that if you discipline a child with the rod, it will not kill them. but it'll save him from hell. Okay, now you can, go however you want to take that. It's fine. Now look, I'm not your father, but like I tell Honey, I'll be your daddy, and you can come lay over my knee, and I'll swat the fish out of your body.
I hate to be your daddy.
Now, hold on. He wants to turn that sexual.
I mean, you just said you'll be my daddy, like Andrew.
That's correct.
And you were gonna put your hand on his bum.
Because no, I didn't say any of that. But what I did say is that I discipline you. That's strange that an adult want to spank somebody's butt. Look, I don't want to do it either. But a lot of
You don't want to do it, but you're gonna put your hand on his bum.
But a lot of the if I need to use a belt, I will. If I need to use a
Oh, kinky.
Yeah. So look, if you are degen minded, then yeah, you'll probably go to a degenerate understanding of that. But if you're like, look, people get spanked. People get spanked. Who's muting me? I know. Say, what is this?
I was just gonna say, I was trying to make room for myself to talk, and just to say that, who else in the room thinks Andrew talks too much?
Yeah, Millet. I'm going to get some license for that. But Millet, you know what? I want the Jews to always take precedence over everything as they do. So go ahead and take the reins for a minute, buddy. Wherever you want to go. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Ray, you're a physicalist, right?
Of course.
Okay, what's your answer to this argument? Propositions aren't physical and they aren't mental. Therefore, there exists a third type of thing, which is neither physical nor mental.
I think the syllogism is a little incomplete. Like, propositions exist, maybe, is an extra premise.
You don't think propositions exist?
Well, propositions are just abstract to me.
When you say abstract, what does that mean? You mean like an abstract object?
Yeah, they're like it's like the concept of a circle. Like, circles don't physically exist.
Okay, but the concept of a circle could be like a mental thing in people's minds, right? Or it could be like a free floating thing, right? Like somewhere out there in like the Platonic realm, let's say. Which one do you choose?
I'm not going to speak in absolutes, but I'm going to lean towards that. Like mathematical concepts, like circles, are concepts in people's mind. They're not like Platonic objects.
Okay, well, propositions can't be identical to concepts in people's minds because people's thoughts are not epistemically open. We don't have access to each other's thoughts, right? But propositions are epistemically open.
And
they can't be thought.
Andrew, spanking is abuse, by the way.
Millet, I'm going to say something like the physicalists would argue that propositions are real patterns instantiated in physical substrates.
Wait, what? You think propositions are physical?
Yeah, like a proposition like snow is white exists as a pattern realized in like neural states, symbolic symbols on a page, sound waves in speech, etc.
Propositions can't be physical, though, because physical things are non-intentional, and propositions are inherently intentional.
But they're instantiated in physical substrates. They're not one-to-one with physical things.
What? Like, the point is, so, like, propositions have to have a subject, right, to be a proposition. Like, the proposition has to be about something, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to stay unmuted. Yeah, sure.
Right. The intention in the way that, like, propositions are. So, like, propositions are, it's very unlikely that propositions are a physical thing.
Okay, I wouldn't claim that. I guess I don't really know what a physical thing is here in this.
Okay, so broadly, people will, like, break things into two categories, right? Like, they'll say there will be physical things, like your body and your, like, desk and your dresser, right? And there are mental things, however you want to cash out mental things. Some people think mental things just, like, redounds to physical things, yes. Right? Okay. But, like, so those are the two broad categories that people think. There's no physical thing that, like, we've ever come across that has, like, as its, like,
a physical thing that has like the type of intentionality that's like, you know, available or is necessary for propositions, right? So like propositions, as I was saying before, like the proposition has two component parts, like broadly, right? It has a subject and it has a predicate. So like the proposition, the sky is blue, right? The subject of that proposition is the sky, right? And the predicate is blue, right? So a proposition can't exist unless it's about something, right? Unless it's about something that's like not itself, though. Like you can have like a recursive proposition that's about itself, but it's a different story, right? And that's the same, like, and that's true also of like mental things, right? You can't have like, well, not all mental things, but thoughts. It's true of thoughts. You can't have a thought, right? That's not like directed at something. You can't have a thought that doesn't have a subject, right? But physical things aren't like that.
I'm not following. So what is this intentionality point you're trying to make? Like, what does it conclude with? Let me just like temporarily agree with you that propositions are intentional.
Well, they are intentional in the way that I'm like talking about intentional here.
Right. So then what do we conclude? And like you're saying things that are.
That's game over for the atheists.
It's an interesting framing. I mean, can't I say it?
Or something like that, right? But that's like a psychological projection on your part. It's not like a feature of the object.
I don't know that intentionality doesn't actually exist. Like I'm just gonna reject that intentionality is like a thing. It's a human. Like I don't think thoughts are about things. I think we say they're about things. But if you actually measure the sodium signal interaction between like two synapses, I think you just see electricity and you just see charge and you just see the movement of particles. I don't think you have aboutness actually in the fundamental physical world.
Well, that's interesting. So like, it's just like I don't know, like some sort of like fictionalist about like things like propositions.
I think so. Like, because like, and this is like empirically proven that
you can see the physical corollary of a thought. Whether or not that is exactly is a different question. But yeah,
right.
Fair.
Yeah, we don't know that yet. That's unsolved. But like, we can see physical movement, like physical entities that are correlated with specific thoughts. If we just isolate those physical entities, and I understand they're not like the totality of the thought, that you can't say like what you're observing in that machine is about anything, or I don't think it would make sense in that instance to say it's about like that's rendered down later by the brain, by the Homo sapien brain, and that's like processed later. So I don't really know if there is significance in calling out intentionality.
Like that's fine if you're just gonna take like some sort of like fictionalist view about all this stuff, right? Like you're just gonna say like thoughts are fictional, propositions are fictional. Anything that like presumably has any type of intentionality is fictional. That's fine. They're gonna have to explain a lot of features about the world that like seem like very strange if those things don't exist. Like okay, if I asked everyone in the room to think about the proposition the sky is blue, right? This would be directed at something, right?
Yeah, because
it's itself the proposition. Right? So like
yeah.
So it's like
this is just abstraction of the physical substance.
No, it's not abstract. It's not abstraction, right? The point is that like, what are you going to identify that thing with, right? Because we all have our own mental constructs about thinking about the proposition, right?
Right.
But we don't have access to each other's mental constructs.
I mean,
so what is it that we're all thinking about in common? Right?
Yes.
What are all of our thoughts directed at that's in common, right? Between all of our thoughts, such that they have the same content.
Yeah, I don't think it's that hard to reason out in that blue is a specific wavelength.
the color blue is a specific wavelength. Our retinas and cones at some point, or millions of times, have had with the wavelength that is emitting from the nitrogen and the oxygen and the air reflecting off of, I don't remember why the sky's blue reflects off the ocean or something, or I don't remember exactly why, but nitrogen, oxygen interaction with the retinas and cones. I put 3 balls in a room. I tell Mel to step in the room. I tell Preeti to step in the room. I tell Andrew to step in the room. We can all share after a dialogue with the proposition, there are 3 balls in the room. And you're going to say, okay, that proposition is about something. It was about those 3 balls. Like, that proposition is non-physical. I'd say no, like what we're talking about is the chemical interaction that just occurred in all of our brains. And we're using our vocal cords, physical things, to reference the physical chemical interaction that just happened with those balls, with the bending of the light in the air around those balls, etc.
Yeah, the 3 balls is like a perfect example, right? That like, okay, so we walk into a room and there's 3 balls there, right? Like, we can all have access to those 3 balls, right? Because they're like a physical thing. And they're like what's called epistemically open, right? Which means like we can all have access to them, right? So like we can walk into a room and you can point at the 3 balls and I can see the 3 balls and like the other person with us and another person with us, they can all see the 3 balls, right? And then we can all make our own mental representation of the 3 balls, right? Is that fair? Like, are you with me so far? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So that's like a feature of physical things, is that they have this epistemic openness, that they're available to other from mind to mind, right? We can all look at the ball and all create our own image of it, right? Mental things aren't like that. They don't have that feature, right? Because I don't have access to your thoughts, right? Now, it's either the case that all of our mental representations, right, of the proposition the sky is blue are different from one another, right? Or they're all directed towards the same thing, like the ball in the room.
Sure.
Right? So like, imagine we walked into a room, right, and there was no ball. And I said, like, imagine a ball there, right? We would all have different mental representations of what that ball looked like, its size, its shape, its color, everything, right? So what explains the fact that when we say the proposition the sky is blue, right, we seem to all have access to it, like the case that, like the first case, where there actually is 3 balls in the room, right? That is to say that, like, we all are going to understand the same basic, like, okay, picture a ball, right? Because everyone's balls are going to be different in their heads. And we don't have a way to share with each other what our mental image of the ball is. So we're going to be essentially be talking about different balls. Does that make sense?
You went on for a little bit too long at that. Like, so are you saying how are we able, if there isn't like a physical thing to talk about, and instead we just discuss propositions, how are we even able to discuss propositions that are all pointing towards something if these propositions don't actually physically?
No, what I'm saying is that, like, how is there consistent content, right, across all of the people that think about the same proposition? Each person's, like, mental construct of the proposition is similar to each person's mental construct of the ball they're imagining, right? Then there's no way that we could, like, you know, assure that, like, we're actually conceiving the same thing when we're talking to each other, right? Because there's no physical thing in the room that we can point at and say, like, that's the thing we're talking about.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Somewhat.
Right, so the point is, it doesn't seem like propositions are physical, right? Because physical things have this quality about them, which is like epistemic openness, right? We can all look at the same ball, and we can all have like the same rough picture in our heads when we look at it, right? That's not a feature of propositions. So all physical things are epistemically open. Propositions are not epistemically open, right? So propositions are not epistemically. Whoa! Let me stop for a second. I might have confused myself there for a second. We all have like where do I start this? Okay, physical things are epistemically open, right? They're available to everyone, right? mental things aren't epistemic. Everyone and their intention. So they can't be either mental things or physical things.
I had ChatGPT solve this for us. It actually gave quite a good analogy. The key resolution here is you comparing different levels of description. The resolution is not propositions are secretly physical, but epistemic openness tracks ontology only within a level of description, not across levels. So the core move here is propositions are not objects at the same explanatory level as electronic. And do you know what quicksort is, the computer science algorithm?
No.
Let's just say you have a sorting algorithm. You have a list and you want to sort it alphabetically or numerically. There are different types of algorithms. Like,
yeah, I get you.
An algorithm itself is epistemically closed, unspecified, right? The algorithm has no mass, no temperature, no charge. It cannot surprise you as an algorithm. Yet every implementation of said algorithm is epistemically open. Cache effects, timing, energy usage, it's actually going to sit on some silicon chips, etc. Things like neurons, things like chairs, things like electricity are epistemically open. Belief states, representations are semi-open. Semantic things like propositions are closed. So this is, again, just a feature of abstraction, not
Yeah, like you're just... So we kind of went through this before. I have to walk my dog now, but like, so yeah. Basically, what you're saying there, Ray, is that like what ChatGPT is saying there to you is that like you're a fictionalist, right? Like you think these things are like fictions that are like, you know, like convenient fictions that are like ways that we talk about the world or ways that we like, you know, make things easier for ourselves. Does that make sense? That's like
I'm not sure.
Suggesting
are fictions and abstractions the same thing? Because it's mapping to something real. But it's the level by which you're talking about.
Okay.
Like
abstraction. The term abstraction leaves open the possibility that abstract entity might actually exist, right? Like a vagueness.
That's part of it. But like I took a meaning like abstraction is like, you know, you have a map, right? And a map is like an abstraction from the terrain. Right? Like,
what do you mean? Like, that's a term we would want to just like the philosophically precise term would be just like fiction rather than abstraction. Because abstraction usually can encompass like platonic objects and stuff.
Right. The point is that like it seems like you're saying something like, you know, if you look at the fundamental ontology of the world, if you look at the fundamental things, right, there are no things that are going to be like what propositions are, right? But if you look at like a different level of abstraction or whatever, right, if you like, you know, just talk about like linguistic things or whatever, that's the level of abstraction you're working at, then like you have this useful fiction, this thing called a proposition that allows us to like, you know, do some work with it or allows us to communicate better with each other or have some use, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Deepak, I'm taking my dog out. What do you think about that?
About time.
What do you think about Ray's...
like spooky things are floating around in the universe. Like, whoa, I just ran into a circle.
Well, I think it's like, it's plausible that platonic objects exist. I think it's plausible that thoughts exist.
Insane.
And like thoughts that like are supervening on to me that like that is a feature of the universe that exists, right? Like when I even introspect about my own thoughts, like there's no thought that I've ever encountered in my life that isn't directed towards something.
Yeah, but don't you think the way you're talking right now is just a useful fiction? Like you're saying something different than hydrogen and oxygen molecules when they bond together seem to have these.
Just because things don't show up on the fundamental level of ontology, right, doesn't mean they don't exist.
Agreed, but then we're talking about a different level of existence.
No, I don't think entropy is there in the fundamental ontology of existence.
Agreed, and entropy is an abstraction that refers to other things, right?
No, entropy is a tendency of physical things to like go from highly ordered states to less ordered states.
Yeah, tendency is abstraction. Tendency is not hydrogen, right?
No, but that doesn't mean it's not real. Like you just keep like circling back on this, right? Like, yes, but you're just like, it seems like you're just stipulating that everything that's not hydrogen is like a fiction.
I mean, can I run you through a quick syllogism? Sure. Before you walk the doggy. All physical P1, all entities are epistemic. Let me write them actually in the chat as I do this. Boom, P1. All physical entities are epistemically open, can in principle be discovered, measured, revised, or empirically in the depth. Yep. Cool. P2. Props are epistemically closed. Once a proposition is fully grasped, there is no further discovery to be made about it as that proposition.
No, I'm not sure like how empirical seem like sorry, when I say epistemically closed, like what I mean is that like one mind can't share it univocally with another mind, right? Like we can use language to like approximate it, right? But we can't actually share it in the same way we share like, looking at a ball, right? So that's what I mean by like epistemically closed. Like when something is not available to everyone that comes in contact with it, right? So like your thoughts are immediate to your experiences, right? Whereas like your thoughts are not immediate to me. I have to get them mediated, right? But the ball is immediate to both of us.
Yes, yes. Well,
so I'm not sure P2 is like tracking what I'm talking about.
You have to see the ball and have thoughts about the ball, and then I have to see the ball and have thoughts about the ball, right?
Yeah, but like if we assume like our faculties are functioning correctly, whereas like the thoughts that me and you have about an imaginary ball are going to be different, right? Because we're not both noticing the features of something in the world, right?
Well, we are actually though, but we're doing it in a much more roundabout way. When I say imagine a pink unicorn, I'm asking for you to go into your memory and think about every experience you've had that maps to a unicorn, and then I'm going to practice the same thing. That effectively is a physical exercise, right? Because the memories that we're looking at are made of fatty tissue and electrical signals, and we're just kind of running a similar chemical interaction. Like
no, but so like the mental image you have of the imagined ball, right? That mean you have aren't going to be different.
Like a real red ball in front of us.
Yes.
I don't even necessarily know that that's true though, Lilith, because
that's obviously true. I don't know. Like, okay.
Jim, do you want to say something?
Oh yeah. How about this? Like there's a girl and very beautiful. Everybody think so like she's beautiful, and I think she's beautiful too. And but yesterday, today, she said like I love you, right? But like suddenly you change your mind, and so you started thinking like she's not very beautiful and rather ugly. How about that?
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't think about that. Mills, are you gonna be back on in like an hour or 2 hours?
Yeah, come back on. Hold on, Preeti. Jim, that was pure ownage. I like it. Real quick, Bob, Crimsonite down in the chat.
Andrew, I first want you to admit that you're sexually attracted to me.
I mean, I'm not, but I don't know who couldn't be. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Or who? It's something that I don't know. There's some magnetism you have, right?
Wow, wow, thank you. A lot of women have told me that. Thank you. Even God, right, Millis?
Yeah, I know. You're like, right? You're like, tell me that's true. I mean, you don't, do you, Millis? I mean, really, Millis, you haven't actually shifted to believing in God yet, have you? I mean, please tell me that's true.
God is real, and Allah is His messenger. Thank you.
Ray, come back soon. Free, are you there?
God is real, and Allah is His messenger.
Yes, I am.
Let's all take a moment and process what we're
saying. Let me just ask you a question, brother. Were you spanked as a kid?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See, I think I don't know. I think
there's something to it.
Sayla, that was very mean. I was in the process of trying to hook my dog up to her leash, and I couldn't focus on what I was saying.
That makes sense. No, it is okay, Bob. We still love you. But yes, Free, I do think there's something to it. And yeah, I'm getting a lot of this SJW far left, yelling at me at the top of his lungs. It's just
Really?
you!
Oh, wow.
I've never heard him yell like that. Yeah, what's up?
So my position with me and Albedo had a clash to the Titans, and I've been getting trained in the background, kind of like, have you ever seen dodgeball when they're being trained?
I need to. I have it. It's on my list.
It's on Netflix if you got it.
Nice. Okay. I might need your password for you, but anyway.
Neurodivergent people, they practice going up to the counter to be like, I'd like to order a sandwich. I feel like when the time comes for me to debate him, I'm going to be like, hi, I'm...
Nice.
Real quick, Andrew, would you mind removing Cynic from the stage? I'm on Kampai's profile.
Okay. No, actually, Cynic, you do need to take your Yeah, no, it's not kitty cats. From what I can see.
I just want to know which one of the mods thought it was appropriate to bring up with that profile.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
It's little kitty cats, but all right. Whatever.
No, I don't see kitty cats. I see the N-word. But
that's subjective, though. But yeah, actually, it's pretty.
Hey, which one of the mods thought it was appropriate to bring him up with that profile picture?
I'm glad he changed it.
Cynic, do you think law would permit that kind of thing? No, but he would forgive me, hopefully. Dude, you know what I hate so much about Muslims? You are allowed unlimited forgiveness. So why even be concerned?
Yeah, I don't understand.
I know, God is all merciful. Isn't that the awesome thing about Islam? Like a freaking
God is all merciful.
Jail out a free card.
Why follow anything?
I know it's not Christianity. I know it's not Christianity.
Wait. Have sex, eat pork, drink alcohol.
Hey, bro, isn't that what Western civilization? What do you complain about? Exactly. You're confusing me for a Christian, Ray. You're confusing me for a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
So why have the rules set? Why have the rules set?
The rules are guidelines.
Oh, but your guidelines are going to break.
Yeah,
Okay, big boy, calm down.
Well, here's the point. If the laws are supposed to be a reflection of moral truths, and really these moral truths don't really stand, then it's kind of weird. It's like, well, we're going to administer the punishments for the laws that we've instituted, and we'll be rigorous about that. But they're actually based on a moral code that's flexible. It's kind of weird. But I will say
Cynic lived in a joint family.
It's only weird because you're coming from a Christian background. Because you're trying to compare the logical with the illogical.
I hear you. No,
of course, it's going to be weird.
I agree. I'm trying to compare the logical with the illogical. I'm saying something's illogical here, and here's what's
weird isn't illogical.
Well, let me tell you. No, well, I think it is also illogical. Let me just say this.
Where's the contradiction? Where's the P?
There's an expression. Well, here we go. You hear the P and not P for illogical. You hear it, Bob? Okay, that's the one that said it. But here's the expression. The expression is it's easier or better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. I hate that expression. I think that expression should be blown in Kingdom Come.
That's your subjective opinion. It's retarded. I'm not going to give a grass shit about your subjective opinion.
But Cynic, do you think every opinion is subjective?
Every opinion is subjective?
Do you think that
can you make an argument that is logical? Yes, you can. I don't know how you're defining opinion.
I'm saying is every claim about what is morally true or what's false is that all subjective?
That's all subjective unless we both ground ourselves in accepting an objective morality.
No, that just has to do with agreement. That doesn't mean that it's subjective.
Well, and we can't, if you're trying to say, hey, can we prove things with absolute certainty?
I'm not talking about that. Do you think there are objective truths in the world?
Of course, absolute truths.
If you make a statement, your words.
I believe in absolutes, obviously.
Cool. If the words that you say out your mouth correspond to that truth, that objective truth, as you see it, don't you agree that what you have claimed is some objective truth? You have said something that's objectively true.
The issue is whether I can justify what I'm claiming to be the truth.
Justification right now. I'm saying if it's.
Well, that's all that matters.
No. Hold on. You justify to who? Other people may not agree.
What do you mean I justify to who?
Everybody may not agree with you.
Of course. That's why we need to establish moral objectivity first. Stop being
Cynic. What I'm telling you is a claim consistent with that objectivity or that objective truth. Then you have made a claim It is objectively true. You made a statement that is objectively
Of course,
true.
I'm making a statement. Amazing.
Right. Fine. No, it's objectively true. So
It's okay. I'm making a statement that I'm claiming to be true. So what?
No. That you believe is objectively true. It is.
Okay, I believe it's objectively true. So what?
Okay, cool. Thank you. So when I made a statement,
what?
I'm going to tell you. I'm
No, I'm waiting.
You doing this thing like where you're claiming, oh, well, that's your subjective opinion. No, look, I'm not. That's not. You're not.
Oh, so you're telling me I'm not doing a proper internal critique? I didn't know I was internally critiquing you.
I'm telling you that you just summarizing it as though it's subjective is obviously not what I'm intending.
Well, yeah, you're coming an internal critique to my. You are. That is your fucking opinion. What are you talking about?
Why would you curse in an academic debate?
Oh my God! This is not third grade. Calm down.
What I'm saying.
Oh my God! Now he's gonna judge me. Allah. I'm sorry. Are you Muslim? Are you Prophet Muhammad? I didn't know you were a prophet. Fuck off.
Are you staying or are you going, Ray?
I'm going.
Okay, come back soon, brother.
Wait, Andrew, can you just say you'll spank me one more time before
I will spank you, but it's going to be disciplinary, no sexual connotation.
Bob is into that spanking stuff.
Okay, now, Cynic, the thing is if you think that there are right ways to treat people that are objective, then it would just be the case that there are certain things that you shouldn't do, and it's.
Are you trying to judge me too? Are you saying that I hold to principles and I'm not abiding by these principles? Oh my God, are you my father?
No, that's the point. Do you think that there are principles that you should follow?
Luke, I am your father. Are you about to say that?
Cynic's on a different planet. Welcome, Cynic. It's good to have you, brother. I'm glad you changed your profile. Sheehan, are you there? Are you there, Sheehan Saha? Sheehan Saha, can you unmute, my brother? And welcome, JP, by the way. I see that you're the one I saw. Somebody was running for Congress. It's on JP. JP or Sheehan, or either of you there? JP Moreland or Sheehan, are either of you there? JP, Sheehan. JP Sheehan.
Whenever you get a chance, I want to go back to the tea thing. I was curious about that. And see
Yeah. So let's talk about that. So, all right. So, welcome, JP. Let's do it this way, because this is going to be, people say, like, tell me, give me a list of your favorite movies. It's probably easier to give a list of your favorite movies rather than a list of movies you don't like, or maybe, whatever. So let's do it like this. All those who think that spanking your children as a form of discipline is appropriate, at least sometimes, it'd be interesting to hear from those people. If they want to say, me, if you want to, or put a thumbs up or whatever you want to do. But Bree, you do know that most people on, your side, the atheistic side, they almost consistently want to take this position that you shouldn't spank your children.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I find it interesting because he was talking about child abuse. When they don't consider abuse in general, even adult abuse. So him yelling at you at the top of his lungs and all this stuff, he had considered ways emotional stress that may cause you. Who cares? You may feel like he was abusing you. And you probably didn't voice it out. I mean, I know you will, I sleep on the same thing. But the point of the matter is, I think people, again, are hypersensitized, so they don't understand or consider these options. And it's not saying that you have to do it and it must be done and you have to go to some extreme length with it. It's just a matter that it's an option depending on the situation. And I think it's fine, of course, coming from my side. But for people like that, I think they, like I said, it's like they have this. It's weird. It's ironic. I think what you point out when you asked me this is that you see the temperament of people who aren't disciplined as adults. They're quick to anger. They're quick to violence. They're quick to just be rude and disrespectful. Like the ideal of actually having some respect and discipline is not really there. And I think it's because of that reason.
Yeah, but I think that's a unfair thing to judge by just one person's reaction. There could be other
No, I'm not talking about one person.
Hang on, there could be.
Yeah, I was talking, but you cut me off. Yeah, but it's fine.
No, I didn't cut you off. You were done. You know what? You keep talking. You're the boss. You go.
I'm the boss now because I wasn't done. Come on, now, JC. We're better than that.
Okay, to be cut off would be you're speaking and I cut you off while you're speaking.
Yeah, pause. See, again, you see this, Andrew? If that was me, I wouldn't have done all this shit. It's just weird. You see the common pattern of these people, and this is my base. This is fucking atheist. Like everything is some type of fight or some type of offense that's personal. If it was me, I would say, "Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I thought you was finished." I would just back the fuck up. I wouldn't even say nothing. I would say, "I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean it." And I do it all the time.
Talking forever there. Go ahead.
No, yes, exactly. I'm talking forever. Right?
He hasn't been.
Do you see this?
I don't understand it. I mean,
do it all the time, and they think this is normal for them. Because this is the internet has been a troll's paradise since it started, and this is just one of those another avenue. But it's fun to them. And let's just say this, and I'm laying on this.
Hell yeah, look.
Let's just say I had some issues to where I was suicidal, and this could push me over the brink. Do you think they'd be no fun? Of course they wouldn't, because it's fun for them. Go on to troll the next person, and then if the shit hit the news, like, oh man, we need to just be courteous of how we treat people while they're trolling. A bunch of fucking hypocrites. They don't really care and practice shit they preach. So go ahead, JC. You got it, bro.
So I may have misunderstood what you said. Deepak, can I elaborate? So I may have misunderstood. Are you saying because the way someone is raised, and you're basing that based on an interaction that Andrew had with T, and saying that T was not raised properly, and that's what
No. I said spanking.
Hang on. Am I getting interrupted now? I think that's an example being cut off because I was actually mid-word. I was actually in mid-word.
This is one
I'll give me fucking thumbs down. Fuck you, give me thumbs down, bitch. Fuck
Andrew,
you.
let him finish his question.
Fuck you, he's an atheist, please.
Fuck
By all means.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. So shit on the atheist.
He's a retard.
I'm a retard. Okay, so Andrew. So Andrew, what am I getting wrong? What's what I'm
So
we
we were
said, I
talking
may be
about child.
mistaken.
That's fine. That's fair. We were talking about child discipline, and I brought up the passage in the Bible that say to discipline with a rod. That you should not. The expression "spare the rod, spoil the child" doesn't actually.
Yes, I heard all that. I'm talking about the interaction with T.
Well, when you said that, I said that that it's clear that like he.
No, you said this is based upon me hearing Free. Free made a statement. The way people are raised, they react in a way that they're emotionally immature, and that is why T. So is he basing that upon one interaction with you sharing your interaction with T?
No,
because there could. I'm still talking. There can be other underlying issues as to why this individual reacted the way they reacted. And it's not fair.
I think JCC is a bit undisciplined.
Yeah, I'm very undisciplined. Fuck you. Fuck you.
So do you think we might have to give JCC a bit of a spanking, Andrew?
Yeah,
I don't think we got enough.
Bring it on, bitch.
Here's what I think. Here's what I think Free was saying, and Free can correct me if I'm wrong, but he sees that a lot of people probably weren't spanked, or they're very anti-spank. They're against spanking, and maybe it wasn't administered properly or in love or whatever. But they've turned out in such a way that you can tell a difference between. Typically, you can tell a difference between somebody who comes from a family that actually disciplined them versus one that didn't.
Right. So, you're based on that one. Can you shut the fuck up?
I don't understand your accent.
Philosopher motherfucker. So, are you basing that on that one interaction with T and T alone by broad brushing it? That's the problem.
Am I basing that on? No,
I'm asking Free. God damn, you can't fucking follow.
I can't hear you. Yeah, louder.
Free wasn't
JC.
JCC, go to your room.
No, yes, because I made the statement, Andrew. I made the claim. I made the statement. That's all yes, you made.
Yeah, but
are you basing it on just T? Are you broad brushing, or do you have other ways to elaborate?
Yeah, I think we maybe could discipline adults. Like maybe we should sign JCC now.
Maybe you can shut the fuck up a little bit. You fucking philosopher.
It was not done properly during childhood, and now this is what we have to deal with.
So that's your question, JC. I'm based off general encounters with this. That's why I'm not based off that one isolated thing. I'm saying the accumulation of these experiences, you see a commonality with people who kind of have a strong family structure that has some type of disciplinary structure. And it doesn't have to be spankings. It could be that, they parents let them do any and everything they had against the structure, compared to people who kind of just do whatever they want and believe whatever they want. So they kind of behave, in my opinion, like a child. Like there's no guidance. They are adults who kind of lash out and don't have a lot of emotional control.
Like JCC.
Were you spanked as a child, G?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, not her parents. Like,
wow.
Do you think you turned out good, JCC?
Yes, I'm good.
No.
So do you think spanking can be good?
No. I don't spank. I never spanked my daughter, and she's 17 today, and she's very well behaved.
Well, what I'm saying is do you think spanking harmed you?
Possibly could have, yeah.
Okay, so maybe it did something negative to your personality and who you are today, or do you think?
I wouldn't deem it all.
Your personality is really bad.
Can you shut the fuck up?
As we can see.
As we can see, yeah. I don't give a fuck what anybody in this fucking room thinks about my fucking personality, right? Your views don't affect me one iota, right? So spanking is not a good way.
Making you really angry.
I don't understand this guy. Why is he?
I don't think spanking is a good way to discipline. There are many other ways you can discipline a child without spanking. You don't need to.
But what I'm saying is there a right way to spank? Is it ever appropriate?
Okay. When did you stop speeding your wife there, Andrew?
That's a weird question to ask.
Well, you just ask, is there a right way to spank? It's the same form of question you dumb fuck.
You would just say no. It's not the same as asking, when did you stop beating? Oh, hold on, Greg. That's not the same as saying. That's not the same as saying, when did you stop?
It is exactly.
No, it isn't. If you say
JCC is now being delusional.
You're delusional, you dumb fuck.
What's spanking?
Oh, wow, what's those wonderful?
What are we talking about here?
Oh, foul language. Fuck shit. Cocksucker. Smoke this.
JCP, please. Welcome, Mr. Welcome, Abby. Welcome,
I thought you were a receiver.
Mr. Whoopi. Hold on, Greg. Mr. Whoopi. Mr. Whoopi. Hold on, guys. I wasn't talking to you.
I don't know.
I know that Whoopi normally has like some sexual overtone or whatever. Maybe but hold on, Cynic. But would you say, Mr. Whoopi, that hold on, Cynic. Mr. Whoopi, would you say that you were whooped as a kid?
Well, of course I was. Yes.
And do you think that was beneficial?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so you'd be opposed to spanking.
No, opposed to it. It's just that in the day when it was dealt with, then it corrected kids to be more focused on what was right or wrong. That was back in the day, but with the new age way of having to do things now is like really off the wall. But you've got to figure out how to, recorrect people by speaking properly now. You have to be a little bit more intelligent with what you say, instead of using all these words that people use. So unfortunately, when people are speaking nowadays, they get very testy over words that we humans have created. So how educated are we getting upset over words we created to sound like we're really off the wall?
So I guess I'm unclear. So let me get it as clear. If you were to have kids today, you don't have to talk about your personal life, but if you were to have kids today, what do you think the appropriate way to deal with a child who is incorrigible? Let's say they don't want to listen to things you tell them to do. They won't reason. You can't give them any positive or negative reinforcement other than spanking, it seems, that works. What do you think is?
Well, I'm the adult. We're paying the bills, so then we hand them a little piece of paper that when they can understand, here's your educated way of how you have to live or not. Here's how the door works. You go out it, I close it, I change the locks. You have your own life. Now, when you become responsible, there you go.
But I'm 5. How are you going to unlock the door and leave me out?
Right, so there are kids
well, you see, there's 2 ways how to work that.
Why would you have me? Why would you have me if you're going to throw me out?
Well, you see the whole point about it is.
Hold on, Cindy.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
So a 5-year-old tells you as their father, shut the F up, I'll do what I want.
I'm going to be in foster care and you're going to be in jail.
Hold on.
And you rectify it by speaking to him.
Angelique, I don't understand. How are you defending this stuff? Like, you're like the most silent caretaker imaginable. If you're just the kind of person who would like let their child like climb into an oven.
See, if Sasha's father spanked him, we wouldn't have Sasha like this. He would be a sane human being.
Like Roger might
But
have.
see what I'm saying? It's like
this is why spanking is important.
You make a good point.
It's like the same way you deal with adults today. Adults are talking to each other like this, and how you deal with them, you know.
The way we deal with incorrigible adults in certain states is we take them out and we take some firearms and we shoot them and it's called a firing squad. Oh, hold on, brother. Oh yeah, exactly. Hold on, just a second, brother. So Mr. Whoopi, we take them out and we use guns as I think it was in Idaho. Was it Idaho? One of the states just made the fire. They brought back instead of a penalty, they brought back a form of the death penalty called firing squad. And so this is a recent thing, right? So that's how people deal with certain people who are incorrigible today. So I'm just kind of wondering what you think about certain children who are there, who are not doing the right thing, and they're completely.
Yeah, the ones who are spanked learn that that's the correct way to use your emotions whenever you're upset is to strike somebody. Yeah, that's not a good thing, Andrew.
Not whenever you're upset. That's the wrong way to.
Spanking is the wrong way because that's just that's the frustrations of somebody that can't keep their hands to themselves, and somebody that can't compel themselves to act a little better. There is no reason to strike a child out of anger. There's no reason to lay your hands on a child out of anger. That is abuse.
I got you. Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Andrew is being very careful here, right? Like, clearly his plan is like he's going to spank the shit out of the child and then explain to him very carefully that, look, this is not how adults handle, like, disputes, right? Like, we talk, you know, we kind of hash things out, but like,
I just laid my
you
hands on
fuck up again, I'll smack your shit up.
That is what happens when children reach the age of reason. You start talking to them. Before that, you kind of got to spank them so they know, because they're kind of like animals, and you got to put them on rails.
So here's the.
Do any of you have children?
By the way, who all have kids? So the people who've been talking, JCC does.
I have 2 children in their teenage years.
Okay. I mean, anybody else?
I barely ever had to read my children or spank them. They are amazing children.
I think first of all, probably majority. Well, maybe not a majority, but at least half the stage has kids.
Okay, but the people who've been talking
except for you, who was condoning striking a child, and I really hope that you don't have children.
What do you mean striking a child? You think he's advocating for putting a child in a hospital or something? No, he's not for that.
And let me just say this real quick.
Yeah, I know, but if he can't control his frustration whenever he can't keep his hands to himself,
that's not him losing his cool. He's talking about using physical discipline.
That's correct.
Which is wrong.
So using physical discipline on any metric is wrong.
That's what she's arguing.
Look, are you arguing for that? So they were just clear.
Right.
Yeah, so him arguing.
So we're talking even a slap on the wrist. Or are you against giving a 5-year-old a slap on the wrist?
Yes, it should be obvious.
Okay, well, you're insane.
Jeepers creepers, you guys.
You need not lay your hands on someone out of
if a child keeps drawing on your walls that you painted for like $1 billion, and then he keeps drawing on them, and you say, no, Kevin, stop drawing on the walls that I painted with velvet lights that cost $8,000. And Kevin keeps drawing on the walls. It's time. No problem. I'm watching the children. So the first time I spoke to him, he doesn't understand English. He can't reason. He's a 5-year-old. He's drooling on himself. So I'm going to slap him on the wrist. So he knows now. He can recall that pain. He can. That's a wiring. That takes place. I'm sorry. It's a time-tested method that has been working since
you get them from stepping in the wall and then walk away from
we build civilization. We build civilization.
Yeah, but we also need people like you who think that field rape is okay, right?
Here we go. Deep. I don't know what you're. What do you got? Recall. I don't know what you're talking about. Deep. It's about to expose me. Oh my God. God, the Hindus are about to expose me. Oh my God, the 80% country of fucking child bearers is about to expose me. Get the fuck out of here.
Here's one way to do discipline. You see, Cynic, this is one way to do discipline, right? Like, I didn't have to do any physical violence on you. I just ensured that you couldn't speak anymore.
It didn't work though.
There are ways to do discipline without being physical.
Put him in a corner.
Yeah. Time out, Cynic.
Cynic is like, I don't know, man. I had the experience of being a young boy. If you like, you need to smack your kids, dude. Like you have
to. That. There's so much research on this in the first place, right? Like, why do you think just because your parents did it, you had to do it? I don't get it. Like, I mean, it's just so abundantly obvious to anybody who has kids. Like, you teach kids that this is the way you handle, like, issues, right? They just learn that.
Yeah, they're not going to do it every time. They're just going to do it every time.
Definitely obvious. Well, hold on, let me respond to that.
To anybody who has kids, yes. It should be.
Deepak. Well, no, it should be a second.
I have
you say.
Well, there are times when I get upset with my kid and I yell at him. Like, I've never hit my kid, right? But I've yelled at him. And every time I can see the pattern, like, recreating itself. Right? Like, when he gets upset, he yells at her, right? It's the same cycle of aggression just repeating itself, right? And I'm trying hard to, like, stop myself from doing that, okay? And, like, the fact that people think it's okay to, like, smack a 5-year-old around, right, when he's drawing on the walls.
Smack him around is different. But yeah, I got you.
Basically, what?
The thing is that getting a child is just going to make them, get caught doing it. So.
Okay. Well, let me just say this, Deepak. For the majority of our history, just cultures all around the world, and the norm. This is not something that has not been a norm. You can look up spanking. We can pull some stuff on this. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, just a second, Deepak. It doesn't mean that it's correct because it's a norm. But any kind of institution or practice that's been around for a long time, I think it is good to look at it and see what the effects are.
People have done it, right? People don't just sit on Discord and Clubhouse and yap about it all the time. People have actually done studies to understand what the effect is.
I understand. I've read some studies. I'm aware of that. Yeah, I'm aware of that. And there's studies that are saying it's beneficial in certain controlled environments for parents who are born. Okay, yeah. So let me go ahead and read some to you.
It's beneficial to show that this is how you react.
Yeah, so let's just start here. Let's just start. But by the way, and I'm not going to be, just to be clear, I think what's going to happen here, Deepak, and this is where there's going to be a decoupling from what I would say Christians can accept as being the gospel as far as science goes. When it becomes where
so I have to go actually. Like, can you send it to me by chat or whatever it's called?
I can. I'd like to read it. Can you come back? Can you come back soon? Can you come back soon?
No, let me talk to you about it. It'll be 2 weeks for flying out to Costa Rica. But
oh wow, okay.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Andrew Cynic's a piece of shit because he's just talking shit in the chat and being a prick.
Also, Andrew, do you plan to have children sometime?
No, I want to do the same thing all at the same time.
Wait. You can't do that. Yeah, Cynic, stop doing. Cynic, no, don't do that. Hold on. Yeah, you can't do that, Cynic. I'm going to delete that. If you say anything more like that, I'll have to kick you out, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, Necro. That's not right. Cynic, don't do that. Yeah, for sure. Don't do that, Cynic. If anything like that happens again, somebody tell me. I'll have to remove. But here's the thing. Congress, I'd like you to speak up here. He said, you don't need to know, bro. This is not good. But here's the thing. I'm saying that there are going to be studies that are going to come out as things become progressively, by at least a Christian trajectory, more decadent. And there's going to be... Okay. All right, bro. Got to remove you, Cynic. Appreciate you.
Sorry to interrupt you.
It's fine. As things go on... Oops.
I don't know why people put Slack in their room. He's a piece of shit. He really is.
Yeah, he typically goes off the rails. I'm hopeful, as you know, Buster, that people stop doing that stuff.
He was the only one supporting your view, though.
What does that mean? I mean, that's like a kind of a ridiculous thing.
Well, it's like having Hitler on stage, right?
No, if you're going to be disingenuous, Gray, I mean, we can't have conversations like you got to quit doing that stuff. Like, obviously, support anything Hitler is saying, and he's not going to be supportive of my views. And then, but what he just said to you, Necro, I apologize for. You shouldn't be doing that. It's not going.
It's fine. You know me.
You're pretty chill. You're pretty water off a duck's back. Star power. Star power. Star power. Star power. And by the way, when you said he's the only one, no, obviously Free defended him as well. So don't say stuff like that either. Great, wrong. You're just not even listening. I don't know if there's anybody up here. Saul, welcome. Crimsonite, you're up here too. You might have something to say. Crimsonite, where are you at on child discipline?
Yeah, it is necessary sometimes. You should.
Corporal, right?
Yeah, never go beyond what's necessary. It's something like this because I think there's this. It's stigmatized into making it appear as though it's child abuse, unjustified. You can look at it as restraining a child from conducting self-destructive behavior. Right?
Yeah.
Because whether it's drawing on the wall or hitting another, whatever, stealing, as they grow older, without that discipline, if they can conduct, of course, there's no guarantee they will, but, I think there's a strong they do. It'll become self-destructive. So
violence is not the same as emotional violence. So you can fuck someone up maybe really hard by being a father and then embarrassing them. So imagine if they stole and you just utterly embarrassed them.
Yeah, that's true.
You made them go to the store. You know how bad that is to be a child?
I hear you guys, and I don't want to take a hard shift here. I just want to welcome somebody I've been trying to get to come on forever, but he's like a celebrity, so he's impossible. He's just become too big for his britches. But Matthew Adelstein, my friend, how are you? It's good to see you, buddy.
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Very, very good. There's been a lot of things that have been happening. So, Grand Moppy, I'm sure you've heard of that guy before.
Yes.
Do you know about Roger, his, I don't know, PhD grad student or whoever it is? The one that's, I don't want to say his name. Anyway, he does a lot of different, he does like this thing online where he gets philosophers together, or a philosopher, and then a bunch of, different people to kind of get on and critique the guy's position on something or ask him questions or whatever the case may be. Do you know who that guy is? Who I'm talking about, Roger? Okay. Well, anyway, he came on recently and had a discussion with Sasha about psychophysical harmony. Really, really good. Oppie is coming out, I guess, with a response. I don't know, he's writing a paper or a book, or I don't know, I can't even remember exactly what it is, but something supposedly to address psychophysical harmony. And he's also going to be sitting down with Brian Cutter soon to address.
I think the Cutter thing already happened.
Oh, really? Is it out? Is it watchable?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Did you watch it?
I was actually watching it right before I joined, about 10 minutes before I joined.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I think Sasha did some good work at showing that at least what Roger was bringing to the table to refute psychophysical harmony was not going to work. And so it kind of ended a little bit better, I think, just because Sasha was kind of putting some zingers in there. But anyway, where are you at with psychophysical harmony? Are you thinking that's pretty legit?
Yeah, I think it's a great argument.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So I guess I was over on the Discord server talking to some folks over there that hang out with Jack Angstrike and Detroyer and I don't know, Linford, Malpass, I don't even remember. But I brought up the fine-tuning argument. They wanted to just say that brute contingency, just to throw that out, just there's some brute contingent fact that explains, all of the constants being the way they are or whatever. And that if we're going to say, well, God did it, and we're going to do divine psychology, then they can just say a brute contingent fact explains it. And that's, if you were to compare these two hypotheses, that it seems like that the brute contingent is as good or better to explain all the constants, or to be, just posit that as the explanation. What do you think about that?
I think it's a methodological point, which is, in general, you should not think that event happened that had a probability on the order of 1 in Google. There's some other explanation. But if you go with brute contingency, say the cosmological constant, you end up with probabilities on the order of 1 in Google. It's like, even if you're really sure, if you think the odds are
you able to come up to your microphone a little closer? Or something?
Let's see, is it better now?
That's worse. I don't know if you have a little headset or anything that you put it.
Disconnect.
Oh, way better. Way better.
Okay.
Way better. Yeah, thank you, brother. Go.
Right, so it's like, even if you're 99.9999% sure that the odds that God would, if you think the odds are 1 in a billion that the right view would assign odds of 1 in a billion to God creating a finely tuned universe, then that's just way more plausible, because that's way more than 1 in 10 to the 120th. So all this is to say that I think really just saying it's a Greek fact is a very bad explanation, because it's so unlikely that the Greek fact would be that in particular, that it would set it to that specific number.
Yeah, very good. I did want to say, too, I watched your discussion, I think I got all the way through it, with Matt Dillahunty, and that was painful. Did you guys have any post-debate conversation? Because basically I felt like it was you just explaining things to Matt Dillahunty at various points in the discussion. I don't think it was much of a, equally, intellects going to war over this issue. I didn't know that's what was going on, at least, with the similar knowledge base and philosophical understanding. So have you guys had any post-debate discussion, or has there been anything happened since then between you and Dillahunt?
No. Yeah, we haven't talked since then. I mean, I have a part 2 or whatever, but.
Okay. Yeah, very good. Well, I'm sure noticed that your kryptonite is up on stage, aka Mark Grant.
Yes.
Also
the one man I fear.
But there's another man that thinks people fear him anyway. I'm just playing, but it's CM. He's got a PhD in mathematics. You like that?
I'm going to veto this conversation.
You're going to veto? Yeah. I don't blame you. I'm not going to pursue it. But I just want to say there's several people here that still want to say the fine tuning is a bad argument, and they give various things. You have various different responses that I think have been less than adequate. But one thing people want to say is this royal flush comparison is not good. Because they're like, well, any set of 5 cards, specific 5 cards, are equally as probable as getting a royal flush. So, why are you even saying that? And so I don't think they understand why that analogy's even made. How do you understand it?
Right, I think that's a point in favor of the royal flush example, where it's like, you're not, with the times when you infer that there's some designer or when there's some agent behind something, is if the thing is really improbable, but there's some not extremely improbable reason why an agent might want to bring that about, right? So, that's true in the royal flush case. You can see a story about why an agent would want to get a royal flush in poker. And so it's not so even though you think the odds of the person cheating maybe are low, it's higher than the odds of them getting 10 royal flushes in a row. And so similarly, even if you think that the odds that, God exists prior to considering fine-tuning, they start out low, and the odds of God finally tuning the universe are low, so long as the odds are higher, because it's specific, then it'll be evidence for theism.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think, what is the, what's the, I don't know how long we have you, Matthew, and I'm sure Mark and Bob, maybe others want to talk to you, but what is where is it ended with you and Mark as far as when you guys have talked about this issue? What is it left on as far as you remember? If you were to skill man his overall position in response?
I mean, if I remember correctly, I think, we broadly agree that the right way to go if you're an atheist is to posit a multiverse, and that there are some costs to that, and that there are some costs to the theistic explanation. And I think that the theistic costs are a lot lower. He thinks that the multiverse costs are lower. I don't know, Mark, do you think that's a fair assessment?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I am sympathetic to the multiverse objection, in I probably defended it in the comment section of some of your blog posts at some point. But my main sort of primary tack that I take is rather different. It's more based on the sort of Jonathan, I think his name is Jonathan Weisberg. I might be confusing him with someone else named Jeremy Weisberg. But the objection is just that essentially, sorry, I'm a little distracted by a video that I was passively watching on my computer. But basically, like, you should think that the prior on your own existence is really high, perhaps even 100%, although it doesn't have to strictly be 100%. And from that, you're going to be able to rule out a priori all the possible universes in which you don't exist.
Is this the same view as Sean Carroll? Like the Weissman and Sean Carroll's view? Or like, are they not similar?
I'm not super familiar with anything with much of Sean Carroll. It has anything to do with what he's talking.
So I don't know I had understood Weisberg's point to be different, but maybe it's different points made.
I understand. I did not accurately summarize Weisberg's point, but where I was going to go was to play into that. Basically, he thinks that when we already knew a priori. He thinks that we already knew a priori that the universe was life supporting from the fact that we exist, and what we learned from all of the sort of cosmological data or whatever is just that is not that the constants happen to be set in a really narrow range to support life, whereas they could have been set, fallen outside of it. What we learn rather is that the range of constants happens to be narrow rather than lax. But there's no reason to think.
So why? So I guess. So I understood his point to be more of the second part of what you were saying, but I'm sorry, I probably cannot talk for very long because I'm currently trying to pack, and it's easy to pack if I can have headphones in, but apparently my audio is really bad with headphones, and so it's kind of hard to pack and hold up a phone. But sorry, so with the Weisberg point. I'm not sure why you're saying that we knew a priori that the universe was life permitting. It seems like maybe what the fine-tuning argument illustrates is just the universe being life permitting at all is really improbable.
It's clear. I know you do and have disagreed with this, but I think it's the opposite of improbable. It's extraordinarily probable. It is, as prior, close to about 100%, if anything does.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's the right way of thinking about priors. It's true that before you knew about fine-tuning, you were quite sure that you existed. But it can still be surprising that the universe was finely tuned. So imagine there were two theories. One theory said that there was a three-sided die that was rigged, and if it came up 1, then the universe would be life permitting. And the other theory said that there was a 10 quadrillion sided die that would be rigged, and that the universe would only be life permitting if it came up 1. I think that the fact that the universe is life permitting is very strong evidence for the first of those.
Probably I want to agree, but I think that my view is going to be able. I think probably I'm going to be able to square those intuitions in a way that is not going to necessarily be analogous with the fine-tuning data of the universe. But there's a sense in which I'm ultimately going to bite the bullet on some of the firing squad thought experiments. Well, hold on, let me finish. Realistically, of course, I'm going to say that the fact that everyone missed, the fact that you survived is amazing evidence that the firing squad missed. But what's doing the work is not what you think is doing the work. And what's doing the work doesn't have clear analogies to the finding case. So, for example, with the firing squad case, there's a bunch of things I could do. Like, for example, I could point to the fact that, even if I have 100% prior on my current existence, I can see that the bullets missed, and that's very unlikely on the deliberate. That's very unlikely on the deliberate versus intentional hypothesis, right? So you can imagine. So you can try to kick away, that wrinkle and say, okay, maybe you're blinded, so you can't see anything. And so now I can move on to the next thing. I can say, all right, well, I don't, even though I can't see that the bullets miss, I don't feel any pain. I just feel normally, right? And even if I survive, miraculously survive firing squad shooting at me, probably I would at least be able to, probably I'd still be injured. I'd be able to feel something. So that's what's giving me the evidence that the firing squad missed on purpose. So now you imagine, okay, maybe I'm given some sort of total sort of anesthetic that removes all of my sensory organs. I can still think, but I can't sense or feel or hear literally anything. At this point, it's getting extremely exotic. So, now the fact that I survive, I can draw from my sort of general knowledge of the world. So, for example, one hypothesis, the two hypotheses in question now are not just that they missed on purpose or that they missed by accident. There's a third secret hypothesis, which is that, they hit me and did, in fact, but I'm living as a ghost, okay? But now I can sort of draw on my past memory of sort of all of the empirical information that I've gotten about the world, about how ghosts probably don't exist, certainly not in this sort of sensory deprivation state. So I can say, okay, well, if they hit, then that would confirm some, a hypothesis about, the existence of ghosts that I have reason. All of this prior background knowledge for thinking is very unlikely. So this hypothesis is, disfavored compared to them missing on purpose. So now you can try to kick that away too. You can now further abstract away the idea that I can remember anything about the world other than the fact that I'm in front of a firing squad. Now this is just becoming so exotic that although I might have to bite the bullet, it doesn't feel like a huge cost because it doesn't really correspond to any remotely realistic scenario. I expect I expect weird epistemic conclusions to follow from incredibly exotic epistemic setups.
Yeah, I guess I don't find it's the things that you described changing don't seem to be what make a difference to the firing squad case. So if you imagine a scenario where the firing squad case, there's a dragon and just a bunch of bizarre stuff is happening. There's one sense in which it's exotic, but there's another sense in which I'd still trust my intuitions. I'd still find the view kind of pretty unintuitive, and I'd want to know more details about some of the specific things. But I probably can't talk very much. But yeah, let's discuss this more at some other time.
Darn. Matthew, are you're able to listen for a bit, or are you just gonna, or you got other things going on? You got to roll, or what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, so I can probably listen. So I'm currently I'm leaving Michigan and returning to LA.
Oh my goodness.
Packing up my stuff.
Oh my gosh.
And so it's hard to pack and hold up a phone.
Oh, that's fair.
I can probably listen.
You don't have Bluetooth earbuds or anything yet, or?
Well, I have headphones, but the audio quality you were saying was bad.
Oh, wait, we can try it again. Can you put them on one more time? Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll send you a good headset if we have to. Matthew, we gotta get you ready, man, so you can multitask. You're sorely needed.
I have a question, Andrew.
How about now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's doable. Yeah.
That's good. That's good, man. Go ahead.
Hold on, horrible. Go ahead, Daniel.
I'm just wondering, like, how did what's being said here interface with the typical discussions we have here? Because usually we talk about like Jesus and like Muhammad and stuff like that.
Oh,
it seems that like those that can follow this sort of discussion, the interface is tenuous at best with what we do. It's almost comically irrelevant to what we talk about. I'm sorry.
That's kind of odd. So when we talk about fine tuning or psychophysical harmony or just philosophy in general, I mean, I'm not sure what your motive is here, Daniel, exactly, but it seems like that, this is very much the kind of conversation, even if it was something that we don't have a lot, we want to have it. And I certainly want people like Matthew to be here, so I'm not sure what you're driving at, but
you seem to think that what this man is saying bolsters your claims about a God that you interact with personally.
That's
presumably it was both.
I'll finish.
He needs more Pokemon, Daniel.
Hold on, Sam. You guys are being. If you say the Pokemon stuff again, I'll probably just move you down just because you're not even understanding. Because you're not understanding what is going on here, and I've already explained this multiple times. It's really simple. If you have somebody who is a theist, like Matthew is, even if he's not a Christian theist, if he makes arguments that lift theism, it will lift Christian theism as well. Probably, I think that's correct. So it doesn't matter because it's still the case that theism, if that was an argument that can be had and it can be had well and defended well in favor of theism, then obviously I want to get somebody to theism, and then from there I think Christianity is much more probable. And so of course I have interest in people like Matthew and people who are theists bringing arguments to the table. I mean, you trying to make it seem like all we talk about is cheeseburgers and Jesus walking around or something. That's not true at all. Obviously, we talk about various philosophical arguments, the problem of evil, Molinism. We talk about free will. Ethan comes in here. We talk about all kinds of stuff. But the point is if we can get people to be theists, then for my purposes, I would like people to become Christian. Yeah, that's true. Same thing with anybody who's Christian. And people who are atheists, they would like the Oppie to give his arguments for atheism, and that would bolster their view. I don't understand why you have to make this point.
Well, so the idea is like, so the idea is that, like the typical discussions we have, like interface in some way, maybe even in some tenuous way, with like discussions about like atonement and sinful things and salvation. But it seems that what's being discussed here is it just doesn't interface in any way whatsoever, which makes
theism.
Just relax, Andrew. Number one.
I just don't want to waste his time. I feel like you're kind of wasting time right now.
You're an idiot.
Daniel, we have to play. We have two people that are interlocking with one another.
No, I'm just saying that like these discussions don't interface whatsoever. They don't bolster any of the claims that you have about the Bible being inerrant or anything like that. So you pretending that they do does nothing for you or anyone around you. The claims you make are not.
That's the time.
If you think that, just stop for a second. Yeah, so the idea is
down, Daniel. Not chill, bro. You're getting like really.
Yeah, Daniel, you're totally party pooping.
Yeah,
you're pooping on the party.
They like the number one understand problem.
Hold on, really. So what's actually going on? Well, no, we're not going to do this anymore. So what's actually going on, Daniel, I appreciate you, but what's actually going on here is it doesn't really matter if you think my motivations are whatever. You said you pretending as. At no point did I say, nor indicate, nor try to express that what Matthew's doing or arguing for somehow defends inerrancy or some kind of theological doctrinal position that I hold. That's just
nothing that you believe in whatsoever.
Theism, it defends nothing that I believe in.
It defends nothing you believe in.
There's no theism? Hold on. Do I believe in God, Daniel?
Yes, you do.
Okay, is he defending God?
As you describe God, no.
It doesn't matter. That's no. It doesn't
matter. Rabbit trail, abort mission.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
That's fine. We can stop. I mean, if you want to keep Andrew.
Yes, I don't want to pretend. Don't pretend, bro.
It's weird, bro. You have to concede one thing, that nothing that he's saying interfaces or is in the service of anything that you believe at all.
That's a stupid thing to say, Dan. You're
Well, first of all,
he gave you an explanation
as to why he assumed. This is your problem, Daniel.
No, you're not listening. I want Matthew actually to respond to it. Go ahead, Matthew. What do you think about what Daniel's saying right now? You're on mute. No, hold on, Horrible. Hold on, Horrible. You're on mute, Matthew.
Matthew said he was gonna start packing and he couldn't talk.
Okay. So just to keep in mind, so I know what you did. I know what you did. Hold on. Because what you're doing, maybe you're trying to make. You're trying. Hold on. Go ahead, Matthew.
Oh, I was just gonna say, what isn't? It's a middle ground. It isn't as if and share all the same beliefs. So you could think what all the things I think, and a Christian. I'm not a Christian, but of course, the arguments I make for God's existence, they render Andrew's beliefs more likely. Andrew's beliefs entail that there's.
We heard him say that already.
And so, if there's a God, then they go off that probability.
Yeah, and that's just straightforwardly the case. So Daniel, when you say, hold on, so when you say that it has nothing to do with what you believe, that's just a stupid claim. And I have no idea, other than just trying to make Matthew feel weird or trying to do some kind of weird thing you're trying to do right now.
But the God that he described, but he's describing it. But brother, he's describing a different God than
doesn't matter.
But why would it be in the service of your God?
What, dude? This is
Rabbit trail, abort mission.
No, but Selah, hold on, Daniel. That's just obviously. Look,
are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Obviously, he just told you. He just told you you're. I'm gonna move you down, but both. Both you back up when you're ready. Okay. Reasonable. Yes. It's just very, very stupid. First of all, I haven't said anything live, nor have I implied in any way that what Matthew is arguing for defends some specific doctrinal commitments or theological commitments that I have. I haven't said that. Apart from just God existing, I do think that it is in favor of that. And of course, I'm going to want him to speak. Why wouldn't I? We have plenty of atheists up here. There are plenty of people defending naturalism and all kinds of other stuff. It's completely fine for me to like somebody defending my position. You're being ridiculous right now, Daniel. You're trying to push something that's very, very strange. You're trying to say that just because I want Matthew to speak, that somehow I'm putting off some kind of either explicit or implicit claim or some kind of vibe out there that's supposed to be making people think that Matthew is defending my brand of theism. That's just patently false. That's crazy. Obviously, I think Matthew is eloquent and he's able to defend fine-tuning.
Dude, Andrew, you literally can't not take the bait. Like, just let it be. Let Mark and Matthew talk now.
Yeah. Well, that's fine, but I did want to give Daniel some kind of fair response because I feel like he's in this
if you keep responding with Daniel, then we're just gonna, not have Mark and Matthew talk. Which one do you want?
No, that's fine. Well, no. He said he can talk now that he's got the Bluetooth. Well, I think he can. Maybe he can. But I think now that he's got the Bluetooth in, he can talk.
I have a quick question before they go.
If it will actually help. If it's not biased.
I can talk, but I'm multitasking. So it's like, talking with a guy like Mark Grant. You need a lot of concentration.
Well, I could in theory make it fair by splitting my attention between this and watching this video on YouTube that I was watching.
Oh my gosh.
I think it might be best to just talk some other time.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I might be done packing somewhat soon.
Y'all are haters. We want to see it now.
Very good. Well, no, let me just say this. Matthew also you defend moral realism as well, right, Matthew? Yeah, so that's obviously going to be something else I have interest in. So it's kind of weird. Obviously, I'm going to have interest in the discussions that are related to views, if you're for or against them. I mean, I'm interested in all of it. Mark, I have a great deal of respect for. He's all right. So I want to hear both of you. It's just really a weird thing Daniel just did. But horrible, ask a question if you want to ask real quick, as long as it's relevant. Don't be weird. Matthew doesn't come on very often, and I very much appreciate his here. So, did you want to say something, buddy?
Okay, so there's like an infinite amount of instantiations of the universe, right? Like, okay, so if there is, and there's a non-infinite amount of them that have life, what is the probability, right, that you're in a universe that has life? Is it 0%? And I look at this basic math question.
So there are different. The probability that you're in a universe that's like permitting is 1, because you couldn't be in any other universe.
Okay, yeah. Like it's already happened. I get it.
Yeah, but things can be improbable in one sense, in the sense that it's surprising that they happened, but they can be probable in another sense, in that you know that it's very likely that they did happen. So, like an example is, imagine that in order for you to be born, a trillion-sided die had to be flipped, and it had to come up, or rolled rather, and it had to come up 36. Well, in such a case, there's one sense in which the probability of the die being rolled is 1. After all, you know that it was rolled. You know how it did come up. In that case,
the problem I have is the infinity in the denominator. Like that's what I don't get.
So what about the what are you
like rolling an infinitely sided dice trying to get a subset of it. A subset of
So I guess so the probability of getting, like if you roll an infinity sided die, the probability of getting any particular number will be 0 or infinitesimal.
Yeah, and the fact that it actually exists, right? So the fact that I'm in a universe that does support life, so it's infinitesimal, right? That this exists.
Well, I guess if we assume there are infinite universes and finitely many of them have life, which I think is an assumption. I don't quite know what I would think it, but
why not? I'm curious why.
Well, it would be it would be surprising if there were infinite universes in the first place.
Possible instantiations of a universe. It's like rolling that infinitely sided dice, right? And we just happen to get a finite or a subset of infinite, so a non-infinite amount of those sides.
You're talking about out of an infinite possible universes, the probability that we get this one. Sorry, so that's a different one. I thought you were imagining that there was a multiverse, and then asking about what the probability is that we would find ourselves, that we'd be in a particular universe. But so with just infinite possible universes, I think that's a slightly different issue, because the probability of any two universes is the same. So you can have it be the case that there are infinite possible universes, but the probability of any particular universe isn't 0. Like you could have the probability of universe 1 be 1/2, the probability of universe 2 be 1/4, probability of universe 3 be 1/8. I think I'm inclined to think probably that's what the probability distribution over that's a fundamental reality looks like.
Okay, yeah, that's satisfying enough, actually. I still have to think a little bit more, but I agree with that too.
Yeah, Matthew, have you heard the objection to the Boltzmann brain problem that what's his name, Sean Carroll gives? Or like he's kind of like response to it.
No.
Like Mark can explain it a lot better, or Sully's in here, but it's almost like he takes the Boltzmann brain problem and then just goes like, oh yeah, I see the problem. Well, that then now becomes like kind of like a criterion for selecting which universes are probable or plausible, something like that.
Well, that's why I brought up Sean Carroll earlier. I thought Mark was actually alluding to his son's theory on that.
To his theory on that? Mark, did you sorry, Mark, or Deepak's in here?
Yeah,
I think you guys can probably explain it better.
I read the paper, it's been a while, but I think the term he uses is like cognitively unstable, right? Like the idea is that, you know, if Boltzmann brains, well, like if Boltzmann brains are probable, then it sort of undermines the physical theory that gives rise to that probability, something like that, right? Like, so you can't simultaneously believe the underlying physical theory and believe the entailment that if you're a brain, you're most likely a Boltzmann brain. It's almost like a transcendental argument. I think he almost even uses that phrase.
Yeah. So now that you mention it, yeah. So I have heard that point made by Carroll, where what he says is just like, look, we know we're not Boltzmann brains, right? Because we know that it's like if there was a theory on which there were mostly Boltzmann brains, then we would almost certainly be Boltzmann brains. But we have very strong evidence that we're not Boltzmann brains. That evidence comes in the form of the fact that for Boltzmann brains, their experiences are, like basically every Boltzmann brain after 1 millisecond starts to black out. So if you're not doing that, then you know you're not a Boltzmann brain.
Well, that's not. I don't think that's this. I mean, that might be a different argument to use, but like the one I think Congress is referring to is this idea that, like, you know, if you were a Boltzmann brain, right, then like all the reasons you think you have for believing the underlying physical theory, right, like whatever the the laws of physics you believe entail Boltzmann brains directly, like that's completely undermined, right? Because it's based on experience that you're presuming is veridical, but you're a Boltzmann brain, so it's
exactly. So then,
that's correct as well. Right. It's like there are lots of reasons to think you're not a Boltzmann brain. One of them is that it's self-defeating. One of them is that it poorly predicts the contents of your experience. And so then what you want to do is come up with the best theory you can that rules out that you're a Boltzmann brain. So I agree that this is the right methodology, and I don't think that atheists should think that they're both on brain. I think atheists should think they're almost raises the probability of you not being a Boltzmann brain relative to atheism. Then this will be evidence for theism.
But there's something like that's happening here in the way that he like frames it. It's just like that I'm not quite like, I don't know how to think about it more, but it's something like, okay, if that's true that these physical or these theories are like, it's more probable there's a Boltzmann brain, whatever, then we'll just use that problem, the Boltzmann brain problem, as a criterion by which to judge which worlds are most probable or like are plausible or something like that. So it's almost like he's just saying like we can just avoid the problem and use the problem as like a criterion to like measure which physical theories we like or something like that.
I mean, I think that's right. It's like if there are two theories of physics that you're deciding between, and one says you're a Boltzmann brain, well, I think you should reject that theory. And
it doesn't say that you're a Boltzmann brain. It says that basically you want to point out using the Boltzmann brain problem that the Boltzmann brains are more probable given that theory or something, right?
Well, so that theory makes it so that it's very likely that I would be a Boltzmann brain.
Okay.
But I'm not a Boltzmann brain. And so if a theory renders some false fact highly probable, then the falsity of that.
Yeah, sure. But don't you use the Boltzmann brain problem though?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I don't think Carroll's point is incompatible with thinking that the Boltzmann brain argument has force. So like, just for a simple model, okay, imagine that, let's say that 99% of atheistic views of fundamental physics imply that nearly everyone's a Boltzmann brain. And
of the atheistic theories implied that, while all of the theistic theories implied that. So I get enough weight by a factor of 100 in favor of theism.
Okay. Interesting. This is kind of like a Luke Pryor's style for theism in a sense. It's not necessarily dealing with like Pryor's, but it's the same kind of way they want to, do the conditionalizing on like source idealism, versus source physicalism and so forth. It's like you're kind of using this in a similar way, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably think similar things are true with.
Did we lose him? Oh yeah, sorry, we lost Matthew there for a second.
You there, Matthew?
Oh, there you go. We lost you for a minute, Matthew.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
You said you were
Sorry, yeah. So I think this is broadly right about skeptical scenarios that there are arguments that atheism implies that we're in a skeptical scenario. But I tend to think those arguments won't work. That atheists should think they're in a skeptical scenario, just because I think our evidence against us being in a skeptical scenario is extremely good. Like, if you were in a skeptical scenario, it's very unlikely that your experiences would be streamlined and coherent. And so I prefer the version of the argument that just says, look, we know we're not in skeptical scenarios. Okay, and there are different explanations of how we know that, but the point is we do know that. And it just says, well, atheism renders this fact more surprising than theism. So atheism goes up in probability, or theism goes rather.
Nice, get wrecked, Deepak.
Deepak's not even here. Sasha Destroyer. Yeah, Matthew. Roger was the guy that was in here that was Oppie's, PhD
Oppie's bulldog
or whatever. Yeah, Oppie's bulldog. So look at Sasha changed her name to Roger Destroyer 69. 69. Oh my goodness. But yeah, anyway, Roger, have you met my friend Matthew here?
Yeah.
Nice. Roger's been carrying the torch when you aren't around, Matthew, and doing a good job of defending fine-tuning / psychophysical harmony. But Roger is also not a theist. Just took on dualism, actually. We went from what was illusionism, or what is it? Limitivism?
It's more like illusionism to agnostic to dualism.
There we go. That makes sense. Are you a dualist, Matthew? I think you are.
Yeah.
What kind of a dualist?
I think I count as a substance dualist, but I find the distinction to be a little bit blurry. But I think there's a soul, this sort of non-physical bearer of experience.
Nice, very good. I wanted to ask Matthew. This is one that I have a lot of interest in, but I don't know. I can't remember how you went about it before. But what do you think is the best argument for moral realism?
I kind of think there's only one argument for moral realism, which is that it's the intuitive position.
Yeah.
It's like moral anti-realism, and different people find it counterintuitive to different degrees. And if a person doesn't find results that weird, like, I don't know if there's that much that can be said to convince them. But it's like, I find it just so blazingly obvious. Like, one of the most obvious things that certain things are right and wrong, And this fact is not up to us. So the reason things are right and wrong, not because we think they're right and wrong, not because we made them right and wrong, it's that these things are right and wrong, and we learned that fact. So if everyone in the world thought it was right to go about torturing babies, it would still be wrong. Now, anti-realists can there's a way they can parse that sentence where they can say, look, I agree with that, and that my current attitudes are that I disapprove of torturing babies, even in a world where everyone approves of torturing babies. But the point is, just imagine a person in that world uttering the sentence, torturing babies is right. On this anti-realist view, they'd be saying something true, okay? They wouldn't be speaking falsely. But I find that very implausible. And I find anti-realism especially implausible because it seems like it implies that we have no reason to care about anything. So I think that objective morality stems from a deeper objective value where there's stuff that's worth caring about, even if you don't actually care about it. So for example, Hartford gives this example. Imagine a person who he's indifferent to his suffering on future Tuesdays. So he just doesn't care what happens to him if it happens on a future Tuesday. And so, he schedules this very painful procedure where he'll just get horrendously tortured on a future Tuesday. Then we can ask, is this person being irrational? And it seems so obvious to me that he's being irrational. And, we can imagine other cases of similar irrationality where it seems like people are irrational, not because they're not adequately getting what they want, but just because it seems like they want things that there's no reason to want. But then the idea is just, look, if you think that if people can be irrational, not because they aren't good at getting what they want, but because they want the wrong stuff, then there's stuff that's really objectively worth caring about. And then if that's right, then there's objective value. And then you could in theory believe in objective value, but not in their objective, moral reasons. But that would be a fairly strange view. But once you're in the realm of objective value, you're pretty close to thinking, to being a kind of robust realist. Oh, and then the last point is just, I think that our moral norms, the things that people point to about them that make people distrustful about them, like that you can give an evolutionary explanation for how they came to be, or that they seem to not be about the physical world. You can make very similar points about other kinds of norms that I think are on pretty firm ground. So you can make some more points about our epistemic norms, and about modal facts, which are facts about what's possible and necessary. It's it does seem weird. There are objective facts about what's good and bad. But it also seems weird in a similar way that there are objective facts about what's possible and impossible. That married bachelors are impossible. And somehow we have insight into that. That we, with our finite minds, get insight about the structure of all possible worlds. And we did. I know that there can't be a married bachelor. And so then I think moral realism stops looking so suspicious. So that's what I have to say about moral realism. And so I think because moral realism is really intuitive, I think there's kind of a default presumption, which is you're supposed to believe the things. You're supposed to believe the highly intuitive view, unless you're given a reason to doubt it. So you start believing there's an external world. You only give that up if there's a really strong counter-argument. And then I haven't found there to be a really strong counter-argument, especially not one commensurate with the strength of the reasons in favor of moral realism.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What about if anybody that's not going to say something cringe wants to say something, Matthew, it's fine. But I wanted to ask one more thing. Have you interacted with Ethan's argument for Fatima? Or have you seen his argument for Fatima? Are you aware of that?
I have seen his argument for Fatima. It's not something I've looked into very much. I guess it's like if I had to debate with Ethan about it, I would, I'd get killed. I don't know, like what to, like, I don't. A lot of the stuff about like the photogrammetry goes way over my head. But I think the basic picture, the like view from above, is that they hit the sun and they saw weird stuff, and the weird stuff they saw is similar to what weird stuff other people have seen when they looked at the sun in clearly non-miraculous conditions. So, I guess it's possible that Ethan thinks that there are some bits of physical evidence having to do with like the shadows and the photographs and so on. It's like I don't know about that, so it's hard for me to give that much weight to it. And so I ultimately don't find it convincing, but that's largely just because of my ignorance about the subject. That's why I don't know a ton about it, and so Catholicism is very different from my worldview, and so I would need a very strong argument for Catholicism, and I guess I don't find the considerations that I understand to be anywhere near compelling enough to move me.
Okay. Very good. Go ahead, brother.
Well, what do you think about like the idea that even if it's like very small, right? The fact as you said, like you haven't investigated as thoroughly as Ethan has, right? And so do you think some sort of I don't know what to call it, like indirect Pascal type argument should compel you to investigate it more, just on the off chance that it's right, which would be like holy shit, right? Like what are you and everyone else doing? Like I think even Scott Alexander kind of makes this point in the middle of his response. So he's like, there's a point at which like I'm looking at all this evidence and I stop for a second. I'm like, holy shit, what if it's right? Do you ever feel something like that?
Yeah, I guess I do think. I think there are actually a lot of things. Also, so the two things I'd say that are first, I think there are a lot of conclusions that if I looked into them a lot, they might turn out to be really important. So like potentially, here's one view that you might have. Every time a person gets created, they ultimately, universalism is true, so they ultimately go to heaven, or at least most people end up going to heaven. And so then it's just like preventing the extinction of humans and of life on Earth so that the population can increase and the number of happy people can go up a lot who get infinitely good afterlives. Then that'll be way more important than all the Catholic evangels and stuff. So, I think probably once you're like getting mugged by Pascal, which I kind of am mugged by Pascal. Like I do think I have a view called fanaticism. That's what it's called in the philosophy of risk literature, where the idea of fanaticism is that for any risk, no matter how low, if you make the reward large enough, then it can beat any guaranteed payout. So if you offer me, to create 10 quadrillion happy people, a 1 in Googleplex chance of creating infinite happy people, I think you ought to do the 1 in Googleplex of creating infinite happy people. And there are arguments. This is a very counterintuitive view, but I think it's supported by extremely strong arguments. And so if you have that view, I agree, then you should start looking for low risks. But then I think once you do that, you end up concluding that other stuff's even more important. That it's like Christian evangelism looks pretty good, but it's probably more important is like the long-termism stuff, efforts to keep humanity around so that more people can come to exist and go to heaven. If you're interested, I had an article about this called Philanthropy with Infinite Stakes, where I tried to analyze like how effectively, like once you're going full fanatic, like what's the best place to give your money? And I concluded basically it's long-termist organizations. Oh, and there's things just that I don't actually think I would make that much progress if I looked into it in more detail. Where just like Mark Grant and Scott Alexander and Ethan. It's like I'm never gonna feel that confident coming down on one side of that dispute, and so it won't update me that much.
Now you have to go with Ethan every time.
With the ethical importance thing, do you hold like Stanger's drowning child example? Like, do you think that you have to include that, or are you skeptical of that sort of?
Oh, I think that's absolutely right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think we should give way more to effective charities. I currently give I'm a student, so I don't make very much. I just make the money from my blog, but I currently give about a fifth of my income to effective charities. And when I have a job that earns money, I plan to probably give more than half, or maybe I'll invest some of it and then give late. Maybe I'll invest a lot of it and then donate it later because of compound growth. But yeah, I think Singer's exactly right.
So if you're making Beth $2, you would give Beth $1.
I don't think that's a thing that I don't think that's metaphysically though.
Yeah.
Yes,
but I do think we should basically all give a lot more to effective charities. I mean, I think this is just common sense. It's like there are children dying, and it costs a few $1,000s to save their life, and we spend our money on like things with just way less value because it's just more. We enjoy it more. Like that's almost like the paradigm case of a thing that's not justified.
I think
that yourself while children.
Yeah, I bring that up because even recently, like, I don't know, there's been a sense of like collective guilt, just even around Christmas time, which is kind of a bummer, where I was arguing with some family members where they were like, I was like, I really don't want that much stuff. I'd rather just give a lot of it away. And they didn't really understand that. So it's kind of a very Western mentality.
Yeah, I think that's very awesome. Wait, sorry, who's the person talking?
Caleb.
Sorry?
Caleb Jackson.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah. Your voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's really noble.
And I don't give as much away as I should, as I think most people feel the same way. But just it doesn't feel. It's one of those where it's like if you had aliens who were just observing the world without any context, and they like, what would they think about children in Somalia who like didn't have anything to eat or any clothes, and they would see people in the West who have like 3 TVs and
right. Yeah, have you?
And I'm definitely not at all a social distribution of wealth kind of guy either, but I do think it is just sad in general that that's the culture that we've been accustomed to.
Yeah, I agree. It's like Jesus told a guy who had 2 shirts to give one away. That was grotesque wealth at that time. And now we all have 1 million shirts. Well, not 1 million, but we all have way more than 2. And the people who are very poor, are much, much poorer. They're not much poorer than they were, but much poorer than we are. So yeah, I think there's a duty. And the other important thing is it's important to give effectively. Like it's important to give to the charities to help people as effectively as possible. So I think Give Well, which is a website that has analyzes the top charities for their effectiveness and tries to find the charities that are most effective at saving and improving lives per dollar. I think that's a good place to give.
I mean, it's even just like reading like the parable of the rich man and Lazarus. It's like it's easy to look at that and be like, oh yeah, the rich man was terrible for there's just starve outside his house, but like, aren't most of us nowadays like basically in that same position where there's so much evil in the world and humans are generally sociopathic around it because we have to be, right? We don't spend every day agonizing about all the suffering that kids around the world go through. We just kind of like, yeah, I know it's there, it's a bummer, but oh well, we're gonna do it life anyway. And it's really messed up. I think we're all worse people than we'd like to think we are.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think when people take Christianity very seriously, the conclusions that they get to are like a lot. It's like Peter Singer's argument that you should give away like all your wealth, like Thomas Aquinas had a similar. I mean, he didn't have exactly the same argument, but he also thought that you ought to give your money above. Like I remember there's some passage I came across of him and Singer endorsing relatively similar principles.
Molina did. I think a lot of people during that era did. Like Molina said the same thing, that you shouldn't live off of much more than subsistence or something.
Yeah.
Or you shouldn't keep more than that.
Yeah. For the people who are listening, I would encourage you to there's a pledge called the Giving What We Can Pledge, where you give away 1/10 of your earnings to effective charities. I think you ought to get more, but I think I would encourage you to do that. And if you do that, and you earn the median income of an American, roughly one fewer child will die every year because of you. And my guess would be that most of you earn more than the average American, the sorts of people.
How does that work for you with animal welfare? Like, don't you think one more child being around is like overall worse utilitarians?
No, because if you take into account the impact on wild animals, it lowers wild animal populations by a lot more than it affects farmed animal populations. So I think it's good overall. But I mean, worst case scenario, if you think that, then you should give to charities helping out farmed animals, and those are almost hard. It's like hard to believe how effective they are. It's like per dollar that's given to these charities, animals spend roughly 10 fewer years in a cage, which is kind of insane. Like, imagine you could spend $1 nickel or $1 dime to free a chicken from a cage for an entire year, and that's the effectiveness of the charities. Kind of incredible when you think about it.
Okay, but so you're saying saving a child in the third world overall is positive because it leads to environmental degradation, and that saves more wild animals, or what's the idea?
So the idea is that humans typically reduce insect populations by converting untamed natural land to cropland and pesticide use. It's largely about changing environments rather than polluting them. And this effect is very substantial. So, Brian Tomasic did this calculation, and he guessed each dollar given to GiveWell prevents about 14,000 years of insect life. Now, I think insects mostly live pretty bad lives. Most insect lives are very short and culminate in a painful death. So I think this is a really good thing. So I think this probably outweighs, and then people in the third world also don't eat very much meat. But
do you think this also applies to first worlders?
Yeah, I think it does, just for the wild animal reason. The impact on wild animals just totally swamps by orders of magnitude the impact on farmed animals. It's like the number of insects you prevent from coming into existence per person per year is I think 14 million, which is kind of insane.
What about the effects of destroying the environment? I mean, you have this whole line about destroying the environment favors, or what is it? Hates, or it's our strategists, I think, that it favors, right?
Yeah. So this is a worry. I think. I think this is not. I think this is not. Sorry. So I had a piece about this a while ago, where I went into some detail about it. I basically think the impact on our strategists is outweighed by the impact on lower population. It's like hazardous environments, which thus, because they're more hazardous, incentivize our strategists. You can just look at whether they have more total animals existing than the other ones, like whether the total number of animals that come into existence is higher or lower. And I think it's higher. In the worst environments, it's lower. It's like deserts have way fewer total animals than other environments. Sorry, I should get going, but nice chatting, everyone.
We'll see you again soon, rather than later, Matthew.
Yeah.
Take care. See you. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I could answer it like quickly.
Okay, go ahead, Caleb.
Well, I mean, you've already written about this. There's going to be a non-logical argument, which I know you have an article that I read on, but I just was going to ask, is another analogy, I think the one that you used was like a board game matching with the pieces in that thing at convenience, right? Would it also be fair to say it would be like a puzzle piece where you could say that each individual piece of a puzzle might have its own essential properties, and that might explain it, but it wouldn't explain why there are other puzzle pieces that fit in neatly to make something interesting, right? Is it sort of just the idea that the way they interact is what's surprising?
Yeah, I think that's a good analogy.
Okay. All right, that's fair. Right. See you.
Appreciate you, Matthew. Have a good night, buddy. Thank you.
Right.
CM said, can you imagine being afraid of debating Ethan?
See, Andrew Matthews, the one who actually got me like interested in the harmony arguments too. I really didn't understand them prior, but his stuff kind of helped me understand them more.
Nice. Yeah, very good. I don't know what that stuff that Daniel Nero was doing earlier that was weird.
You're actually the worst person in the world. Like worse than Hitler. Much worse. Like you have to come on here for the first time in like 6 months or something. And also like how it goes to die probably has a big impact on what if he shows up again. And you're like, okay, so CM is gonna talk to him. You're like acting like something like
Yeah, I moved CM down. So I'm with the
Yeah, I'm fine with that. The thing is CM said that, he said, well, just to be clear, Sasha, I've been asking Matthew to come on repeatedly, so obviously I wouldn't want to damage that. But I also have a simultaneous desire to see somebody who says such stupidity like CM does, if he's going to straightforwardly give his point, and engage with Matthew. Usually, yes. Yeah.
And were you there when CM was arguing about the probability thing with fine tuning and like? Were you there for that conversation? Like,
I heard some of it. How did you feel about it?
I think that some of the math stuff. I'm not good at math. Like even like the basic stuff was, I think.
Well, he said you guys aren't even getting basic probability right or something like that.
No, he said that getting like a royal flush is not any less probable than. Like
he said,
it's not any less probable than any other, which is true. But the point is that like it's not. The point isn't a royal flush or like it's not any particular one. It's royal flush or no royal flush. The probability of getting a no royal flush hand is extremely high.
Yeah.
No, Sasha just said that's not the point here.
That's not the point. Because that argument you just made for any.
Your mic's cutting in and out, Sasha.
I said that's not the point of fine tuning, because that argument can be made for any set of cards you get.
Right. The point is that the royal flush is a special card, and so there's a selection bias. If someone continuously got a royal flush, you'd be suspicious because it has significance more so than any random other set.
I don't know what significance. I just think like you have a hypothesis that predicts it better than chance, and that's not true for the other arrangements.
Yeah.
if you're getting several in a row, I mean, it wouldn't really matter what this specified 5 cards are, right? Is the point that it's just everybody understands what a royal flush is, and so it's like, look, that's the best hand.
Yeah, it does matter. The point is that outcome is favorable, and so there is a reason to expect that somebody would seek in a way to get it.
Right. Yeah. Whereas if it's just 5 random cards that are not favorable, that wouldn't be likely someone would cheat.
But it's not just one royal flush either, right?
Right. We're saying that's why I said 5 in a row, like something that would be highly unlikely.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, just to be clear, the argument isn't just one royal flush, right? Obviously, that's not.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
And the equivalent is that life is, because life is special and has value, and is a very, very, consciousness is a very highly specific property, under naturalism. It seems like the fact that the universe would be selecting life in this way, or at least the conditions for life to come about, would be very convenient if it was doing it at random, essentially. Just as it would be very convenient if you got 5 royal flushes if there was genuinely no intention behind it in the game of poker, because it seems like something that you'd expect someone who desires to win, do.
Yeah, very good. Welcome, Mark Rice. Are you there, sir? It's interesting. It says you're U.S. Congress, Illinois 8th GOP nominee. Is that true?
Yeah, actually, right now I'm only a candidate. I was the nominee in November and ran, and I am still running. I haven't been on Facebook probably since. I've hardly been on Facebook, but I used to be quite active on Facebook and on Facebook, on Clubhouse. And I haven't been.
What can you offer citizens? What did you say, Ryder?
What's that?
What do you bring to the table for the American people? Why should we vote for you?
Well, I don't know. If you could go to my website, I don't want to dominate and talk a lot, but anyway, I'm a.
This guy's not gonna win.
You want to know about why you should vote for me? Kind of boring. I could. I'm not here.
What do you mean? You can't be a politician and be like, oh, an opportunity to speak. Well, it's kind of boring. Go to my website. That's not
a little different from most politicians. I think they're mostly scumbag liars. They're in it for the money, and I'm not. And so I'm fairly well known. And at least in my own district, I got 160,000 votes total. But anyway, I'll let you know I'm a business guy. I'm successful. I'm successful in the nonprofit world, so I'm a fighter, and I'm a guy who says enough is enough. And I've just had it with what goes on, at least in my district, which is essentially socialism/communism, a completely different way of looking at the world than I look at it, which is more from as an outsider, not a politician, not a career politician, not at all. Who wants to repeal
what's going on in your district is communism.
Well, the way that my district is the way my whole state is, yeah, I'd say we're pretty close to that. Actually, for instance, our state has a supermajority Democrat rule both in the state house and the state senate, and then in the federal.
That's just like communist Russia and China.
Yeah, highest taxes in the country. The worst school results in the country. Sanctuary city, sanctuary state policy.
Just to be clear, what do you think communism is?
Well, basically, that rather than people having the independence to keep their own money, that we should surrender our money and our time and our talent, our treasure to the government, for the government to decide what's best.
All of it?
Huh?
All of it or some of it? What do you mean?
No, not 100%. No, so we're not full on communists. I mean, that's true, but it's because
how much are you surrendering?
People a year that out-migrate and leave the state.
What percentage do you think is given up?
What's that?
What percentage do you think you are giving up?
I was just saying property taxes now, right? First out of 50 states. So
I'm not asking which ordinally. I'm asking what percentage people are giving up.
What percentage do we pay in between what? And state taxes, income taxes, property taxes.
Like, look, you said communism would be you give 100%.
Taxes in the country.
Oh my God,
No.
You said communism.
That should be nice. Be nice to him.
No. We can talk. I'm an actual politician, so.
Yeah. So just look, I'm asking you this.
I'm
you say communism. You just stop talking, you fucking idiot.
Okay.
Just mute your mic.
Sasha.
You're a fucking idiot. I don't like that. I'm not afraid of you. I can
fucking
have every right to talk on the air.
All right. Good. All right, then you're fine. Go ahead. Have at it.
Okay. Just you think communism is?
Tell me how communism is good. Love to hear it.
You fucking moron. Just stop talking.
I'm like fucking moron, and by using those words, it shows that you have no intellect. But it's okay. Go ahead.
You just used them, you fucking idiot.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. More names.
Yeah, good one.
That's so smart. What a clever
Okay, so you say communism if you give 100%. What percentage is given in your supposedly communist state?
I'm arguing, and maybe you couldn't hear, I'll use smaller words for you. Might help you. Relatively speaking, on a relative basis, the state.
Why isn't this idiot answering the question? Is he slow or something, Andrew? Why is this fucking idiot just changing the question every time? Is he disabled?
If you can't listen,
that's like first disabled candidate.
If you're going to hear your session,
just respond. I just want you to answer the question, you fucking moron.
Just let him respond.
He's not responding, though. He's just changing the question.
Yeah, your question, senior, repeat your question.
Yeah, you say communism is you give 100%. Then you say my state is communist. You see, this fucking idiot. I can't even get through the question because his fucking brain just like activates like, oh monkey, gotta throw poop. Mark, you fucking moron.
So what was the last part of the question?
Well, no, I need to repeat it.
Okay, you say communism.
Yeah, so the question is this. You say communism is you give 100%. Now you say your state is communist. Like what percentage are people generally giving in your state?
And it seemed like he was saying like relatively, it's relative, like it's not communism.
That's just not an answer to the question. What are you doing?
He's saying it's not communist.
I guess you can't think, if you don't have the ability to think only in black and white, we're not actually communists. We're not in Russia. We're not in Cuba. We are in a capitalist system. But relative.
You said it's basically communism. Fucking idiot. You said it's basically communism.
Taxes. We get less in services. We pay more in really almost any way that you can measure it. And my district is one of those districts that's controlled by these people that think that is a good thing. That we should pay more in taxes. That we should pay more in every way than other. Relatively speaking, in our great United States, which is a democracy and a capitalist system, that is a good thing. And I disagree.
Do we agree it's not communist, though?
Yeah, we're technically not communist, but we're leaning.
You mean technically?
Well,
in what sense are you communist?
It's technically not communist, but.
Wait, but in what sense are you a communist, then?
In what?
Like it's technically, it's not a communist state.
Yeah.
In what sense is it a communist state?
We're losing our country and becoming more socialist and communist, where the government should be in charge.
And you just mean by that we pay higher taxes?
Well, do you see that I'm talking and you interrupt, and then you
tell
me names?
Sasha, you got to
know what troll you are, but if you do want
things
other than like an echo chamber,
I do want you
doing that and then calling people.
Yeah, we don't want you here, Mark. Fuck off.
Stick around.
Mark. Yeah, don't leave. There's conservatives here. Hold on, there's conservatives.
Mark, get the fuck out of here, fucking idiot. Doesn't even know what communism is.
Stop. Mark,
you're not welcome here.
Mark, you are welcome here. Yeah.
Mark, please leave.
Okay.
Look, just this fucking idiot, like, gets stressed on one thing and starts lying.
It's embarrassing. Like,
Mark, you're fine here, Mark. So
Mark,
here's the point.
You fucking retard. Like, I asked you one thing. And it took you like 30 minutes to get to an answer.
Yeah, Sasha, Roger, you gotta chill. Mark, look, Roger.
Andrew, he's not bringing his like 100,000 voters to your room.
Okay, that's not even the point. Look, it's a new person. We shouldn't be rude to him. Like, I don't care. Like,
you just wanted to have fucking CF talk to Matthew.
Yes, I know, but you don't need
normal in America for politicians to not answer your question. So it's very.
Yeah, I know he's a dishonest piece of shit, and he was just saying, "Oh yeah, I'm not their politicians." But it's just like, you know, who's like at the end and he starts fucking lying.
Okay, well, what world? Who are you?
Congress, stop doing the bullshit, Congress. Stop doing the bullshit, Congress.
We all got what you're saying.
It doesn't seem like it. It seems like a very poor
Congress, stop fucking bullshitting, you dumb cunt.
Explain to me where you're
Mark, shut up. The adults are talking.
No,
go to your room, Mark. We'll get back to you.
Don't go nowhere, Mark.
Mark, go to your room. We'll get back to you. The adults are talking now.
When people are losing an argument, what they
Mark, just shut up.
is they tend to just
Mark, shut up.
How is social allowed to be this way? Are there any mods here?
No.
Yeah, just stop, please. Yeah, just dial it back, Sasha. I mean, like, you're being too pedantic here. I mean, like, it's like what I prefer to say.
Stop being a fucking dishonest cunt.
Shut up. You're just.
We have other words for how we speak.
Yeah,
as well.
he obviously was saying something like we're tending toward communistic values.
No, what he said initially was just my state is communist and socialist.
It's the word choice that he used.
Okay. If I said it again,
yeah, the word choice, which in turn gives a meaning to what he said.
Take it out of
So
context.
Mark, shut up. The adults are talking. Hey, Mark, shush.
You're right.
Mark, shush. Mark, shush.
It's become more communist-like.
Hey, shush.
It's becoming more communist than other states. And I can understand that.
Mark,
and you can't be quiet and not speak because you think you're so important. You should be quiet, or maybe you should leave.
Hey, Mark.
Because it's hard to have a conversation.
Mark,
someone like you that swears at people.
Mark, stop it.
And like
go to your room.
Sound like they're a smart person when they have a very teeny
Oh my God, Mark, just okay.
Yeah, Sasha.
Hey, good boy. There we go.
Just dial it back, Sasha. Because like, I mean, this is just getting boring. You guys are talking over each other.
He won't shut the fuck up. I was responding to you. He's doing the dishonest politician like acts right now. Like he started out by saying, "Yeah, most politicians are pieces of shit, and I don't want to be like that." And then like, what happens? Can't answer a direct question and starts like smoke screen.
Go ahead and tell me it's a troll again. What are you saying? That because I feel that most politicians are dishonest, that somehow.
No, you fucking idiot. Oh my God, you're so stupid. I'm saying you're critical of other politicians for being dishonest.
True.
Yo, shut up. Shut up. I'm explaining the point to you. Hey, Mark, shush. I'll explain the point to you.
Quickly and land your plane because nobody wants to hear you. You can listen.
Hey, shush. Shush. Okay. The point is, you came in and called other politicians dishonest and set yourself apart from them. But then you're just as much of a
corruption, yes.
Bro, just stop talking, you fucking monkey. What's wrong with you? Just mute your microphone. The point is, you came in and you tried setting yourself apart from other politicians, saying they're dishonest. But then you're just as dishonest as them. Like you're just doing the classic politician nonsense of can't answer a direct question and start fucking non-swallow.
Did somebody boot him? Is that what happened?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. Don't worry. But I don't know what actually know. I mean, I was just...
One thing about political corruption and that doesn't qualify them to be a piece of shit liar or whatever, all these names that you're coming up with. I mean, you need to try to use some logic and a little level of...
No, I'm not calling you a liar because you talk about corruption. I'm calling you a dishonest hack.
Right,
because you can't answer straightforward questions.
In politics. I would like to change that, yes.
I'm saying you're a hack because you can't answer straightforward questions.
Okay, can I answer the question that yes, there is corruption?
I didn't ask you that, you fucking monkey.
That doesn't make me a monkey or a hat.
I didn't ask you a question, you fucking idiot.
You're wrong. And to call me a fucking idiot means you're losing the argument, and it's embarrassing for you. Very embarrassing. That's why the people are all criticizing you for your behavior.
Oh no, they're criticizing me for like being mean to you. They also consider being a dishonest piece of garbage.
Yeah, why don't we figure it out? So,
well, Andrew, just let's figure it out. Did I ask Mark a direct question and did he answer it or not? Because I was just asking him, like, did you say that? And what was he doing? Was he answering or no?
Question.
He said that it's not technically a communist.
Not what I'm asking you, Andrew. Stop fucking bullshitting. What I'm asking you is...
I don't know what your direct question was. It was like, is it a communist? Go ahead and ask it again.
No, I was asking him, hey, so you said communism is you pay 100%, and you said your state is a communist one. Okay, what percentage do you pay? That's what I asked him. Now, did he ever answer that question directly? Right, or did he just start fucking dancing around it like an idiot?
I don't think he ever answered that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, right, because he's the dishonest politician.
I know that follows. I think that he could obviously just be saying, look, I'm going to say what I mean. Yeah, that's fine. Look, his answer can just be that it rhymes with communism, okay? That's the deal.
Yeah, but that wasn't his answer.
Okay.
Why are you saying what could be? Are you stupid?
Because I think that is what he means. I think
but just if that's what he means, he can just straightforwardly say that rather than fucking like just dishonestly noise flowing.
I understand that, Sasha, but
right, so you agree Mark is a dishonest piece of trash.
I agree.
And the only reason you're getting involved is because I'm being mean to him.
I'm getting involved because you are being mean to him, and I want to give him a chance to speak. That's why.
Bro, he's been fucking under-talking throughout.
Well, I think he feels pretty offended, or at least like you've been kind of rude to him, and I think you have been.
Bro, so I tried asking him a very straightforward question.
Yeah, but you went 0 to 1,000 real quick, right?
No. Initially, I was just asking the question, and he wouldn't shut the fuck up and wouldn't fucking answer it because he's a dishonest fucking cunt.
About your feelings? Is that what this is? It's very strange. Like if you're
get the fuck out of here, you piece of trash.
Okay. Mark, you did say,
Mark, you fat, bald piece of trash. Get the fuck out of here.
Mark, you said that it was the case that it's technically not a communist.
Of course not.
Of course not. Right. And you said it's not Russia or whatever.
I pointed out the relativism of it, and let's say we're number one in taxes versus 49 other states, something like that. Like these kinds of things, a normal person
stupid.
Wouldn't start swearing.
It's like saying like the blackest state is Uganda because it has the most black relatives. Like, holy fuck.
Okay.
What?
Okay. So look, somebody could feel like it's pretty bad to see the declination in their state or their city or whatever, Roger. I mean, like, I don't think it's unfair for him to be like, hey, look, this reminds me of
why are you fucking carrying water for this?
I agree with you that he didn't give you a direct answer. I've already
said great. That look. Okay. If you agree with that,
give him another chance.
No, stop the bullshit. Stop the bullshit. Cut the shit.
I don't think it's good.
Look. Hey, monkey, shut up. Mark, shush. Mark, shush.
No.
Mark, shush. Shush. The adults are talking. Mark, mute your microphone.
Feel a little better?
Hey, fat bald retard, mute your microphone. Anyway, Andrew, if you agree with me on that.
From you.
Hey, Mark, shut up. Okay.
Oh, you shut up. You're.
Okay, anyway, Andrew.
Why do you keep doing that? I'm telling you,
Mark,
that under the definition of communism, that I live in the United States, Illinois is one of the states. It is not technically communist.
Stop yelling. The adults are speaking.
That I've answered you're such an important question because you're such an important.
Okay, are you done?
That I'm answering your question fully.
Did you get it all out, Mark? Did you get it all out? Can I talk to Andrew now?
Nobody would like to hear.
I actually do want to talk to you.
Sorry, Mark. Are you done or no?
I wish you would just know. I wish you would.
Hey, Mark, you got fucking 8. Are you done or no?
Andrew's asking you if he can talk, and you're not letting him. Can you give Andrew a chance to talk?
I didn't hear Andrew. This fucking monkey wouldn't shut up.
Andrew's trying to say something. Andrew's trying to talk to him, but...
Wait, I was trying to respond to Andrew.
Okay, but it's not working. So give Andrew a chance. He's saying, I'm trying, and then he's not able to get a word in. Andrew, did you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Look, I do want to talk to you, Mark. I don't mind if you can slug it out with Roger. That's fine if you guys want to do that. I don't want you to feel so offended that you leave, though. I mean, that's fine. I understand what Roger's doing. Roger.
Yeah, we don't want you to be like a little snowflake bitch.
Roger has a strong sensitivity to people dodging or evading a direct question, and I understand. I share the sympathy in a lot of cases. I think you're generally good-natured, so I don't feel like that should apply. Like the response is fair. I don't think it's an equal measure, but that's fine. I whatever. She feels like it is an equal measure, but I'll just say that look, the question that Roger asked you directly was what percentage do you guys give, I think, is, to the government or whatever. And I think, what's the percent? Because that'll show how close you are to actual communism. If you think what communism means is 100% is given to the government. I think that's what her direct question is. So if you don't know the number, I heard you say that we're like the highest in taxes. I think you said 39 states or whatever you said, all states. I don't know.
Actual
go ahead.
Relativism rather than numbers. I think if you live in a country and there are multiple states, there's 50 in our country. If you live in a state that gives the most, and then you're closest to communism.
You see, this fucking idiot can't even answer you, Andrew. Like, now you see that he's just a dishonest piece of trash.
He's saying it's relative. He's not saying that it's not.
Andrew, stop fucking bullshitting. You made it clear what the question was and what it was not. And he didn't answer it.
He said he didn't want to speak in numbers. I think he wanted to say relatively to other states, like something like that.
No, but that's just not answering the question. The answer is, I don't know. That's his actual answer. He just doesn't want to say it because he's a fucking bitch.
No, it's not that. It's
like, imagine how fucking stupid of an answer that is. Like, just because. Hey, Mark, sure, I'm talking to Andrew.
You understand?
Now, seriously, just shut this fucking monkey down. I just want to explain to Andrew since he gave it a good faith attempt. What? Shut up.
That resort.
Shut your mouth, you dumb cunt. Hey, you bald fat retard. Stop talking.
So speak because it's not.
Hey, you bald fat retard. Stop talking.
This is getting boring. It's not even a good conversation. It's just like.
I just wanted to talk to Andrew.
We already know what your view is. That he's being dishonest. He's like evading. He's
that's not the point. That's not the point I want to make right now.
It's just like, okay.
Yeah, that's not the point I want to make though. Okay, anyway,
I'll make a
hey, Mark, shut up! Jesus fucking Christ!
Congress people, or people who are like,
hey, Mark, shut up, you fat old retard!
On your little,
hey, you worthless fucking sack of trash! Stop
have
talking.
an opportunity to have a substantive conversation with somebody who's real and might actually make a difference. And instead, what you do
is
Mark,
shut the fuck up, you old fucking cunt!
Well,
okay, anyway. Andrew, I want to make a point
for you. Me too? Is that going to be your point that he's evading you too?
No. I mean, it is true that he's evading you too.
Okay.
But like now I just want to make a separate point. Which is like, how fucking stupid is this response of, because we pay more in taxes than any other state, then we're communism. Like imagine like you say, oh, authoritarianism is where the government has like complete unconstrained control. And like Texas is the state where the government has the most power. So Texas is an authoritarian regime. It's just like fucking stupid. It's just like you have to be so fucking brain dead to say something.
Let me ask you this.
Obviously the absolute number matters. Because like, there's always gonna be one that pays the most in taxes. Right. And it could be like a difference of like 1%.
Yeah, I agree with you.
From like, the one who pays the least.
That's fair. That's a fair point. So obviously, all the states could be very far from communism, but of course, there's always going to be one, unless they're all equal, there's going to be one that's closer to. But it'd be very strange to say that the one that's closest to is actually close in any meaningful sense because they're all far, far away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's a fair point. So look, Mark.
Yeah, and Mark was finally like a good dog and shut the fuck up for a second so we could get through it. Yeah, and you can see that good things happen when like this fucking piece of trash shuts its mouth for a second.
You
Do you think that he was trying to argue that they're actually
here we go with the fucking small screen
that we're tending toward communism?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. If I paid you $1 billion, Sasha, to charitably interpret what he's saying, do you think that you could interpret it more charitably than you are?
I understand what you mean more charitably. Like,
what I mean,
look, I'll just tell you straightforwardly what's going on. Okay. He's a fucking idiot, right?
Okay.
He's like a capitalist. He has this like fucking brain-dead monkey morality of like, ooh, I make the money, so I get it, and if government step in and take it, then steal it. Right? That's like roughly the extent he has thought about. Okay. Now he knows like everybody agrees communism is bad, right? Like, you know, he remembers like in middle school, like the teacher was like, communism was so bad, it killed so many people. And he knows that like, you know, like angry people on the TV like call each other communists, and that's bad. Like he doesn't actually know any of the fucking history of communism, any like theory, any like economic theory to compare communism to its rivals. He doesn't know any of it. Like he just knows communism bad, and it's kind of something about high taxes. Okay, so he wants to, you know, criticize the people around him in his state who argue for the high taxes, and so he dishonestly labels them communists, even though he knows that doesn't carry any fucking water. Right? Like, they are not communists, obviously. It's just like, you know, it's like the same kind of move as like saying, oh yeah, you know, the Conservative Party, they're Nazis, right? They're the closest party to the Nazi Party in America.
No, they label themselves communists. They say, I'm a communist. I think we should have
American elected politicians in your district call themselves communists.
Many do, more than ever in history, and all the data shows that when surveys
Mark, listen to the question carefully.
Communism is a better.
Mark, shut up. Mark, listen to the question. Are you saying elected officials in your state are calling themselves communists? Yes or no?
New York mayor. He's on the phone. What are you talking? New York fucking mayor.
Yeah, is New York his fucking state, you fucking dumbass?
I don't know what state he is, but it's clear that.
Yeah, he said it multiple times, and it's not fucking New York.
You think there's not communists being elected when there is one in the biggest?
No. It's not communists. It's people who say they're communists.
Idiot.
Is he talking about the Democratic Socialist mayor, and he's calling him communist?
Cease production.
Of course I'm not. Just like
Right, that's a good point.
Are you
Mark, are you back? Put the Mark rice in the rice cooker. How about that?
Would you be fine with somebody referring to themselves as a socialist, Sasha? As being, you know?
No, he said communist. I want to see someone use that label. And me saying communist over socialist is actually fair, because my entire point is that he's using that fucking label because it sounds icky.
Okay.
What's the difference between socialism and communism? I know the difference, but
it doesn't fucking matter to the point, because my entire point is that one sounds worse than the other.
Yeah, it's the association that people have. Yeah, I get it. Like the Red Dawn and all that stuff, or whatever. People might just, you know, associate it with China and, you know, invasion and, you know, whatever.
Like, just straight to that. Like, my point is, what's actually going on is this fucking idiot doesn't know shit about communism, but he just uses the label because he knows that the connotation is really negative.
Right.
Okay, that was my point. His reply is, oh, actually, these people are self-identified communists. They call themselves communists. Okay, so what matters is the term with its connotation. Not whether you can fucking argue that they are in fact communists or socialists.
Well, let me ask you then, Sasha. Do you think? Do you want him to have this mindset?
No.
Okay. Do you think by ostracizing him and being somebody who he probably thinks is on the left, given your photo and various other things, yeah. Do you think that he's probably going to be somewhat entrenched, maybe, as a result of this conversation, rather than any kind of?
No, I think like basically the probability of him shifting either way based on this is like completely negligible. So what I'm doing is just like trying to show other people that he's a fucking idiot and a dishonest cop. And like basically, if you have a conversation with him where you fucking coddle him, that's not gonna happen. Right? He's gonna be given time to speak, and it's like, oh yeah, you know, he's saying some stuff that's not kind of reasonable, right? That's not how you handle these people. Like you actually press them to like directly say what they're committed to and to directly answer questions. And this guy fucking can't do it. He is a dishonest piece of shit. And so the only thing I'm interested in is showing people that.
Listen, just to be clear, so I'm not using this wrongly, Sasha, I just want to make sure, and I think it's fine to use it this way, but like, you know, you're like, well, if you talk to him, it's going to be, you know, coddling him, right? You're talking about me, and then I'm saying that you're being like super harsh. What I was getting ready to say is that's not a true dichotomy. Is that a fair way to use true? I know true dichotomy is normally like A and not A, and then there's like some other option or whatever. But is it fine to say that when things aren't really like opposites of one another, and it's you know, it's not, there's more than two options, right? Is that fine to say?
Yeah, it is. It's like sort of the implicature of what the other person is saying, that there are only two options.
Right, but
I mean, that wasn't my implicature here, right? But it's like, you know.
No, that's fine. But I'm just saying, is it fine?
No, it's fine. It's like, you know, like I might say, well, are we getting pizza or grilled cheese? And you might say, well, you know, there are more options than that, right?
Okay. So, but because I thought I looked up what a true dichotomy was, and it said something like that at least strictly speaking, it's like saying something like, you know, I don't know. So it's something and its opposite. It's usually like, or something that people would well, I can't remember what it said, but it was something like where
there's like, sorry, if you understand what a false dichotomy is, like, isn't that what you're asking? Like, that's not a true dichotomy, it's a false dichotomy.
It's not the only two options. Is that fair to use? Actually, this is my question. Is it fair to say that something is not a true dichotomy if it is the case that that's not the only two options? Yeah. Regardless of what the option is.
Yeah, I mean, it's context dependent, but can be, yeah.
Okay, fine.
But I mean, I think like, so I'm not sure on this, but I've heard Malta say that this true dichotomy stuff is a bit of like a misnomer, because like a dichotomy is already a true dichotomy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I'll look at that. But look, what I was going to ask you. Okay, so well, anyway, what I was going to say is I think there's a middle ground, right? So I agree that coddling him may not be the best thing as far as changing and stuff like that. And I don't want him to remain in some kind of deceived positions, right? And I imagine he's probably sympathetic to a lot of the views I hold or vice versa or whatever. But I want him to reason with somebody that's intelligent, that's going to be opposed to what he's saying. And I want to hear what his views are on different things like whatever, gun control, immigration, et cetera, his views on Trump, you know, Israel, et cetera. And if it is the case that he's somewhat receptive to reason, I think that would be.
He isn't, right? Like,
well, I agree. It wasn't.
I gave him a straightforward question without being mean, and he started bullshitting.
I understand that.
Then
that's why
you were nice to him and tried asking him the same question, and he was still fucking bullshitting.
Well, just so you know, I'm not perfect at catching all of it, but I'm very much sympathetic to the way you are perceived the things, because oftentimes, despite me not intervening and just slamming them down,
you did see that the question was, what's the percentage? And he just doesn't answer. He just goes to something else.
Yes, okay. I did see that. Yes, but I think to be fair to him, he's in a culture where tons of people do that, and I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's acceptable, but it's just not even just politicians. People in general that we engage with, Sasha, you know this is true. By and large, 8 out of 10 people don't answer straight questions, and they do not give straight answers. They just don't. Like about a whole bunch
that's
of
correct.
like.
And I think in cases where they are also severely opinionated, they should be bullied.
Well, but I think, I'm just wondering on a long-term scale. I understand that maybe you feel like that. I mean, I think it probably feels good, or maybe it's just impulsive or whatever on your response. But I'm saying, if you were to zoom out and look at the long-term effects, do you really think that overall, that doing it this way or trying to talk to him and reason, it's just going to be negligible either way? You don't think anything is going to happen as a result of it? Okay, well,
People are generally like very entrenched, and especially someone like him, who just like has his career on the line.
Yeah.
Kind of like on the same line he has his political commitments on.
Just like AI say to being introduced. Now I don't know how you're going to do that, but politicians.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we always love you.
They need to start understanding what's going to happen within the next couple of years.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm curious about how you would even start this conversation.
I don't know if you're plugged. I don't know if you're plugged in the right way. If you know what I mean, horrible. I'm a little worried about you, bud. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. I'm just dead honest. I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
What do you mean?
Well, we do need to look to AI safety as the point.
I have a question from Mark.
I'm here.
Is he still there? Is he still there?
Yep.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, did you see that press conference today from Kennedy and all those members of HHS about trans?
I did not.
Oh my God. Oh Lord.
Can you give me a little briefing on what happened?
Well, they're gonna, any hospital that does trans surgeries is gonna lose its Medicaid, Medicare, whatever. They're gonna change the DSM definitions. They're going to. They had all of the big shots from HHS and FDA.
Was it
and all that.
AIDS?
They're
Was it
going to crush the trans ideology.
Yeah. Was it age related or just anyway?
What?
Was it age related? Did it matter at what
Yes,
age?
yes. I think it was for minors. It was for minors.
And tell me how you feel about that? Why are you?
I'm so happy.
Oh, you're happy. Okay.
They were very forceful and very. They were saying this is a what's the word? A medical mistake. What's the word for it? No, mental illness. But the whole thing that the medical profession is bought into is a disgrace.
I align with that very much. That makes me happy. I feel like that was a smart move. That's great.
Yeah, and I think the House today had some vote, outlawing some of it also. It's going to go to the Senate.
Yeah, that's great. I thought so too. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but I would support, and I get asked all the time and do surveys and things and pledges, but basically for a minor, to have irreversible surgery that if it's related to mental illness or mental issues, I think it should be a crime.
Yeah, and it's also for the drugs. It's also for the drugs for the kids to stop their puberty.
Drugs are irreversible also. They have damaging effect. And on what planet are you allowed to ruin a kid's sexual organs because of how they're feeling that day?
Well, let me steelman that position. So, Mark, I'm typically conservative, but let me steelman the position of somebody who might be opposed to what you just said. And by the way, your audio is a little bit muffled. I don't know if you can get some clarity.
I don't know why you're even going there. You're like, this guy clearly doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, let me see what you say. So, Mark, do you think if some child, say young child, has some sort of clear depression or some sort of, let's say, disfigurement in their body, that we would call a disfigurement, right? That's broadly understood as such, maybe a cleft lip or whatever it is. Do you think them getting surgery or medication that might actually alter them permanently? Of course, it will in the case of maybe some surgery. You're not going to be able to, put the cleft lip back as it was, maybe exactly as it was. And then if you give them some psychological, or some, mental
affecting mind-altering drug, who knows what that does, right? And being able to undo that.
Right.
Do you think that that's okay to administer them antidepressants and various other things that might, deal with mental problems or them having physical issues? Like
but there's a clear difference between somebody's physical health, and I think it's obvious to people beyond any kind of
what is the clear difference?
The trans movement. So, like, if somebody has a cleft palate, I think clearly they should have the right to have any kind of surgery or.
Wait, so Mark, but for this clear difference, where like does epilepsy fall?
What's that?
On this clear difference between mental and physical illness, where does epilepsy fall?
I don't. When we talk about mental, there are mental conditions. But what we're confusing is a.
So can you answer the question?
Is not.
Mitchell, can you answer the question though?
It's different than another mental condition.
But just you said there's a clear distinction between mental and physical illness.
It's more of a.
Just which side of that clear distinction does epilepsy fall into?
Well, epilepsy is an actual illness. An actual illness that
is it a mental illness or a physical illness?
I'm not a medical doctor, so I don't know exactly.
But you said it's a clear distinction, and you were happy to comment on it in the other case.
Are you talking about, again, transgenderism? I don't think that these things are at all similar, really.
Yeah, I don't give a shit if you think so. You said there's a clear distinction between physical and mental illness, right?
Just ask me the question that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. The question is this. Yeah. Did you say there's a clear distinction between mental and physical illness? Yes or no?
Those are two different things, but they also can
Okay, Andrew, see like how a dishonest piece of fucking trash.
So let me say
this. Get rid of this fucking
let me say this.
Can you get rid of this fucking retarded piece of trash?
Mark, here's the
thing. You understand that things can be blended together? That there's not just one answer.
That is a clear distinction of fucking subhuman. Fucking subhuman ape. You said it's a clear distinction.
Please stop being a troll. It's just so annoying. I don't know why people put up with it.
So Roger,
you have some control over them. It's weird.
I mean, I'll take an attempt at answering
Roger's question. Shut up. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I'm going to try to answer the question. Epilepsy.
The question was, did he say that?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to point out. I'm just trying to.
No. The question is this: did Mark say there's a clear distinction between physical and mental illness? That's the question on the table.
Well, think of the words you just used. Okay, words are important. I specifically.
Okay, it's a yes or no question, Mark. Can you fucking answer it, you fucking subhuman piece of trash?
Be quiet. Try to listen to me.
Hey, Mark, you dishonest piece of fucking trash. Can you answer the question?
Because you think you know.
Mark, you dishonest subhuman piece of human fucking garbage. Can you answer the question?
Okay. That's really the
not subhuman retard. Can you answer the question now?
You use the words. And words are important.
Hey, Mark, you dishonest fucking cunt. Can you answer the question?
A physical illness and a mental illness. Of course,
see, this is like the problem with these people. Like, they just have to be fucking killed or something.
They're a combination of both. Okay. Your brain can accept that you sometimes are wrong. I get that. There's some sort of calling names. But I'm the one don't really
Mark, you should be like castrated. Like, you need to be banned from reading.
So I'm
not going to do it. So you got to stop. Or just somebody needs to mute you.
So this is why I think like imprecision in language presents some of these problems. So epilepsy is a neurological disorder, but it's not a psychiatric illness.
No, that's not point.
I want to point out I know it's not the question. I'm pointing out why there's the problem of language.
Before you go on your fucking Damas ramble, can you answer the question I asked you?
You asked me a question. Or you asked Mark a question.
And you wanted to get in there and answer it.
I'm getting an answer. What's the problem with that? You've asked Mark the same question 3 or 4 times.
I'll ask you the question and you answer.
Yeah, I'm answering.
No. You don't know what the question is. So again, the question is.
I'm answering the previous question about epilepsy.
Answer this one.
And I don't think you were here, but epilepsy is a neurological disorder. It's not a psychiatric.
Kroger, he's saying yes, there's a difference between physical and mental.
That wasn't the question.
Yeah, that's not the question. Sasha was asking did he say it was clear? There's a clear distinction between the physical and mental.
Okay, so Mark, you believe that there's a clear distinction?
No, but I'm not asking him if he thinks that. I'm asking, did you say that?
Didn't say
that. Those fucking words come out of your fucking fat, disgusting mouth.
Jesus Christ.
Also, Mark, what race are you?
Subhuman.
Oh my God.
It's like subhuman. Sub-APAQ, subspecies.
Who speaks like such a troll, so I'm just going to ignore it. Which I mean, it's fine. It doesn't offend me. It's just very boring to talk to people with very low intellect like this. So I don't have to be here. I'm not.
Get the fuck out of here, you dumb shit.
Not vote for me. So why
I'm glad you
bring to me. Mark, I am.
Mark, just get the fuck out of here, you dumb human.
Hold on. You're gonna stop or I'll end up leaving. No, Mark.
Yeah, just leave, you fucking.
Just go, please. Mark,
why?
Your micro, because I do be able to participate. You're being overly hostile towards it.
No, I'm not. Look, just right now, I asked him another fucking direct question 5 times, and he still couldn't fucking answer that one once.
Yeah, who cares? Andrew,
you know he's a dishonest piece of trash.
Who cares? Andrew wants to talk to him.
No, he doesn't. He wants other people to talk to him.
No. I'm fine with talking to him.
I'll do it.
So, Mark, let me ask you. First of all, just what's your view on Trump? Are you pro-Trump? I imagine you are, right?
I'm at Mar-a-Lago right this second. It's like I do work with the President of the United States and his administration, but do I agree with every policy that he has? And do I agree with all of his behaviors? Obviously not, and they're not 100% of the time. But I probably agree with him a lot more than most of the people that are against him.
Yeah,
certainly. So I don't know. And again, that would frustrate a troll that I'm not answering the question, but it's not black and white. It's not all or nothing. I'm sorry.
Well, some questions are actually black and white, which is a big point of the conservative part. That some things are just yes, this is true.
Yeah, I have to agree with Rice Cooker. I think in the case of epilepsy, it's pretty clear. It's a physical illness, and it's not a mental illness.
It's also pretty fucking clear in the case of did you say something, you dumb fucking subhuman bitch. It's pretty clear. It's no black and white. Whether you...
Andrew, I don't know how you allow Sasha to go on and on like this. It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yeah. Do you see me expressing that I like it?
No, I mean, just mute him or something.
I can't. You can't mute Sasha.
Somebody moved Sasha down already, so...
Yeah, all you can do is either move Sasha down or remove her from the room. You cannot mute her. Okay? She has if there's an inability.
So Michaela, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Anyway.
No. Okay, so
apparently that was Sasha. But if that's the case, I mean, Sasha is right on the point that questioning whether someone said something or didn't say something. I think it's a pretty
that's straightforward. That's straightforward. Mark, let me just say this, and this is obviously you can see that I'm trying to be fair to you. I'm telling Sasha, Roger or Sasha, just so you know, when you hear us say Sasha, that's Roger. Yeah. Okay. Now, here's the thing. You do understand. So Sasha is extremely sensitive to people autistically sensitive to people who do not answer direct questions, right? Yeah. So when somebody asks a question, if it's the case that you do not give an answer to the question, if you answer some other question, she's going to think that you're doing something dishonest. And a lot of times, to be quite frank, I agree with her assessment. Yeah. Now, I don't get that vibe from you. I just think that maybe this is just the way you speak, and it's fine. I think she can be a lot more charitable towards you. I think there are people who are genuinely motivated and dishonest. They're dodgy because they're getting cornered, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think that's what's going on necessarily with you. But I'm just telling you that that's where the hostility is coming from. Is that she's asked you several questions that, you know, Converse and I have known Sasha for years. She's asking you questions and she's like, did you say this? And, you know, and it's like, she expects a yes or a no, right? And then she says, you said it was a clear distinction between neurological and physical, you know, illnesses or whatever conditions.
No, physical and mental.
Or physical and mental, excuse me. And then she said, since you say there's a clear distinction between the two, then which one does epilepsy fall under? And then you just went into something other than saying either neurological or physical, which she expected one of those two words to come out.
Physical or mental.
Physical or mental, whatever. Physical or mental. She expected one of those two words to come out of your mouth. She didn't expect anything other than that, right? Or didn't want to hear anything other than that. So as soon as you started to say something different than that, she thought you were dating, and she's going to keep pressing you over and over again. Now, I'm more optimistic than she is. I think even if it's the case that you have these tendencies to not answer straightforward questions, I think most people are like that. And so I think she's exceptionally autistic, although I think her keen sense there is actually very beneficial, especially if you can live through the onslaught of insults, because it's actually
no, I understand, like Rayman's a genius.
Well, that's exactly right, Mark. Like 90% of the time, Sasha is absolutely brilliant. The other 10% of the time, she's a terrorist. So you're wondering why.
Well, yeah, I think that there's two things going on here. So one is the seeking of clarity, right? And then the other issue is sometimes people are overly concentrated on what somebody said. It's fine that somebody said something, phrased something incorrectly, and now they've clarified their view, or they're being more precise now. That's fine. That's not, in fact, that's it's a good thing. It's not a criticism that people improve the way that they phrase something. Overly concentrated.
If you ask me if I'm a Trumper, right? Let's say I agree with 99%.
I don't know where you're getting taste to this fucking bullshit, by the way.
But if I disagree with
the question is like really straightforward. It's just, did you say that or no? And he's like, well, it's not all black and white. There's some nuance. At that point, he's being dishonest fucking cunt.
Oh, okay. Well, it could be a question of dishonesty, as you're pointing out, or it could be the person has changed their view, whereas before they were making this clear distinction, and now they're saying that it can be more nuanced.
How the fuck does they're changing their view change whether they fucking said it or not?
Doesn't change that. I'm just saying it's possible that people do evolve their views.
How does they're changing their view fucking matter?
No, but
how
about
if somebody fucking retarded view?
Listen, if a troll or whatever, or a special needs person asks a question that isn't black and white, it isn't easily answerable, yes or no.
If you said X, is that a black and white question? You're fucking A.
Doesn't make you dishonest because it's nuanced.
Because the question is, if you say something, you fucking can't. That's the question. Is that black and white enough for you? Fucking dumb subhuman.
Sasha is only interested in dominating.
Yo, Michaela, shut up, you dumb fucking cunt.
Oh, right.
Dumb bitch.
You're not interested in finding out what the other person thinks or why they think it.
What the fuck
is going on? Just interested in condemning. Finding someone to condemn them.
It basically destroyed any chance at having meaningful conversation. So that's why it's a little frustrating to.
So why is Sasha
Sasha doesn't like Mark because Mark's a conservative politician, and it really offended Sasha. Sasha did this answer this question. Mark was like, "Wow, there's relative, blah blah blah." He wanted to nuance it, and Sasha's like, "You're not answering the question," and she started getting pissed. And then people started speaking up to say let him talk, let him do what he wants, say what he wants, blah, blah, blah. And Sasha's just being dishonest.
I think we should be fair to both parties. I mean, Sasha's question's not illegitimate to ask someone. I didn't say that you did.
Then why are you saying that we
because I think the commentary is overly harsh towards Sasha. And I think that the question...
I didn't say anything about whether Sasha was justified or not.
Okay, I guess I'm not... Okay, I understand. I'm not allowed to make my point. Okay, thanks a lot.
Nobody said it either.
Okay, people can come up.
No, except I keep getting interrupted mid-sentence telling me that I'm wrong. Like, why can't you tell? Why can't people tell me I'm wrong after I finish?
Well, it's just like you're not tracking. I mean, like, nobody said anything about.
No, I think I'm tracking very well, but you don't let a person finish their point of view, so you don't really know what they're.
No, you took me as saying Sasha was wrong. She shouldn't have said that. Blah blah blah.
No, I never said.
I'm describing to Bob what happened.
Yeah, but that's
you said that as soon as I finished, right? You're like, well.
Yeah. So you take the inference that you finished something, and I say people said that it refers directly to you, and I think that's an improper inference.
So you weren't responding to me.
No, you don't necessarily. You're not necessarily included in the people that I was referring to.
Well, whenever you said, after I finished, you said, well, I don't think that people are really being fair to Sasha here.
Yeah. It's a general comment. It's not specific to Congress.
You need to be more charitable. You need to be more charitable, Congress. Dawson, you gave like a really bullshit summary, and you know it's.
What was inaccurate about it?
I asked it was inaccurate. I said it was bullshit.
Okay, that was a bullshit.
I mean, you presented it as horrible shit. You presented it as like, the description comes off as Mark is like a completely reasonable guy. So much Congress.
Oh my God, you're such a pedantic prick. It's so annoying.
Just like, look, for that one, it's like really easy. Show anybody a recording of you summarizing that interaction to Bob and ask them if like you're kind of presenting it as, this is just a neutral thing, or whether you're presenting it as Mark is reasonable and I'm not. And like if you can't see that, like just like I don't know.
I was just trying to be descriptive, so Sasha asked me a question. I don't know what your problem.
Yeah, again, just show anybody this recording and ask them if how you're describing it makes it seem like both parties were reasonable.
I don't know, Andrew, did you think that it was a reasonable summary?
I mean, as far as it being like 1-to-1, maybe not, but as far as it being
which part exactly?
Well, to some degree, I'm surprised that the part that I was actually thinking Sasha was going to hone in on was when you said because he was a Republican or GOP.
Well, I didn't say he was a Republican, did I?
Yeah. You said I got triggered because he's a conservative politician. That's what you said.
I don't. When I said it wasn't a 1-for-1, I don't think that's a 1-for-1, right? Because obviously you're not actually. If it were the case that you were directly describing what took place, I don't think that's quite fair. But in some sense, I do think there is obviously some of that possibly going on. Because obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never like mean to leftists who don't directly answer questions.
No, and I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that either.
But I just like people who share my view, like I'm like that. Amazing.
I agree with you.
So Andrew, when Sasha brought up all that stuff about how he's a dumb capitalist and he's just like these other politicians, that stuff had nothing to do with conservatism.
No, I think he.
It did actually, because that was first of all, the capitalism thing was just in reference to explaining why he uses communism as he does. Right? So it's just like, regardless of what I think on the matter, that's just completely to explain. Yeah, you're that kind of person, that's why you think about communism this way. The part about you are like other politicians is because he fucking started out by saying, these other politicians are bad and corrupt, and I'm different.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but I'm talking about the part where you're like, you're just doing these talking points that all these people do. You weren't saying conservatives called leftists like communists unjustifiably.
It just has to. Like, what the fuck is wrong with your brain? Like, I'm appealing to a general trend of dumb people using communism in this way. A lot of them happen to be conservatives, right? So I'm just saying, this is how retarded people like Mark think about communism. Oh, high tax is bad, and people use communists to call them. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do.
So
Like, that was the point. It's not, I don't like conservatives, so I'm gonna be mean to them.
I didn't say you didn't like conservative. I'm saying Mark is this like conservative guy, the blah blah blah, and you take it that I'm saying that like Sasha is just being like irrational because he's a conservative or something.
Yes, that is how you present it.
Sasha is not being irrational. Sasha can smell the bullshit. She's just being out.
Man, I never said Sasha's being irrational.
Can I ask Mark another question? Mark, do you come up against this kind of bullying out when you're on the campaign trail?
Yeah, there's, we do get retarded people like this every once in a while. Just
right, that's a good point, Mark.
Time.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I just wanna, let me just go over the room. Hey, is it a yes or no question? The question, did you say this?
Yeah, but then to jump all over him, denigrating him. Listen, I asked him a question, and I asked it to him.
I was just asking for a yes or no.
Fine, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Let me go on.
No, I just wanna poll the room.
Yeah,
Taylor, hey, is that a...
No, you don't have to. Who gives you the right to poll the room? I was talking to
No, that's okay. Actually, hold on a second. So I think that you are right. It is a yes or no question. But many people, if they misspoke, they just skip the yes or no and just fix how they misspoke. And I think that he was trying to...
That's all fine. But his explanation for not answering yes or no isn't any of that. It's not a straightforward matter. It's not black and white. There are shades of gray. So, as long as we agree that it is a fucking straightforward question, and this guy is a fucking dishonest cunt for not acknowledging that, I'm happy. That's anybody besides this fucking dumb
Listen, special needs person, whatever your name actually is, Roger, Sasha, whatever. I do agree with that. Good question. Say, did you say something that is in fact a black and white question? I don't care if
so why don't you answer it?
But that we
why don't you answer it?
Yes.
Yeah, so why don't you answer it?
I just did. I said that's a black and white
question. Not that one. I asked you a question earlier. I asked you a question earlier as to whether you said something. And you didn't answer.
Yes, exactly. And I did not. So yes,
let me just ask you the question.
Let me just ask you the question. We were talking about
I'll just re-ask the question now. I'll just re-ask.
Is it you asking whether
he doesn't.
Communist?
Re-ask the question now.
We were communist. More communist than other things.
That's great. I agree.
Like an hour.
Great job.
About
that's a great point.
And I take the other fellow, I think he's great. He's on point when he says you obviously are triggered by somebody who's a true conservative, and that upsets you. And so you're picking at words and little meanings, and you're derailing what could be a productive conversation. And so it gets a little annoying. So that's why I'm trying to get you to stop.
Good point. Okay, sit. Anyway, Mike, so let me just ask you the question now. Did you say that there is a clear distinction between mental and physical illness? Did you say?
There's two different. They're different, but they can be combined as well.
That's not what I'm asking you, Mark.
What is the question?
I'll re-ask the question. Mark, you fucking idiot. I'll just re-ask the question. Did you say that method is a black and white question, and he's still not fucking answered?
But you conflate it with the fact that they also can be combined in the same.
It's fine. It's not about that, Mark. It's about, this question is just on did you say a thing or not about what's the right analysis of the thing.
Okay, yes. Special needs guy? Yes, I said exactly that. Okay, so Mickey, how do you feel about it?
How difficult it is with these fucking subjects. Just you need to fucking coddle them to answer a question that they just admitted a second ago was straightforward. Mark, you're such a worthless piece of trash.
Did you just call somebody a subhuman? The context was about, I believe, here who are, and it's so crazy for you to get so triggered. And I believe the reason you're so triggered probably is that my mere presence upsets somebody like you, because I speak in common sense toward these issues on and on. It's quite boring, and it's 11:30 at night where I am, and I don't have time.
Honestly, from the time you came on the app, you've been, kind of pushing nonsense. The only difference is that rice cooker takes it to all everyone sees is what she's doing. But from the inception of you comparing anything that we got going on in America right now as communism, it's very nonsensical. And rice cooker, I don't know, at this point, I'm like, we need, in Scarface, you need people like me. I just don't know what to say.
So Mark, I would have to say,
who identify as communist. At least in my state, I do, probably in most states, but anyway.
Mark, if there was anyone that identified as a communist in your state, it would have already been tracked down by your party.
For him, that's a problem for you. So either.
Yeah, and I'm just explaining it. If you can't understand it, I'm sorry. I'm the one using the word, right? I'm talking about my state, where I'm actually competing.
All right, Mark, give us the name of somebody who
identify themselves as a communist.
Give us the name of somebody that's running under the Communist Party, please.
Mandani.
You might have some reason.
Let him answer why he wants to keep it Mandani, right?
You may have some reason why you want to use.
I swear I almost called you the same word that Sasha called you with the C, and I don't even use language like that.
Yeah, so Mark, you may have some reason why you want to use the term incorrectly. It doesn't change the fact that if Rice Cooker calls you out on it, that you're using the term incorrectly.
Yeah, no, it does, because if I am aware of, I'm speaking about specific people who promote specific terms, and they use the term communist. So I would actually be disrespectful to them to call them something that they're not.
Aren't you the group speaking about an ideology? You get really offended when Trump gets called like a Nazi or something?
I mean, I've written articles about that, yeah.
So you would understand how this would be like.
There's not at all the same. It's like somebody who says, I'm a Nazi, and I believe in Nazism. I'm running for election. Vote for me because I think Hitler's great or something. And then a third party listens to that, and then they repeat that. And then a troll, a special needs troll in the middle of the night on a clubhouse room somehow wants to criticize.
You made the claim that Mamdani ran as the Communist
Who's
Party.
a communist?
You are so dishonest, and the only thing is that Rice Cooker calls you out as.
Mamdani does have communist views. What are you talking about?
Are you telling me that?
Notice how they suddenly changed the claim?
Yes.
Like, she identifies
You're telling me that Mamdani ran under the Communist Party. That was my exact word. And he said, I can give you a name. And I said, give me the name of somebody that is running under the Communist Party.
No, not a woman. It's something under the party. I think.
Korean Socialist Party. You know that, right? So whatever they run under doesn't mean anything. The fact that the Democrat Party does have, let's say, communist adjacent people, right? So you're saying like a fascist could run under the Republican Party and we could use that same excuse? What party is he? He's not a fascist. He's a Republican.
No, but your point was that they self-identify communists.
I never said that. I said he has views that are communist.
Sorry, you were the one
I like it.
There's such a pretty
Next point. I don't know about that.
You can do it, Sasha. I believe.
Hold on.
Yeah, but I'm trying to talk to him.
Like, she just asking me a favor. I'm asking a favor back. What's wrong with that?
Okay, horrible.
Yeah, I asked.
Horrible is not, I mean, he's being kind of.
Horrible.
Well,
She's just like dishonestly white, and I prefer.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree that's happening, but maybe we could talk to Mark without all the insulting.
Well, let me just ask.
No way. The thing is, Mark just doesn't answer any question.
I'm going to ask him. Let's see if that's true. I'm going to stop it. So there are going to be some people that are opposed to that, but
I'm sure.
If you use the definition,
once you do that, you already have Sasha cussing at him, and now you want to put the mix
Don't go after these people. I dare you.
Between news, the difference between calling somebody a communist and then saying, well, it's because they self-identified, and then switching eventually to this idea, well, they advocate ideas which are communist adjacent or whatever. I mean, those are all different things, right?
Yeah, I think being, as Dr. put it, toxically charitable to Mark, it would be something like, you think the numbers anywhere close to what you think, communist, state or country is as far as how much they give back to the government or whatever.
Context was that I'm running for Congress. It was about my district, my rank.
Okay.
In that context, I probably know more than you guys do about my own district in my area and the people running for Congress.
That's fair. So what's going on? Well, hold on, Chester. So what's going on in your district?
And they do promote their own agenda, and they have pamphlets, and they recruit people. So it is a real thing. But beyond that, there are many on the left who I would say tend towards communism and or socialism, and I am the complete opposite. What I was explaining is that
I don't remember that. I came in like 15 minutes.
Okay, I was saying I was for capitalism and for the government having less control. I was giving examples how in my state the government has more control than all other 49 states because our leadership and the policy tends to be more socialist oriented and communist oriented.
Which state is that?
Stop. Mark, do you remember what I asked you?
I'm not sure who you are. I'm not looking at the phone.
No, but do you remember what question you were trying to answer?
You said, how is my race? Are there communists in the race? Something like that? Is that right?
No. I asked, what do you take communism to be? Sorry, I don't know. I'm not clear what that means.
Well,
whatever it means, it's not communism.
Okay.
I mean, who uses
That's not an understanding of communism that I'm familiar with.
The Karl Marx's book, it's very interesting. I think it's clear that conservatives generally are not for bigger government and government control.
No, I understand that, but you understand that bigger government and communism are synonymous.
In the context of large government and no control by the actual people.
So can you stop talking?
This argument is just so important. That's not communism.
Yo, chill.
Can I just finish the sentence?
No, you can't. You can't finish. You can't finish. No, you cannot. Mark, that's not an understanding of communism that I'm aware of. And certainly, it doesn't mean big government. Like there are a lot of ideological and governmental organizations that you would call big government that have nothing to do with communism. So it seems weird to think that, what communism is reduced down to is big government. Do you get what I'm saying? Like a king, a king having complete autonomy.
So I don't understand.
Wouldn't be communism, right?
Right. In talking about
it's in the same way. It's in the same way. It's interesting that. The way it's interesting is.
In my basement.
No, but are you saying no? Euro, can you be quiet, please? Mark, do you understand that you can't just say, well, I'm gonna use this word and I don't care what it means in any sort of other setting. I'm going to use my private definition, and that's the only thing you can impose on me.
No, I was using it in context. We're talking about.
No, but you're not in the right context, right?
Not for.
That's like saying I'm gonna call Trump a Nazi. I don't care what the technical definition of Nazi is. I don't care what the technical definition of Nazism is. I'm going to call him a Nazi. Now, if I were to do that, and if you're saying you had a debate or you wrote something like that, your response is going to be, hey, that's unfair because people understand Nazi to be this like evil thing, and there's a bunch of connotations.
Okay. If you said Trump was a Nazi, first of all, the conversation was about you running for some elected office. And then you brought up that's really not material, but you brought up, you said, well, Trump is a Nazi. It's actually quite a common thing to say that. And then you want to turn the conversation as well. Now we've gone very far afield, right? You say Trump is a Nazi. We're talking about running for Congress. And now you want to go even further afield. I guess it's sort of like not just moving the goalposts, it's completely changing the conversation and a complete distraction. Then you want to talk about Nazism. Do I understand Nazism? And can we talk about what it is at its origin and have like a scientific discussion about what Nazism? When the subject was you're running for Congress, why are you running for Congress? It's really like it almost is sort of
your example is hyperbole, not analogous.
Oh. Sorry, you didn't understand the comparison to calling Trump a Nazi.
Mark,
you don't understand what the point of that was?
I'll make it clear for you, Mark. Look, you started by saying because I'm running because there's like these dishonest politicians, right. And so then they're saying like, well, what does communism mean to you? Because it doesn't seem like that. And then you want to say like, oh, it means like, government control, taking control away from people. So like, right. But then it's like, well, that's not like communism as I understand it. It usually means something like a stateless, classless, economic and social like system where the workers own the means of production or something to that effect, right? So then you're saying like, well, why would that matter? Well, because you're using the term. We just want to find out, like, are you using the term in the way we're using it or something like that?
Right. We spent like about an hour on that, right?
Yeah, if you want to move on, it's fine. I'm just like making clear what the.
But you understand that it's.
I totally get it.
You understand that even as someone who's running for Congress, presumably you're some sort of politician. Maybe you're not, and you're trying to be, but.
Yeah.
You haven't even like, hey, it's inappropriate to call these things communism because they're not communism. And communism carries with it specific negative connotations. That loading the language with all of these negative implications, when what you actually mean to say is just like, I want government to be smaller. I don't want it to be as big as maybe the Democrats want to make it. And I'm saying that's kind of the same as when some leftist calls Trump a Nazi. What we want to say as a pushback is, well, here's what Nazi means. Here are the negative connotations of the word Nazi. And we don't think Trump of those things. So it's inappropriate and irresponsible to call it, not to mention incorrect, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do with you, which is what I'm saying is like, well, this kind of definition of communism is, first of all, inaccurate for the most part. But second of all, why even then use that word, which if you don't mean communism as it's defined by the broader masses and academically and has all of these negative connotations, why then even use that word? Because that's clearly not what you mean. So why would you want to saddle your language with all of these negative implications?
That's a good question. When you're speaking to audiences, I would say you probably on Clubhouse, most people aren't academics and they're not well educated in what communism is, for example. And so it's very helpful to use descriptive words that people can understand. And that's what I try to do.
No, but it's why I'm calling big government instead of communism.
How about the point is, yeah, so what you could do, Mark, is use words like totalitarianism.
Sure.
Or
it's also not good. But
how about not in terms of what he's describing. He's describing a system where people don't have control
He seems not interested in the semantic debate, though.
So confused. He says,
So anyway, so I was talking to Roger.
what communism is. That's why I'm using the term.
So listen, so I'm talking to Roger, and Roger says to me, Mark, I'm very offended. He to your point.
Mark, let's go over the explanation again.
Now try to be quiet, try to control your impulses.
Mark, let's go over the explanation.
But just be yourself, buddy. So Roger said, listen, you can't call me a communist because that's beneath the dignity of the office. He's currently in his 9th or 10th year in Congress. So he said, you can't call me that beneath my dignity. I said, Roger, okay, I'll stop calling you a communist. And he shook my hand. There were 100 people in the audience. I said, from now on, I'm just going to humor. These terms aren't always perfectly precise from a clinical definition or an academic definition. And to have conversations for an hour about semantics.
You're just not giving them updates.
Yes, that is true.
About what communism is, what socialism is. I think it would be hard for all of us to even align here on this very stage. If we gave a definition, I don't even know if it would be consistent with one another to any great degree. But, I mean, if you're going to use a term like that.
More importantly, what the fuck was that explanation? He said most people don't understand it. So that's why I'm going to use the language people can understand.
No, I think it's perfectly fine to call somebody who believes in big government and the reduction or elimination of lots of freedoms that we have in this country. I think it's generally okay to call that person somebody who leans towards communism, even though
it's fine to call you a Nazi. Wait, is it fine to call you a Nazi?
I suppose if somebody technically just wanted to kill Jews, let's say, they wanted to have a pure race.
No, I just mean like you're like
even if they never heard of Nazism, that would be okay to do that.
Wait, why would
If you did it in this room, you would have an hour-long conversation about what the definition
I just want to say, Mark, like, I just want to say, Mark, like, I genuinely think you're like just a waste of space.
Hold on. Yeah,
you're like disgusting. Stupid, ugly, warped.
I just want to say that I am actually conservative, right? Now, most people on the stage are not conservative, okay? But I am conservative. There's a few people that are. I just wanted to quickly ask you, so I got your take on Israel. What do you think about, let me ask this, what do you think is the absolute, undeniably best policy or best action that Trump has taken? It doesn't matter what anybody says about it, it's like the best thing you can see that Trump has done since he's been in office. Let's say this executive order. Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty, yeah. So I think that's going to be one that a lot of people are going to have a hard time now, arguing with, but there are certain things that they do want to argue about, at least. What do you think about the deportations?
Love it.
Okay.
Tom Homan actually is, and if you check, I don't think I'm real, but if you checked out my website or my Facebook or whatever, you'd see that Tom Homan's my friend, and Tom Homan endorses my candidacy, and Tom Homan actually gave me my little slogan, which I used in the last election, which is vote for rights, bring back guys.
Hold on, horrible.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
That was pretty cool.
What was it? What was the slogan?
Tom Homan gave me that slogan, vote for rights, bring back guys.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Well, let me ask you this then, Mark. What is when people say things like, look, immigrants do more, they commit less crime, they do jobs that, we won't do, they do,
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that, yeah.
Okay. So,
I'm not against immigration, and I didn't say that. I said the how of the job that Trump has done thus far to deal with the border issue. I think he's saving thousands, I know he's saving thousands of lives, both immigrants and American citizens, and it's wonderful to see that somebody's finally getting it done.
Okay. Yeah, he did.
And it doesn't mean that, of course, I'm not for any injustice that's being done to the immigrants, and we need immigration reform, and we need some kind of a path to citizenship, even for certain types of illegal immigrants. I'm not against any of that.
Okay. Do you think that there is systemic racism in the United States?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, interesting. And
I think it's overblown, that term, and so forth. Is there, again, we're talking about using words, and so is there any? Of course there is.
Okay. And then where are you at with guns? You want to take them away, give more checks and balances?
100% pro to we should have universal ownership of guns, really, without, other than keeping the guns away, having some government would keep guns away from people that, shouldn't have them, and we debate what that is. Mentally ill and so forth.
Okay. What about universal health care?
Special interests which are making money off it, which is quite broken. So I'm not for necessarily the status quo, but I'm also not for universal health care because we have a broken system.
Okay. What would be the single biggest problem with universal health care?
You won't like this answer, as some people here, but go to a communist country where there is universal health care and compare that to the finest medical care in the world.
What is a country guarantee that when you have government?
What about Canada?
Government all over. Another thing as important as health care, you'll get the same kind of treatment and the same kind of service that you get in other areas where the government takes over, like, whatever, the post office. There's just so many examples. I think the government is the least effective and best place to control something. But there are places where it's necessary, obviously, but medicine, I don't think, is one of them.
Okay. Bob, what do you want to ask? What is an example of a communist country where healthcare?
Yeah, like what kind of countries?
Yeah. What would you say is an example, Mark, of a country that's implemented universal healthcare that you think is just failing abysmally at it or whatever?
Canada.
Are they a communist country?
No, I didn't say communist.
Name a communist country that has universal health care. That you're speaking.
Well, I guess they all do. They all have communist health care, I guess, right?
Okay. And then what's your view on abortion, Mark?
For life.
All the way, like,
no exceptions, rape, everything.
Nice.
What?
Wow. Okay. Well, that you and I are going to line up on in big time. But let me ask you this, though.
Law enforcement.
I know, law enforcement, of course, is going to be in favor of law enforcement, I'm sure, and so am I. I mean, most of us are. I think most of us are going to be in favor of law enforcement here. But let me ask you this, a little controversial, and considering that we've had word issues, I don't know if this is the best thing to ask you, but I just want to ask you, what is a man?
There are two genders, that's it. You got men, women, and two sexes.
Okay.
I'm not trying to avoid them.
No. You didn't really define what it is. You just said there are two genders, but
what if that man has male XY chromosomes?
It means like homosexual broadly, right? That's what people intend when they use the term, right? That's what they intend to express.
Wait, what do you mean before you said
married, like a happy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so happy and gay, right?
Okay. Yeah, no, right. So words do change over time.
Right. So if people broadly just said, you know what, let's start using gender different. Let's decouple it from biological sex, and let's use it in a different way.
Andrew, can you hit that note one more time?
Yeah, you like that?
So happy and what?
Yeah, did you like that? But if they wanted to use the word gender to just basically mean kind of a self-description of some collection of self-described attributes, like if somebody wanted to say like, I want to be called she, by that I just mean I'm feminine. What is the problem with that, given that we had words that change or evolve over time and they're used in different ways? What's the problem with that in principle?
I don't, I guess, it's sort of a hypothetical. It's like, what if in the future we change certain words? And is that okay? I guess you have to look at that on a case-by-case basis.
Gender and sex.
Well, I think it's happening right now, actually, Mark. I think what's going on is there's a good portion of the country, I don't know what the percentage is, but a fair amount of people that have bought into this linguistic convention, and I don't say bought in there as a pejorative, I'm just saying, right? So if they feel that way, and they want to say that my gender is I'm a woman, and I wanted to, my pronouns are her and she or whatever, then it seems like since we've allowed for these linguistic changes in all other areas or many other areas of language, what would be the principal argument that you would have against somebody just saying this is just another one of those things? It's just word.
I guess you have to have discernment, right, between whether this is something for some political agenda or whether it's just there probably are appropriate times where words change over decades or centuries. That it can happen. I'm not discounting that, but all this political nonsense to change words to influence the way people think is bad.
And what is the second policy or second action or big thing that Trump has done since in this term that you think is just undeniably good? So you did the immigration thing first. What do you think would be second?
That's a good question. I think the
Stop it. Of the Supreme
It's
Court.
a bit of a curveball for you, Mark.
Okay, yeah, red. Is that good enough?
Actually, is a good answer.
There might be some problems with that, yeah. Thank you. That's all the time we have.
So Mark, what would be a second one?
So
I know
red,
hard,
right?
it's hard.
That's a good choice.
Stop it.
That's the color of red roses, red apples.
It's a good.
The obvious first one I would say would be the border committee.
Right.
Anyway, but that's not. Everybody's affected differently. Where I live, that's a big issue.
This is something becoming like the first term of his presidency, where Trump did, and it's like
it's all relativism. I don't know how to say that one is better than the other exactly. I haven't.
Well, no, but I mean something that you perceive to be broadly the best, or like in the well-being or the best.
Well, I'm not going to say that it's number two, but I'll say that another great one is the fact that he extended the tax cuts. Without that, we'd be in deep shit. We'd be in a big recession right now.
Okay.
I did the math, and we would be.
Okay. And then the tariff. What you do on that?
I think you do have to wait it out, but I actually think that what we had before was completely unsustainable, and that in fact we have a really nice chance of seeing the tariff, allowing other countries to walk all over it like they did for decades under mostly government leadership. It was not sustainable.
No, it was not sustainable. Next question. Favorite ice cream flavor?
Do you want to talk about
cookies and cream?
Yeah. Cookies and cream, nice.
You're putting a bit too much pressure on, so I'm just trying to lighten it up.
Oh, what a nice girl.
Bob, what's your strongest critique? Since I know Mark's got to go, but what's your strongest critique against Trump?
So can you fucking draw them?
No. Yeah, Bob. Cabinet pick by Trump. Is that it? What's your? Okay. So, Mark, the cabinet pick. Can you, in good conscience, defend the picks that he, the selection for a cabinet?
Can I forgive, or what did you say?
In good conscience, can you defend the selections? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually quite happy with most of them, if not all of them. Which one are you talking about?
Well, it's not.
Like, for example, Tom Homan with the cash. Talking about Bongino and cap. I know it's a little. There's a lot going on as we speak, right? Bongino, I think, is resigning. Has he announced it yet?
Yeah, the deputy director resigned.
A lot going on there, and there's a lot of. For me, a lot of things I think that are unclear at this point, and I think we're going to see in very short order some major changes in the FBI. Major, like people going to jail and things like that. Some pretty significant events take place, and it'll be interesting. I'm all for draining the swamp. I think he's basically doing that. I know these are broad terms, and and he get criticized for that. But I really finally see after his first term and now, a year almost into his second term, he is trying to respond.
Yeah. Okay. What did you think of Charlie Kirk getting shot?
Charlie's my dear friend. He also endorses me, and you can see a video of that on my website. But he's one of my kids are like,
since you're proud Zionist,
since he went to the high school adjacent to my son's high school, and they grew up together, and I've known Charlie since he was a baby before he even started turning 20. If you want to have a debate about Charlie, bring it on.
Projecting Zionism and saying that it's basically all like vast majority, like 90% of the country of Israel is what do you say?
Charlie was actually what we call Shomer Shabbos. He not only loved Jews, he loved Israel. A lot of what you're reading sounds like
David Patrick David Podcast.
I know PDD personally,
Yeah, right. And so did you see his interview? It seemed like he said
I have picture of him and I offered on my website here.
It seemed like
I have talked to TBD about it.
It seemed like Charlie Kirk said on that podcast that like 90% or something like that of Israel is just Mossad or something.
No, listen to what you just said. Go ahead, say it again. See if it makes any sense to you.
I didn't say it made sense. I'm saying I didn't say it made sense.
It would be like the equivalent of this.
You're saying unless somebody, maybe you're saying somebody doctored the video. I didn't say it made sense.
Well, it's so nonsensical. 90% of a country is military intelligence.
Well, I'm not saying that it makes sense.
But Charlie fucking stupid. So maybe that's why he said it.
No, it's not just Charlie.
He's like really fucking stupid.
Wait, say it again? What was
wasn't he like saying like some gun deaths are necessary and that's fucking
he did say that. He did die by a gun.
That's kind of funny, right? That's kind of funny.
No, it's not very funny to me because I was in his funeral.
He said
makes me very sad that he was murdered. Maybe that doesn't make you sad.
Well, he wasn't murdered.
Sure.
Well, he wasn't murdered. He was killed.
And we argue about the semantics of whether he was murdered or killed. Anyway, I would say he was murdered.
Well, he wasn't.
Okay, what's your definition of murder? I'm not going to go down that stupid road. He was murdered.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
No, he was killed.
All right. He died, yeah, and he was killed and he was murdered.
He was put down like a dog.
Okay, Sasha, come on.
Then for you think this is not doctored, okay? Just a short clip, and I know you got to go, Mark. And I added you, buddy, and I hope you're welcome back anytime. Just like the experience, I hope you do come back. But let me play this for you. And this is short. So this is Charlie Kirk with Patrick, Bet David, or whatever. Here we go.
Be careful the way I say this. To try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I mean, I don't use that term. Like, okay. They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people, okay? And let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years has become pretty sharp. COVID, Maui fires, Epstein. When I see a story and it doesn't click, our guts are usually right.
Okay, so he does the further part. What was the further part that he said? Converse, something like that.
I don't remember the exact number, but he
confirmed that that's not AI. Like is there a video of that or?
It's Patrick David's website. It's on his YouTube.
I live in Gaza. I've spent time in Gaza. I know Gaza. I have family who've lived in Gaza, and I know something of the situation. I've been to Israel, I don't know, probably say 30 times. So I know quite a bit about this. I don't think you want to get into a debate with me, but I
absolutely. Let's do the debate. Hold on. I know you have to go. Okay, hold on. Actually, I just found the actual clip. Hold on, the longer part. Hold on.
The hard-right government has a mandate. I gotta be careful the way I say this. To ethnically cleanse Gaza. I mean, that's. And I don't use that term lightly. Okay. Talking about basically removing 2.5 million people in there. Okay. And honestly, they have a mandate to go seek justice and revenge. They do. There's this idea that they have a truce or a peace streets. But there are some serious questions here, Patrick. And let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years has become pretty sharp. COVID, Maui fires, Epstein. When I see a story and it doesn't click, our guts are usually right. So I've been in Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still have the same gut instinct that I did initially. But I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that's an IDF soldier. Right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel's on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they had tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far as saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours?
Okay, so maybe he didn't give the numbers thing, but he did say something.
I agree with everything you said. I totally agree. It's a big question of whether there was. I don't think there was a stand down order, but they clearly are going to investigate why Israel was, had let their guard down and enabled the terrorists to come across like that. I don't agree that when he says ethnically cleansed, what he should be saying is, I forget the words that he used, but he should say that it is true that Israel wants to remove all the jihadists from the
Wait, so to be clear, you don't agree with everything he said.
Not every single thing.
You said that you agree with everything he said.
Almost everything he said. I think.
Okay, good job. You're good at screen. That was like much easier than last time.
When was that recorded? Was it right after October 7th or something? Do it?
I don't know.
Well, then, which I'm talking about now. I'm sorry, Michaela. I'm sorry.
No, Sasha, stop. Here, last one. I found the one that went short.
Israel. It made me a stronger Christian in a way I have a heart for Israel. It made me a stronger Christian in a way I can't even tell. The whole concept of ethnic cleansing, I think temperatures need to go down. It's not egalitarian. People are killing people for multiple. And here's Israel's difficulty: is that Hamas, they build their headquarters under hospitals. Correct. They use humans as human shields, and so civilians are going to die, and that is a tragedy. And Hamas brought this upon themselves. My wish, my plea to Israel is be precise, be focused in your retaliation. You have a moral right to go and seek the blood of the people that did this. What I think would be bad for Israel, and I have a heart for Israel. It made me a Christian in a way I can't even tell you, right? Let's see where our Lord rose from the dead. My heart for Israel is that
IDF, because everybody has to do service. And that's why they say
all the 2-year-olds have this building, and I guess
your mic has gotten really bad, Mark. Your mic's got really hard. Okay. That's
maybe if Charlie served in the IDF, he wouldn't have shot, like, he would have, like, dodged or something. Position and stuff like that.
Thank you, Sasha. And all the stuff that they're saying about it not being Tyler Robinson or whatever.
I think she's that shit crazy. I don't know what to tell you. I can't explain that.
Okay.
Hey, Andrew, if you don't mind, I'll try. Mark, nice to meet you, sir. Look at my PTR, Mark. Yes. I'm a Republican.
Which one are you? What's PTR?
I'm right above you.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah. So if you see my PTR.
Wait, I don't understand. What is that? I mean, is that an actual picture? It's not, right?
That is a 3D print of Charlie Kirk getting shot. Someone printed out, I guess, a table or desk statue.
And then it's part of a trend of similar AI photos, and it says Nano Banana on the fake box, which is the name of the Google image generation AI.
Oh, okay, I can't even tell. Okay, but even with that being, I guess, the thing, just someone doing it with AI,
which I'm glad is not real. But just the way the public responded to it, I won't say the public, but mainly the left. How did it make you feel? What was your thoughts on it?
And so I mean, it's just like I do believe he was killed, murdered, assassinated. I think all this is. I mean, it's such a tragedy. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
I'm from his neighborhood. I mean, I've known him since he was a little kid. I actually coached against him in basketball when he was like in 5th grade. I mean, it's a very big tragedy. It's a loss for our country. It's a loss for me personally. And I'm not sure what the purpose behind a lot of this conspiracy theory stuff is. I mean, I'm open to it, I suppose. What are you getting at? Tell me what you're...
No, I'm just curious how you take it, because especially for someone in the space that you're in, and not just in the space, you're a politician. So, he's an activist, he's not there. And to see...
He doesn't understand, he doesn't understand, he thinks you're saying that there's like a conspiracy theory or whatever. You're saying people have been... Yeah, but are you trying to indicate that, like, people have, like, been horrendous and started, like, celebrating his death? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah, pretty much that, as well as how he is that I don't believe in the conspiracy theories. I believe it's pretty black and white that there have been people radicalized by certain ideologies, and they're acting on their radicalization. And Tyler Robinson was one of those people. I don't think he was hired by the Israeli government or anything like that. Yeah, I don't believe that he, whatever. I think he's literally a person, like regular one of us, who happen to have some extreme views and acting on those views. And I don't think he necessarily operated long, but I think right now, and the reason is that text message doesn't sit right with me. It sounds planned. It sounds too organized. Yeah, it gave all the necessary information to exonerate his partner. So it didn't make sense.
But the question wasn't about that, right? It was about the public being like brutal in the church.
Yeah, and I think he, so I'm just telling them clearly what my stance is and how he viewed it. But I just think
I wear a hat that says "I am Charlie," and at some of Charlie's memorials, I was the speaker, one of the speakers. I mean, I care a lot about Charlie. It affects me deeply. I think about him all the time. I miss him, and the fact that some people have the ability to celebrate his death is big for me.
Yeah, did you know Tim Pool also got shot at this week too?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, Tim Pool got shot at this week also.
Shot at? They didn't hit him, or what was that?
No, they hit him shot at his studio while he was in it from my understanding.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's terrible what's going on,
Yeah.
And frankly, I'm somewhat outspoken about the idea that a lot of news media and TDS types that are just really like Trump's presence in the White House are using the type of things, training some of these people, especially people that are, on the spectrum or, have emotional distress. And what image?
Look at my profile picture.
Wow. Let me try it. What's your name?
Rice cooker.
Rice cooker. Oh, you just made that up just for this thing. That's fun. And when the water is so good, you low key, got a bit of Charlie. Hey, you're like a sick, dementia person, no offense. And it's sad that people like you.
He's just really enjoying his Starbucks. He's enjoying his Starbucks.
Hey, Mark, do you have a religious affiliation?
People that listen to you, that if I were in charge of this room, someone like you would just call them trolls. So we get rid of them because they get in the way of having productive and positive conversations.
Yeah, it makes sense. Hey, Mark, are you religiously affiliated with any?
I'm Jewish, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what
makes sense.
I was going to ask that as well.
Yeah.
It makes sense that the Zenas, it's like, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk was killed by the Jews. That's a conspiracy.
What do you think about Jesus, Mark?
Mark was probably involved in killing of Charlie Kirk. Like, he was close with him, and he is Jewish. Like, Mark, you probably like somehow did it. Like, you probably
I don't know why.
This is anti-Semitic, right?
You need to respect him and listen to this. It doesn't lend credibility, in my view, towards you guys. It just you allow the chat and hatred and really what amounts to hate speech. I understand that he probably.
Well, it's bad I don't like doing a genocide, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. One is overt, one is covert. One is just saying, things that are shocking, but you're sleazy, so there's always that.
Okay, so look, there's a sentence I don't agree with. So look, Sasha doesn't like Charlie Kirk.
Andrew, I get it. As long as he says his bullshit in a nice tone and then dodges around people pushing him on, it's all good. It's only when you're like kind of mean and explicit.
Sasha, this is not how you.
Earlier the point was just to show people that he's a dishonest piece of shit. I think like to anybody with a brain, that has been established like just completely, right?
Yeah, I think
he was completely unable to answer like the most basic, straightforward questions.
Right.
But like for some reason you still want to keep him around. Now I just want to bully him.
But
that is for my enjoyment.
Also, people have different moral feelings. Maybe he's not quite honest. You're being extremely vile about somebody who died, and you're like rubbing it in his face. I mean, that's pretty weird. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, just like look. I think it's tit for tat.
Yeah, what's different from that and somebody that supports genocide or is denying a genocide? What's the difference between that? The fact that you can't see a comprehensive difference is a problem.
No, I think there's
just like Andrew, like he's gonna be like, yeah, like Trump like wants to defund trans healthcare. I think that's great. I stand with him. And like also like if you push me a little, I'll fucking dance around the question for an hour. But I have a nice tone, so people need to respect me. And I say no. I say fuck you. You're a dumb fucking piece of shit, and you should be fucking blindsided. Like it's like surface level niceties.
Even if it were the case, Sasha, that I really dislike somebody like Joel, I would not be okay with you just saying your friend died, and I'm happy
about that. Joel is.
Joel is the guy that I was debating in the Hebrew Israelite room that you can.
The point is like. I think you would understand what's going on if somebody just came in and started like hurling slurs at me and an instant. The fact
Andrew, how long have you been on here, man? It's been hours.
The fact that he's doing something like that has the polite appearance, but like amounts to the same thing basically. Like that's fine with me.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is I think by your own moral code, Sasha, all I'm saying is you're rubbing in his face, his friend, his family's friend. Obviously,
I was probably involved in killing him.
You don't believe that. You obviously know that I like Charlie.
Mark is a Jew. Look, let me lay out the case. Mark is a Jew. He was directly involved with Charlie Kirk up close. Now, Israel needed somebody to take care of Charlie Kirk. Because, like, as we just played in those clips, like, he was, like, kind of starting to turn the other way. And Charlie Kirk was starting to call out the genocide. So Israel couldn't have it. So Mark was like, okay, I'm going to help kill Charlie Kirk so my people can keep genociding the deserts.
All right, hold on. So let me just make some case here. Mark, so just so you understand, because I'm doing the best that I can to understand all of it.
Mark, it's disgusting.
Hold on, Charlie Kirk. Let me say something. Mark, I know you can't be your own sister.
And then he wants to, like, dismiss and ridicule Candace Owens for exposing.
Okay, hold on, Sasha. Listen, Mark. So Selah up here is probably one of the most rigorous anti-Zionists, on the app. I mean, she's pretty heavy anti-Zionist, And the fact that you're pro-Zionist, obviously she's not going to be very...
No, it's another trigger. But why do you allow somebody so...
Well, let me give you the case.
Why do you allow somebody
Hold on, Sasha. Taylor, let me give the case. Please let me give the case, because I think you'll listen to what I'm saying. Mark, here's the case, okay? So I don't really take a strong stance on this, although I do think there's some stuff that's gone on at the hands of certain officials in Israel that's not good, that should stop, or that it has been over the top and it should stop. But let me just ask you, how many people do you think that Israel is responsible for killing? How many people? Like since I don't know. Let's just say since
people or Gaza.
Since Hamas did what they did.
How many? Wait, how many people?
Like how many people total? How many how many Palestinians or Gazans would you say that the Israelis are responsible for killing since October 7th? Let's just
far less than we ever killed in other conflicts as Americans. Far less. It's
another like kind of relativistic answer,
Okay,
it's like, what percentage? Well, relatively to other states, it's big. How many people died when relatively the Holocaust got so much?
Well, let me just say, do you, how many children?
Again, less than we killed in Dresden. How's that? In one city. Which is same thing.
No, I'm sure you're gonna get it. To be honest, now.
Do you think that there's an disproportionate response that Israel has had towards Gaza or the Palestinians?
Yeah, I think the response wasn't strong enough because they haven't eliminated all the terrorists. But they've done a good job of eliminating a lot of them, but not enough. Civilian. But they do need to destroy and eliminate Hamas and Hezbollah.
Hold on, Sasha. So you understand from the perspective of like Selah and probably Sasha and others here, and me to some extent, it's going to be the case that like there seems to be some.
Okay. You're seeing a biased prism. You're thinking maybe somehow Israel is the IDF is
he's not more biased, not like a really biased person.
You're trying to kill innocent people. It's all bullshit.
Well, let me ask you this: Did Israel starve children?
Did they do what? Starve what?
They did starve children. Yeah.
Did they what children?
Starve children.
No, my children as human shields who actually killed children directly. It's Hamas, not Israel. It's ridiculous.
What do you think about their usage of white phosphorus?
You say that again? What is it?
What do you think about Israel's
actually? Wait, here's what I control. Because I don't know your name. I'm confused. You got lots of names on here. Rice sugar or whatever.
Now you're running away.
Yeah, I'm really afraid of control.
Andrew, this is like when Colombo got the guy. Like I know.
No, somebody who to hate speech and is on the level of
hate speech is not a real thing. Hate speech doesn't exist. Hate speech doesn't exist in American law. Hate speech doesn't exist. Stop making up words.
What's interesting
is I guess what it is in law. It's snowflake. This is America. We have the First Amendment.
You sometimes sort of make sense, but you continue to sort of pacify him. I don't have to do that. You guys can do that. I imagine he provides entertainment and maybe even sometimes content.
Maybe I'm a troll. You helped assassinate Charlie Kirk. That's Star Wars.
Mark, I actually would like to set up maybe, would you be willing to have like a discussion? No, it doesn't have to be with Sasha, obviously.
No. I think that's Charlie Kirk.
I know not with Sasha, but I'm saying at some point, would you be
maybe you should debate Charlie Kirk about the ethics.
Hold on, Sasha. Would you be willing to have a respect? Hold on, Sasha. Would you be willing to have a respectful dialogue?
I don't like Charlie Kirk. I love Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I actually really do.
You love it.
But would you be willing to have
gay sex with him?
No, come on, Sasha. I'm a huge fan of Charlie Kirk as well, Mark. But let me just say this. Would you be willing to have a respectful dialogue, a moderated dialogue, maybe with somebody about the Israel issue at some point?
I do it all the time.
Sweet. Because there's not a lot of people that come on that actually do defend that position, and I just wanted to be...
Rights for Congress. I have maybe a 2-hour podcast all about Israel, speaking to people in Israel and other people. We're not near Israel and we're even in the middle of the country. Probably the person that I'll be going against in the general election, which won't be until November, will be a Hamas supporting, from the river to the sea, along the Jews, Palestinian. So it's going to be very interesting what I decided to do against the.
What about this idea that Mark that is Charlie Kirk? She said he disagree about being an ethnic cleansing.
And what he and that, and I think I understand what Charlie meant by that, and I would agree with them.
But you just debate him and like resolve it, right?
Interpretation. I don't really think he meant to ethnically cleanse, but he did mean to.
Well, that's what he said.
I'm not Sasha. So Mark,
I can do like a little meat puppet of Charlie Kirk maybe, and
it's kind of like he's not just a troll. He sounds so silly. Like, I would just wait. If you guys should probably understand this, so that I understand who I'm speaking with. How is it that you guys put up with?
It's not the norm. She is antagonistic generally, but this is pretty exceptional. So I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, I wonder why it is.
Well, I mean, it's clearly not warranted, Sasha. I mean,
wait, why not?
Well, I mean, you're just being hyper excessive, like rude towards him. I mean,
well, that's just repeating it.
Well, I mean,
don't understand. Like, he comes in here with all these fucking shitty views. He won't defend them. He just dances around like direct questions. I mean, just ask, why isn't it warm?
Well, wait, which view did you? I mean,
tons of people do that all day. Nobody gets this much hatred.
I don't think they do it to that extent. They don't get coddled by you guys to this extent.
Look, I mean, I actually do defend people being shouted down and called subhuman.
Right, I'm saying not to the same extent, but not the same that you guys will be like, oh, you're being too mean, but also you guys are not answering the question. And like we kind of move on, maybe like run it back twice, thrice, as down, but then like just coddling this fucking piece of trash like for hours.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I mean, specifically.
Facebook. Right, like he comes in, he has these fucking shit views. I ask him like very direct questions, and it takes us fucking an hour for him to actually answer. And you do fucking nothing to press him to answer.
Yeah, I really wasn't interested in that pedantic point in the least, basically.
Wait, sorry. Maybe you can argue the first point was pedantic. The second point definitely wasn't. The second point was just, did you use black and white? And even once we agreed it is black and white, he still wouldn't fucking answer. So that's how much of a dishonest fucking cunt he is. And you make space for it. So I think it's perfectly warranted to be mean to him.
Well, make space for all kind of people that you think are retarded.
I don't see how that helps you.
Clearest thing is, Sasha, you've been over the top. I mean, people asked me the other day, I don't know who it was, maybe he's in the Discord club.
What do you mean over the top? You just mean it's unfair. I disagree.
I'm going to tell you.
I disagree. So where do we go from there?
I'm going to tell you what I mean, and you tell me if I'm wrong, okay? People in the clubhouse, Discord room, or whatever, they said, have you ever seen Sasha experience remorse or show any remorse? And I said, well, and the fact that I took a second to think about it, there's like, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, well, actually, I do think there's some times where it's like, okay, I do think I saw a twinge or a tinge of, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Like that was too much. But generally speaking, no, you aren't particularly super self-restrained on going in on people, right? You'd rather it be you die, kill yourself, kill your kids, whatever. Okay, that stuff is over the top. It is over the top. And if you don't see that,
you're not saying what you mean by it's over the top. And I think you just mean it's unwarranted, and I disagree.
I'm saying it's wrong.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, so you don't think telling somebody to kill their kids or that their kids should die or that they should go kill themselves, you do
not in this context, no.
No. I'm saying in the times that you've done it with the interlocutors that you've had.
No, I don't think it's wrong. Maybe there were cases where it was wrong. I don't remember all of them, but generally, no.
Okay, and do you think like telling a bunch of black people that they're subhuman or telling people in general they're subhuman, do you think that's wrong?
You mean in the context that they've actually done it?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So do you think that you're causing people some pretty severe mental stress and pain?
No.
Okay.
I think I'm causing them maybe a moderate, just slight amount.
Okay. So why do you get any kind of bit offended if anybody misgenders or terms that you don't like towards you?
I get offended.
Yeah, like you have, certainly.
I mean, you might mean I don't I feel bad about.
Yeah, and it seems like it.
Okay, yes, sir. Like, I mean, sometimes I do feel bad about it.
Okay.
I don't think it's like super often, but like, sure.
Yeah, but
like usually it's more just like a consistency thing.
Well, okay, but I think like sometimes you use that as actually a reason.
No, just say, look. No, that's like a general reason. It's not like a reason for me. Like generally, I'm actually quite fine with it. But like, there are cases where people have said things to me that have upset me. Like, I agree with that much.
Okay, but like when I was doing the thing where I said, "What is a woman?" You got kind of mad because you thought I was doing the stereotype Matt Walsh thing, remember? And I've changed it since then because I'm considerate of your feelings. But
you understand that that's not just like, look, like if I'm annoyed at somebody like lying or something, like I don't think the key takeaway there is I feel bad about it. I have some like, hurt feelings over it.
I agree with you. That's something I agree. Yeah, I agree. If somebody's lying or something, that's a different kind of a thing. It's not like, oh.
Yeah, I'm saying something similar applies here, where it's like it's not really about like it makes me feel bad, like in that way. It's just more like you're doing something that annoys me because you're like kind of aligning yourself with these like spineless piece of shit.
Okay. Is there something that somebody could call you that would hurt your feelings? Do you think? Do you think there's like something that would like actually?
Probably not like a random person.
Okay.
There are things like that, like people I care would tell me that I would feel bad.
Do you think that it's?
Oh, sorry. I mean, I guess also like just if I respected someone's opinion, even if I'm not close with them, there are things that they can say that would hurt.
Okay.
Like if like I respected someone's opinion and they said I was dumb.
Yeah.
Like I might take that seriously.
I hear you.
And like I don't want to be dumb.
Okay. Do you think that people on the receiving side of some of your insults might have just a weaker constitution, such that maybe they shouldn't?
Yes, sir. But I think they deserve it.
Okay. Okay.
And I think Mark deserves like every bad thing that could possibly happen.
I'm sorry. Once I told y'all that I have nothing left for anyone at this point in the game that denies that there's a genocide. Like you're a special kind of ugly in the world, and he deserves every bit of what Sasha is saying to him. He is that and more.
No,
And Sasha, I'm curious, do you agree? Why not murder people like me? You're happy for Burger's murder. That's a good thing, according to you, right? You would what?
Yeah, I would go to jail. I would go to jail if I did.
But would you support somebody else murdering somebody like me because I'm saying things that you don't agree with? Yes?
It's not because you're saying things I don't agree with.
Well, it sets your sense of
that's not the reason.
Well, whatever it's not relevant. Whatever the reason is, it upsets.
Be quite fine with somebody else doing it if you could get away with it, putting them up to it.
He's a political figure, was just completely dishonest.
That's what that's what this has come to.
I understand. You think it's fine that like thousands of children were killed, so that Hamas could get done. But you're not fucking about this. It's still fucking posturing, stupid thing.
And knowing that this would be the result.
When you're asked about it, you're like, well, they died, but it had to be done.
I don't share that.
About human life.
It didn't have to be done. Hamas could have given up when they saw their people being killed.
Yeah. And could Israel have not fucking done what they did? Could they have fucking stopped?
What were they supposed to do, my dear? What were they supposed to just take it right? You're going to go back and you're going to go back into the history and say they deserved it. You're going to...
Here's what they could have done.
You know what?
Here's what they could have done. Here's what they could have done. They could have taken the deal to exchange hostages, could have boosted their fucking defenses, right? And then they had the people, they were taken back, and they're probably really well prepared so that nothing like this fucking happens again. Because again, it
shouldn't have fucking even been possible in the first place. So yeah, that's what they could have fucking done. And yeah, you still have Hamas in power, but you don't have fucking like 50,000 innocent people dead.
So they should have accepted Hamas's taking the hostages, exchanging thousands of Israeli prisoners. Right? They should have been to Hamas. They should have been to Hamas. Yeah. Right.
Well, you're saying that's like, you know, too much of a visual?
How about Hamas bends to them?
Yeah, but I'm asking you about Israel. Like, look, I'm not pro Hamas, to be clear, right? I think Hamas is bad. Right? I'm just willing to condemn both sides.
Well, I really hadn't thought of what they could have done differently.
So I just fucking told you. And you don't
I've never heard that one before. I'll think about it. But it sure is.
No, you fucking did hear about it.
Sure is.
I told you about it last week.
I didn't think it in. I didn't
Maybe
think it in.
just let Hamas take over the land of Israel. That would have worked, right? Why not?
But that's not what I fucking said. You suck here.
Pretty much. You really are. You have
I
little
said they both are your defense
and you're colored by your anti-Semitism and your anti-Zionism.
Shut up.
And you actually don't have a sense for the facts, which is sad because you're probably listening to a lot of propaganda actually that comes out from Hamas, and you're listening to it and you're repeating it like a fool. And maybe people listen to you. That's okay.
So what
In spite of the fact that you think it's okay for me to be murdered, for example, or for Charlie to be murdered, some people actually enable you to be on the air and speak. I don't think it's appropriate. And that's an interesting conversation. I really don't think that. I don't understand why people give you a platform to speak. Why is that?
Control the media.
Why is that?
Control the media.
Well, hate speech, you know what? We have freedom of speech, but you can't yell a fire in the middle of the theater. And essentially, that's what you're doing. You're encouraging people to murder me.
First of all,
aren't you encouraging people to murder me or not? Yes or no? Answer the question directly.
Hey, Mark,
Hey, listen.
Hey, shut up, shut up for a second.
Or whatever you really are. You're probably a boy, right?
Hey, you dumb fucking shut up for a second.
Listen, boy, will you answer the question directly?
What question?
Okay, are you asking for people to murder me? Yes or no?
Say what?
Yes or no? Say it. Answer the question. Don't obfuscate. Don't avoid the question. The question is, are you encouraging people to murder me? That's called hate speech. I'd just like to know for the record. I think you said before. Did you say that? Did you say that before? What?
No. I said I'd like them. No, I said I'd like them to. I'd be happy to. I didn't encourage it. But also,
you don't understand words very well. Okay, you said you'd like for people to kill me. That's the same thing as encouraging people to kill me. That is not appropriate, dude. You're a dude, right? Dude, that's not appropriate. And the fact that you probably believe you're a girl, and that you're actually a boy, and you've got real mental illness, doesn't deserve a platform. That's honestly called hate speech. I'm for freedom of speech, but not hate speech. Not encouraging people to commit murder. That's
you
not
understand that
appropriate.
in America there is no such thing as hate speech, right?
You're wrong. That's exactly wrong. Yes, you can be convicted and put in jail for that.
No.
Sure you can.
Not in America, you fucking idiot.
Oh my goodness. Well, you don't
Find
know
me
the
a case of somebody. Find me a case in America of somebody being thrown in jail for hate speech. You fucking suck.
Yeah, go into Google and waste your time, and you'll go see.
Okay,
I'll go
into Google right now and see.
Hey, Google it. Go Google it.
No, I'm Googling it right now. Hate speech.
Crime conviction. U.S. See what you get.
Hate speech in America is generally protected under the First Amendment, meaning the government cannot regulate it simply as offensive or hateful.
Generally, it's true that we have freedom of speech, but there can be crimes. You cannot go to a movie theater. You cannot endanger people's lives.
You fucking idiot. You think yelling fire
Oh my goodness. There are hundreds of people in jail, for instance, for threatening to
Do
kill
you think
people.
that's hate speech? You
That's
fucking
hate,
suck.
that's hate speech. You're
think
threatening essentially to kill me by telling others to do it because you don't
You're
want to
so
do it
fucking stupid.
because you said you
No,
know you feel
you're fire in a crowded theater. No, hate speech.
I agree with
crossing the
Sasha.
line between being just a crazy person like you are and being who's a criminal. So being a criminal, that's not okay. Be okay.
Let me just read you from the Wikipedia.
I'm sorry, but
Hate
that's
speech.
where I would draw the line.
Hate speech in the United States cannot be directly regulated by the government due to the fundamental right to freedom of speech protected by the Constitution. While hate speech is not a legal term in the United States, the U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly ruled that most of what we classify as hate speech in other Western countries is legally protected speech under the First Amendment. In a Supreme Court case on the issue, Mattel versus Town, 2017, the justices unanimously reaffirmed that there is no hate speech exception to the free speech rights protected by the First Amendment, and that the U.S. government may. It's not hate speech, you fucking suck here.
Oh my goodness, what would you call it when you speak? You use speech to try to hurt people. No. You understand that you can discern the difference between, it's just saying, hey, you dirty Jew, and all these things that he's saying to me, but saying, hey, I want somebody to go kill this guy.
Yeah.
That's actually different.
Yeah, I don't think
It's not hate speech, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hate speech. I think it would be criminal. It could be criminal threat or maybe criminal.
Incitement. It could be incitement.
Right, criminal solicitation or something like that. But it wouldn't. I don't think it would classify under hate speech. I think that's correct.
I could be the wrong using the wrong.
But it could be illegal. But it could be illegal for sure. Yes.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
So look, but let's. Yeah, I don't endorse that anyway.
Why is that kind of rhetoric a platform? It's odd to me.
No. Look. This has definitely been over the top, Mark, and I don't agree with it. I repudiate what she said there. I don't think any of the mods agree with it. I also would like to allow as much free speech as possible, but I do think that's right. So I don't know. It puts us in a tough spot. But yeah, Sasha, don't say stuff like that anymore, please. Look. Mark,
I have to look into hate
Anyway, let me read you.
and see how much of it's related to speech.
Is saying someone should be killed legal in the U.S.? Short answer, it depends on the context. Simply saying the word someone should be killed is not automatically illegal in the U.S., but it can become illegal under circumstances. Protected speech, often legal. Under the First Amendment, even very offensive or disturbing speech is often protected if it's abstract, rhetorical, or not directed at causing real harm. Okay? It's me just fucking saying it here doesn't matter.
If you say you would like to see someone get killed versus saying I would like saying however you just worded that was not the same as saying I'd like it if this person I would like it for someone to murder somebody. Like that's a different thing. If you say that, which is what you said earlier, that would be. You agreed that you did say I'd like someone to murder him. That is something that
kill, not murder.
Well,
that is also fine. Encourage imminent violence. Be likely to cause that violence, right?
Well, what do you think about? What do you think about this? If your statement is made in a way that targets a specific person and leads them to reasonably fear for their safety, it may be classified.
It doesn't lead them to reasonably fear. That's the thing.
I'm a public person. I use my real name, and you're telling people that they should kill me. Why shouldn't I be? I know you're a soul and all that. Why shouldn't I be?
I think the idea is, Sasha, is if you have people that have any influence in here, and there's anybody that appreciates what you're saying there, they don't like me.
Because just obviously it's in no way likely to cause them imminent harm.
Okay, so this is what it says.
You know that.
So this is what it says. So it says, if your statement is made in a way that targets a specific person and leads them to reasonably, so that's what it's going to be, right? Reasonably fear for their safety. That's what's going to need to be the criteria, the threshold it needs to meet. It may be classified as a criminal threat. Online threats, making such statements over the internet, social media, email or messaging, etc., can trigger federal charges under 18 U.S.C. 875, which prohibits transmitting threats in interstate commerce. So I don't know. I mean, it seems like it could. There's several different actually headers that this could fall under. So
none of us are lawyers or judges, but it's clearly. But you as a mod or
I mean,
I'm not a lawyer, I'm not going to bring a lawsuit, but it's not. It's inappropriate.
Yeah, I think you should sue Andrea.
No, I'm saying it's a use of judgment to not allow this kind of silly behavior.
Yeah.
And perhaps dangerous behavior. It's just, in my view, the type of language you use and the type of person you are, most of us probably don't take you serious, but there probably are some that might listen to you.
And I think like the probability is that me saying this stuff influences somebody to actually harm you in any
I
way.
think in this environment where what happened to Charlie country is more divided than I've ever seen it.
And it feels like an approximate number, though.
And there are a lot of unstable people. And what it's not really, I don't think measuring.
Well, it's supposed to be reasonable, right? Yeah, taking like it's reasonable that you have like some confidence.
Chance you have of getting murdered, that becomes reasonable. I think it would be a very low percent. Nobody wants to even have a 1% chance.
Reasonably based on me saying this, nothing will happen.
Some insane person who thinks he's a woman online and has somehow been able to dupe people into listening there and paying attention on a clubhouse room could incite someone spending my
I think we need to stop. We need to stop. I think this is TOS violation. You got to stop. So look.
I mean, I didn't say Eskimo.
No. Yeah, well, that's true. We can either change the topic. Mark, I know it's getting late. If you endorse and you've heard me repeatedly say don't appreciate what you're saying, I do feel like that.
Don't you take my point that maybe there's one person in the audience?
Mark, here's the deal.
Well, they're saying that I'd like to see him get killed.
No. Sasha, stop.
I'm serious. If that was
don't do that. Stop doing that. Stop. Okay? Don't do that. You are not just causing potential other issues, but you're causing TOS.
I'm just genuinely asking. What are you saying that I know?
I want you to stop saying that. Please stop saying that. Okay? Stop. Look, that's not cool. Okay? You got banned, and you can get us in trouble. We are trying to have a platform where people can talk, but that's getting a little extreme. You're saying that Mark, that some people view people who support Israel as being basically complicit in genocide. So, and that's not my view. And obviously, it's not against the law to be a Zionist. So it's not like you're breaking any laws, clearly. But on a moral level, I hope you can understand that some people just find it to be morally abhorrent that people are
every day.
Yeah, and so I try to be understanding of that and allow that side to speak as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's why. So it's a tough situation to be in as a mod.
No, I think if we can have a rational conversation, I can find it actually useful because there's a lot of disinformation out there. So having those conversations, I think, could be helpful, but not when it gets to be like this, it's
I understand.
It's not very helpful. Right?
No, it's over the top. I agree. Sasha, if we bring you up, you can't say any more of that stuff, okay? Just no more.
Exactly, you think the issues.
The issue is you're talking about.
Tell me which things you are saying, like,
I can't imagine you're not figuring this out. I said two things in particular, okay? I mean, if it's not the case that
first thing?
Yes, the thing that he's saying he did it and literally making that as a serious thing. And also saying that you would like to see somebody off him. That is not okay. And so, you obviously.
But I can say that, like, as a theory, it's reasonable to believe.
No. Sasha, please, just stop. Please. Can we just move past all that? It's not doing any good. It's not going to, there's no value. There's no comedic value. It's just not cool. Just please. On every front, it's not good. Yeah. If other people want to come, so good. Congress, let's reboot if that's cool, buddy. I'm gonna open a different. Bob Crimson wants to challenge you to a Mark. Listen, you're welcome, man, to come back anytime. I know that. a bad experience. But I would definitely, I'd be willing to host a debate between you and somebody who is, on the other side, and we'll make sure it's respectful. Obviously, it won't be.
Yeah, but I'm a real person, so you can find my email or even phone number. And if you
I appreciate
me or something.
Yeah. You bet. I'm sending you a message. Actually, you know how to check your messages on here, right?
Actually, no.
Okay, so
I'll figure it out.
If you click my profile, just tap it one time with your finger. Tap my profile. It'll open up my picture and my profile, and then you'll see a thing that says.
Are you Andrew?
I'm Andrew. Okay. Yes. So you click it, and then you'll see a section that says message. So if you hit that right now, it'll open up, and you can do it right now. It'll just open up. It'll show you that message to you a couple times already. Okay, and that's how you talk to people directly on here. So,
you want to reboot, Andrew?
Yeah, I'll reboot, Mark. I'm going to open up the room. You're welcome to come over if you'd like. We'll try to keep the extreme stuff out of the conversation. If you want to come over, you're welcome to come over. But anyway, for all those that want to come over, I appreciate you guys. I'm going to make the room right now, and Congress is going to pen the link or whatever, and then we'll move over there.
I'll pin the link when Andrew makes a new room at the top of the room. That way you can easily move over there to the new room. But yeah. And Mark, to give you an idea, Andrew's conservative actually. Andrew's that he was at Ruby Ridge. That's how conservative he is.
I don't know any background, but it seems like a nice guy. It's just odd that allowing trolls to dominate a room. For me,
he was actually also friends with Charlie Kirk, believe it or not. They were actually lovers at one point.
You know what I mean? Like, why do you guys? I am curious why. It seems like some of the people on here are really nice, rational, even conservative folks, and you allow a troll to completely dominate conversations.
Like I said before, Sasha's not usually like this. Sasha's really good on philosophical topics and stuff like that. She's usually a really straightforward reasoner. But I think that there's just obviously you guys are incompatible.
I just don't like people who bullshit. Don't answer questions.
Alright, so I'm going to get the link from the new room and pin it so everybody can move over there, okay? And by that, I mean, since you're new to the app, I guess, Mark, I'm going to, where it says above you, join God Talk, most people welcome that. I'm going to change that. I'm going to change that out with the new link to the new room. So you would just click it when I put it up there.
Yeah, look, I have this saying that I've been on the app.
Oh, okay, I
haven't been lately. I haven't been on it.
Okay,
We have this saying that it's so easy to do that even a fucking idiot like Charlie Kirk would have
I have 3,000 friends up here, and Rice Cooker has 12 friends.
Yeah. Well, Rice Cooker has been banned.
Well, it's not a contest. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew's he's a kind of an extreme, free speech advocate. Do you call him a Jew?
Yeah, I am Jewish.
Two things.
Whatever your name is, the boy to today included Gaza, including everything they did in Gaza. And a lot of what you think you know is the other side.
I mean, for example, they hypnotized people into believing that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Exactly.
Actually, if you look at the evidence, it was more like 100,000.
Taking it away too far.
What do you mean?
You can't do Holocaust denial.
Yeah, you deny the whole Holocaust or just the number 6 million? Maybe the whole thing.
Yeah, the number.
Huh? So what's your
number?
The correct number?
Maybe 8, 9.
9 what? People?
Yeah.
You think 8 or 9 people were murdered in the Holocaust?
And Sasha can't talk anymore.
Hey, what?
Sasha can't talk right now.
Hey, Mark, I have a question for you. So,
I know there's some comedic value to that, but honestly, there's really mentally damaged people, especially on an app like this, and they have. And by the way, I don't want to get into it, but I have dealt with very serious people about doxing and things of that nature. And I mean, you know, three-letter organizations of the federal government, as my own 30 years involved in. And the problem isn't so much the mentally ill, like the boy, whatever his name is, Sasha or whatever. It's the people that listen. You know, you don't know how crazy the people might be.
Well, Sasha doesn't actually believe. Well, Sasha's not actually a Holocaust denier. Sasha's just doing that because.
Oh, that was a troll.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Who knows? Yeah. But again, right? So you say that, but I don't know that. But for sure, some mentally ill person who's in pain and is self-medicating by using drugs in their basement that's listening to this might be, who knows? I mean, like, influence. Mm-hmm. That's the scary part. And what percentage chance is there that will happen? You know, I don't know how to guess that. But just the fact that there is a chance, it's unnecessary, completely unnecessary. So if I were managing a platform or a room, which I've done before, I typically was pretty quick to kick people out, but especially people that say things like that. And that's another thing.
I have to understand, he's using his credit here. So Sasha has a credit in his room and decided to use that credit to attack you. So if he's doing these things like conscious, he's not that he's not conscious.
Let me say, Bob, are you there, by the way? Bobby, are you still around? You guys are gonna believe this. Andrew, I popped over. Andrew was in he was in like a Hebrew Israelite room or something. And then he left. And then he left. I mean, he left, so he must be the one to make the room. But for some reason, he takes like forever to make a room. But it looks like he's made a room now, so I'll get the link and I'll post.
My question to you, Mark, is that what it takes for you really to accept that Israeli government might be doing something wrong. I mean,
it's very possible.
What does it take for you?
I'm not saying they're mistake-free. I'm not saying they're perfect. I never said that. But that would
I understand.
What an anti-Zionist or anti-Semite would believe, that Israel and all Jews are evil and somehow trying to destroy the world and all of these crazy, you know, sort of.
No, my question is this: what it takes. Right now, we see CNN, BBC, we see like international court. Everybody is reporting this. It's not just Al Jazeera.
All right, so we're moving to the new room. We're moving to the new room. The new link is up right now. All right, so click the link at the top and we'll move to Andrew's new room. I'm closing this room out, so.
Okay.
Click the link and let's close the room. Bobby, get over there.
perfect way of
these murder cases on YouTube, right? And I watch these different murder cases, and I be saying to myself, you really do not know who's a killer, bro. Like that serial killer, that mass murderer, you really do not.
All of these women profit here.
Because you got Patrick,
Profit, I'm about to hack you up. I'm not gonna lie. He converted, Shai. He converted to Islam because of a woman that then rejected. The difference is one of these stories
and
is
so you
true.
started chasing
The
guys.
difference is one of these stories is true, one of these stories is false. Oh, that's, yeah, you wish.
And then
You wish, right. And that's, so then why didn't I call you that? Then why didn't I call you that, Prophet? Why are you following her, harassing her? That's the case. Why are you following her, harassing her? That's the case.
She used to send me a ton of that.
Why are you following her and harassing her?
That is insane.
Why are you following her and harassing
Why she
her?
follows me? She follows me.
She didn't follow you in here. You followed her in here and immediately started insulting her.
I go to whatever room I want.
All right, you followed her in here and immediately started insulting her. For what?
Anyways.
Why did you start insulting her immediately coming into this room that you're not upset that she rejected you? And he doxed me. You're upset that she rejected you. Screenshotted a photo that I shared with my friends. That's the reality. About my body. And she went and rejected you. You're upset she rejected you. Get over it. All right, no problem. Get over it. Not the first time you've been rejected. It won't be the last. So let it go.
That's the personal stuff.
It won't be the last time you get rejected. Let it go.
Okay. Yeah. Some men doesn't care.
Okay, let it go. Let it go, sweetheart.
When you're rejected.
Let it go, sweetheart.
Rejected by hundreds of women.
It doesn't seem like she got rejected though. It seems like you're the one that got rejected and now you're upset about it. And hence why you're following her into the room and you're fucking harassing
That's why
her.
she left Houston.
You think you're announcing something to the room. You're not announcing any news to anybody. No one cares. No one cares, Maddie. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares.
Very trying to
We do not care. Stop following Bima and harassing her.
That's why she's done.
Stop harassing a woman that rejected you.
We're getting there.
It's very weird. You're not gonna get married at this rate. Women that see this type of fucking action, let it go. You're acting like the guy that gets rejected in the street and clotheslines the woman for no reason because she said no.
It's not a big deal.
You asked for her number, she said no. Let it go, bro. If everyone gets rejected, why are you following her into the room harassing her? Why did you come into the room harassing her? Why did you come into the room harassing her? Why did you come into the room harassing her? This is what he does. Why did you come into the room harassing her?
Nobody will ever marry her.
All right, no problem. Why did you come into the room harassing her though?
He's begging for a ring. Nobody.
No problem. Why did you come into the room? Nobody cares. Nobody why the room immediately insulting her. That's the question.
They all reject her.
I think tracking was being asked. I don't think you're tracking. I think you're triggered.
Which is
I think you're triggered because you see the person that rejected you.
Look at his
So they come down and answer the question.
And he walks around.
Answer the question then. Why did you come into the room and immediately insulting her? Now that you're back.
Imagine 8 years a guy doesn't want you.
Imagine being a guy with a fucking female dog. Imagine
I don't think he would have married you.
Why don't you have a pit bull or a fucking German shepherd? Why don't you have that?
Most people get
That's the biggest question of the room. Why this grown ass man got a fucking Yorkie? Why the fuck you got a Shih Tzu instead of a German shepherd? Why do you have a Why do you have a Shih Tzu instead of a German Shepherd?
That's why she used to.
Why do you have a mini poodle instead of a German Shepherd or a Rottweiler? That's the real question. No woman takes you seriously with that little big ass dog. You're a weirdo, bro.
You can't be doing that.
You're a weirdo, bro. You're a fucking weirdo. You're Metatron.
He's almost 40.
You're Metatron. What type of dog do you have in your home? Stop. You have a dog. Do you have a mini poodle or do you have at least a German? Do you have a big dog or a small dog?
I don't understand. Like, why do hoes always get angry when men reject? You know, you guys can't tolerate rejection.
4381, right?
Just take rejection like a man, Bima.
Maybe trying to play.
I'm not going around trying to engage with you.